Hey there, my name is Antonio and welcome to this comprehensive tutorial where we'll embark on an exciting journey to create a state-of-the-art real-time messenger clone using some of the most powerful and cutting-edge technologies available today. In this video, we'll cover a wide range of features that will help you build a fully functional and visually stunning chat application. First, we'll harness the power of Next.13 utilizing the app router for efficient routing and dynamic page rendering. Next, we'll delve into React for building reusable components that will form the backbone of our application. To create a modern and visually appealing design, we'll employ Tailwind CSS and headless UI, which will allow us to create a sleek user interface while ensuring a seamless user experience. For our backend, we'll combine the robustness of Prisma with the flexibility of MongoDB to create an efficient and scalable database solution. This will ensure that our app can handle a multitude of users and conversions with ease. In terms of security, we'll incorporate NextAuth to manage user authentication and protect sensitive data. We'll also enable social login using popular platforms such as Google and Github, making it easy and convenient for users to sign up and log in. To bring our messenger clone to life, we'll leverage the power of Pusher for real-time messaging and notifications, creating a truly immersive and interactive experience for our users. For image upload, we're going to use Cloudinary, and finally, we'll explore React Hook Form for efficient form handling, ensuring that user input is managed seamlessly throughout the application. And in the end, you're going to learn how to deploy all of this on Vercel. So, buckle up and get ready to level up your web development skills as we dive into this feature-rich tutorial and create a messenger clone that rivals the best in the industry. So let's go ahead and head into your terminal. And we're going to use the npx create-next-app command to initialize our new Next.13 project. And in the newest update, you can actually use the flag --Tailwind to initialize the project without need to manually configure Tailwind, which I think is a great thing, and we're going to use that today. So let's go into our terminal and let's run npx create-next-app at latest --TypeScript --Tailwind, like that, and press enter. Press yes, and let's name our project. In my case, it's going to be messenger-clone. For the ESLint option, select yes. For the source directory, select no. For the experimental app directory, make sure you select yes, because we're going to use the experimental app directory in this project. For the import alias, you can just press enter, and that is going to start installing all of the packages we need for this project. Great! And now that this has finished, you can actually go ahead and you can open your newly created messenger clone folder right here, or whatever you named your project. So I'm going to click open here, and I'm going to see this new structure that we have. As you can see, we already have tailwind.config.js configured for us right here, along with some theme options here. And we also have the post CSS. These are the things we usually had to build ourselves. So without further ado, let's actually go into the terminal and let's start this project to see what we're actually working with. So go ahead and run npm run dev and press enter. And now you can go ahead and go into localhost 3000 in your browser and refresh or press enter if you haven't already. Wait a couple of seconds and you should be able to see the new Next.13 welcome screen. Great, and now you have the new Next.13 welcome screen. What I want to do next is I want to clean this up a little bit, because we're not going to need any of this here. So I'm just going to collapse the terminal right here, and I'm going to go into the app folder. And here we are greeted with the layout and page.tsx files. So let's check both of them out. So inside this home right here, what you can do is you can just remove everything except the return function. So just go ahead like this, and just remove everything. And instead of this, I'm just going to write a simple div, and I'm going to write a paragraph which is going to say hello messenger, like this. And you can just save the file. Great. And now you can see I have this hello messenger text right here. So I'm doing this in the page.tsx file right here. Great. Now the layout can stay as it is. So in the layout file, you can edit the metadata if you want. You can edit the font. Nothing else to do here. So let's go ahead in this metadata. If you want to, you can change the title to messenger clone, for example, and you can change the description to messenger clone as well. And in a couple of seconds after this hot reloads, you can see that my tab name has changed to messenger clone. Great. So what we've done so far is we edited the page.tsx file to be a very simple hello messenger home function, and the layout, well, we just modified the metadata. The rest can stay the same. Great. What I want to do now is I want to go into globals.css right here. And as you can see, we have some predefined styles here. We're actually not going to need any of these. So let's go ahead and you can remove everything except the Tailwind directives right here. So just make sure you clean it like that. And now let's go ahead and write some additional classes which we are going to need here. So go ahead and write HTML, body, root, like that, and just write height 100%. Great. And you can go ahead and save the file, and your screen should turn to white. Maybe it already was white, perhaps it depends on the dark and light mode in your system. But when you remove all the styles and write your globals.css file like this, it should look something like that. Great. And now you can go into tailwind.config.js right here, and you can actually remove this extend object in its entirety like this. You can just make sure it's an empty extend because we're not going to need any of those gradients there defined. Great. Amazing, amazing job. And now just to test out if everything is working fine, let's go into app, into page.tsx right here, and let's try and give this text a color and increase the font size. So I'm gonna go ahead and write class name is equal to text-sky-500 and text-3xl, for example. And as you can see, when it hot reloads, it changes the way our page looks. Great, amazing, amazing job. And you can also remove this import image from next image up to top because we're not gonna be using it. And the same goes with the inter font. So your page.tsx file can be a very simple function, home, which just returns a div which has a paragraph inside with two very simple class names using Tailwind. Great, this saved us a lot of time. Usually we had to define Tailwind ourselves. Great, great job. Alright, so now let's go ahead and let's start creating our authentication screen, which is going to be routed at the / path. So this initial localhost 3000 is actually going to show our authentication screen, and if we are logged in, it's going to redirect it to /conversations or /users. Great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut down my project right here. So I have it running, but I'm going to shut it down because we're going to modify this a little bit, and I just don't want to cause any problems. So we're going to write our authentication screen inside this page.tsx, but I don't want to keep my initial page.tsx in the root of the app folder. I want to have it in a separate folder. And there is a cool way we can do that by creating a new folder and write parentheses site inside. This is the equivalent of an index folder app like that. Great. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy everything inside page.tsx like that, and I'm going to create a new file inside the site folder called page.tsx just like that. And I'm going to paste this here, and we can change hello messenger to hello index page like this. Great. And now that I have this app parentheses site folder inside with page.tsx here, I can actually go ahead and remove this app page.tsx like that. And now I'm going to go and head into my terminal again, and I'm going to run npm run dev. And I'm just going to refresh this, and in a couple of seconds we're going to see if we did everything correctly. Great. As you can see, we now have hello index page. Great. So that means that now we can safely work inside this parentheses side folder and treat it like it's the root of the app folder. Great. So let's go ahead and I'm actually going to remove this inside, and at this top div, I'm going to give it a couple of class names. So I'm going to write the following. I'm going to write flex min-h-full flex-call justify-center py-12 sm px-6 lg px-8 bg-gray-800, like that. And you can see that we have this grayed out background now. Perhaps it's not so visible for you, but it is a tiny bit less visible than fully white. Now you might be wondering, why do I have this color block right here, and how come when I hover my cursor on these classes, I can actually see what they mean in CSS. If you want to have the exact same effect, you can go into your extensions right here and make sure you install the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension like that. And then you're going to have the exact same thing that I am. You're also going to get a bit of autocomplete as well. And this is very useful. If you're interested in what specific Tailwind class does, you can just hover and it's going to show you the exact CSS. And it's also going to convert these RAM values to pixels for you to easier understand what they are. Great. Now inside of this div, let's create another div and let's give it a class name of sm mx-auto sm w-full and sm max-w-md, like that. Great. And inside of that, we're going to add our messenger logo. So before we do that, we actually need to get an image. And to do that, go into my repository, the link is in the description, or you can Google a messenger logo or any other logo if you want to. And you can go into my repository, go into public right here, go into images and logo.png, and you can just go ahead and download this image. Great. And now you can go into public. You can create a new folder right here called images, and you can drag and drop logo inside. And make sure it's not named logo 4 or logo 2. This will happen if you already have logo files in your download folder. So just make sure you rename it to logo.png, like that. And now you can go back into app folder, parentheses side folder, page.tsx right here, and you can actually import the image component from next/image. So import image from next/image like this. Great. And it's a self-closing tag just like that. So first let's give it an alt. An alt is going to be our logo. Next, we're going to give it a height of 48. We're going to give it a width of 48 as well. Sorry, 48 like that. And we're going to give it a class name of mx-auto w-auto as well. And we're going to give it a source of /images/logo.png, like that. And that is going to be it. You can save the file and head back into your messenger clone. And you can see we have a nice centered little image of our messenger logo right here. Great. And just below this image right here, I want to write a paragraph called h2, sorry, a heading h2 like that. And I want to give it a couple of class names. So I'm going to write class name. And inside, I'm going to write empty-6, text-center, text-3xl, font-bold, tracking-tight, and text-gray-900. And inside of that heading, I want to write sign in to your account, like that. Great. And now we have this sign into your account text here. And perhaps your text is a bit smaller. That is because I have zoomed in my screen to 150%. So perhaps it's going to look something like this. And outside of this div, you can for now just write a comment because this is where we're going to put our auth form in the next part. Like that. Great. So let's recap what we did. So we had our page.tsx file inside of our app folder and it served as a root file. But because I want to keep this in a separate folder, because we're going to have a new folder inside of that called components and perhaps something else scattered around, I want to keep it structured inside this specific folder. So that's why I moved the page.tsx inside this special convention named parentheses site folder, which serves the exact same purpose and it's treated like a root file. We also added an image of our logo.png and we use that in page.tsx right here. Great job. So let's go ahead and let's continue with the development of our auth screen. So in here, where we wrote the comment auth form, let's replace that and write the actual component auth form like this. And if you save, we're going to get an error because auth form is not defined. So what I want to do is I want to create a components folder inside this site folder right here. So go ahead and write components like that and just write auth form.tsx like that. And you can just go ahead and create a very simple auth form component like this with a div auth form like that. Great, and you can save that and then you can go back into your page.tsx and you can import it from ./components/auth form like that. And if you save, the error should go away. Great, and now we have this little text auth form right here, which comes from this auth form component. Great, so let's go ahead and let's write something at the top. We're going to write use client. The reason we're going to write use client inside of here is because we're going to make this auth form interactive. We're going to have inputs, we're going to have buttons, we're going to have some use effects, we're going to have a bunch of things which are not compatible with server components. So we have to define use client at the top so Next13 knows, okay, this is a client component, I'm not going to treat it as a server component. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's go into our terminal. And I want to do something, I want to install a couple of packages. So I'm going to go and I'm going to write npm install, and I'm going to write react-icons. Also, I'm going to write react-hook-form, and I'm going to write clsx like that. Great. So these are the three packages we're going to install. It's going to be react-icons, it's going to be react-hook-form, and clsx like that. And you can just press enter and wait a couple of seconds for these to install. Great, and you can go ahead and run npm run dev again. Make sure you refresh after you run npm run dev. Great, and just wait a second for this to load again. Great, and now we can go back into auth form.tsx right here and just change something to ensure everything is working fine. Great, it's changed for me immediately, so everything is fine. All right. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to create a state here called variant. So I'm going to write const variant and comma set variant from use state like that. And you can import use state from React like that. And I'm going to define types for this variant. So I'm going to write type variant is equal to either login or register like that. So this is a pipe symbol right here. And we're going to use this variant to define the possibilities of this use state function here. So it's going to be variant, and the default option inside of it, you can already see how TypeScript autocompletes for us. So it's either going to be login or register. I want to make it default to be login like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and below that, we're going to write another state, const is loading, set is loading like that, also use state, and default is going to be false. We're going to use this to disable our buttons and inputs after we have submitted our form. Great. Now let's write the function which is going to toggle between login and register variant. So I'm going to write const toggle variant like that. It's going to be a use callback function, so we memorize this function. Go ahead and write an arrow function inside of that. And what I'm going to write is I'm going to change the variant depending on the current state of the variant. So I'm going to write a very simple if clause. If variant is equal to login, in that case, we're going to go ahead and write set variant is going to be register. Great. Otherwise, is going to be set variant login like that. Great. And in the dependency array, make sure you add the variant variable like that. Great. Now, below that, we're going to create our React hook form submit function and other functions. So go ahead and write const. You can create an empty object for now, write equals use form, which you can import from react-hook-form, which we installed just a minute ago. Great. And now let's define the types for this use form. So you can go ahead and open these pointy brackets here, and inside of that, you're going to write field values, and you can import field values from React hook form as well, like that. Great. And now you can open parentheses here and open an object inside and go ahead and write default values like this. And you're going to write name and give it an empty string. You're going to write email, give it an empty string, and password, and give it an empty string as well. So these are going to be the default possible values in our form. So obviously, if we are registering, we're going to have name, email, and password. But if we are logging in, we're just going to use email and password. And now in this empty object, you can actually extract some functions. So we're going to extract register, we're going to extract handle submit, and we're going to extract form state, and we're going to destructure it immediately and just take errors, because that's all we're going to need from the form state. Great. You can go ahead and save that. Nothing much should change because this is just some logic which we've written here for us. Great. Now what I want to do is I want to write our onSubmit function, which for now is not going to do anything. So go ahead and write const onSubmit and give it a value of submit handler, which you can import again from react-hook-form. So I'm just going to collapse this so you can nicely see everything. So far we've imported use form, submit handler, and field values from react-hook-form right here. Great. And inside of this submit handler, you can open pointy brackets again and just write field values again like that. Great. It's going to be an arrow function, which for the first parameter is going to accept data. So just go ahead and open the function like that. And inside, first thing we're going to do is we're going to change this set is loading to be true, because obviously if we are submitting, that means we have to enable our loading. So go ahead and write set is loading to be true like that. Great. And now I'm just going to write a couple of empty if clauses, because for now this onSubmit is not going to do much, because we have no Prisma, we have no database, we have no routes ready, but let's just write a placeholder for what it's going to be. So go ahead and write if variant is equal to register, just write a comment Axios register. So in the future, we're going to make an Axios call to our register route. And below that, you can write if variant is equal to login, and you can just say a comment NextAuth sign in, because we're going to use a library called NextAuth, and we're going to immediately use its sign in function here like that. Great job. All right. And below that, we're also going to create another function, which is going to be called social action. So const social action is also going to be an arrow function. The first parameter it's going to take is action, which is a type of string like that. And all it's going to do is also going to set is loading to true. And we're going to write a very simple comment, NextAuth social sign in. Great. So we have defined placeholders for everything we're going to need. And now we can start and style our form. Great. So go ahead and remove this inside of this div. And for the first one, let's give it the following class names. So class name is going to be empty-8 smnx-auto smw-full smmax-w-md like that. Great. Now inside of that, you're going to write another div just like this, and you're going to give it another set of class names. So class name here is going to be bg-white, px-4, py-8, shadow, sm rounded-lg, and smpx-10. Great. And if you save the file, you're actually going to see a little box here in which we're going to add our inputs, our buttons, and some other text. Great. So now inside of this new box that we created, so this div, go ahead and write the form element. Great. You can actually remove the action because we're not going to use it in the PHP way. We're going to use it in the React way. And let's give it a couple of attributes. So we're going to give it a class name of space -y-6, and we're going to give it an onSubmit function of handle submit, which is going to wrap our onSubmit like that. So where do we get the handle submit from, and what is onSubmit? So our handle submit function right here is exported from useForm, and our handle submit is going to wrap our onSubmit function right here. So why does that work that way? Well, that is how we get the data from this React hook form. That's the only reason we need to wrap this onSubmit inside handle submit, because if we just wrote onSubmit here, technically, yeah, this function will definitely get triggered. But guess what? We will not have this data because there is no way this form can actually know for it. That's why we have to write handle submit inside parentheses onSubmit like that. And then this handle submit is going to pass that data right here, and we're going to be able to use it and send it to our server. Great. And now inside of this form, we're going to create our input component. So let's go ahead and write input just like this. And if you save, of course, we're going to get an error because input does not exist. So to fix that, I want to go ahead into our app folder right here. And I want to go and create a new folder called components. So this components folder is not going to be tied to the app folder, to the site folder like here. It's going to be in the root of the app folder inside. And inside of that components folder, we're going to create inputs folder like that. Great. And inside of that, you can go ahead and create a new file, input.tsx like that. Great. So you should have the app folder, the components folder, the input folder inside that components folder, and input.tsx inside. Great. And let's just quickly fix this error. So I'm going to write a very simple input component here, and it's going to return a div which says I am an input like that. Great. And now we can go back into the site components auth form right here, and you can import that from add/app/components inputs input like this. So you can see how my project used the @ sign. If you're wondering where that came from, that is during our initialization where we defined an alias. I told you to just press enter. That defaults to this @ sign. So if you just press enter, you can write it exactly like this and it's going to work for you. But if for any case this is not working for you, you can use the good old regular /components/inputs/input like that, just in case it doesn't work for you. But feel free to use the @app sign as well. Great. So you can either do it like that or you can do it. So I'm just going to demonstrate here. I'm going to rename this to input2. And instead of this, I'm going to use add/app/components. And you can see that it leads to this input that we created. Great. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and great, our error has gone away. The error is not here anymore. Great. Now let's go back into our components input folder, input.tsx file, and let's actually make this functional. So first things first, make sure you write use client at the top because input is going to be interactive. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to import CLSX from CLSX like that, which is a package we installed earlier. Great. Now you're going to import field errors, comma, field values, and use form register like that from react-hook-form like that. Perfect. Now let's write the types for our input. So interface input props is going to have a label, which is a type of string. It's going to have an ID, which is a type of string. It's going to have a type, which is an optional type of string. It's going to have the required boolean like this, which is also optional. So we don't have to always pass it. We're going to have the register, which is required, and the type of register is use form register, open pointy brackets, and write field values like that. Great. Now we're going to have also an errors object, which is the type of field errors, which we have imported from here. And we're going to have disabled, which is optional boolean like this. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's assign this input props to this input right here. So go ahead and write react.fc, open pointy brackets, and you can just copy input props and paste it right here. And now let's destructure all of these values. So label, ID, type, required, register, errors, and disabled like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's actually start styling our div. Great. So inside this div, instead of the text, we're going to have our first component, our first element, which is a label. The HTML4 is going to be targeting our ID right here, which we have in our props. And the label is also going to have a couple of class names. So let's go ahead and give it that first before we start writing anything else. So class name is going to have block, text-sm, font-medium, leading-6, text-gray-900 like that. And we're going to have the text we're going to pass inside is label like this. Great. So right now nothing should happen, but if you go back into auth form.tsx and pass in the label here, for example, email, you can see that we have a little label right here. Great job. All right. And now just below that, we're going to write our actual input. But before we do that, we have to install another package called Tailwind CSS form. So let's go ahead and let's go into our terminal again. And I recommend shutting down your application for now and go ahead and write npm install at Tailwind CSS-forms like that. And just press enter and wait a couple of seconds for this to install. Great. And now before you run the application, I actually want you to go into tailwind.config.js right here. And you're going to go into plugins, you're going to write require, and inside you're going to write at Tailwind CSS-forms, which we just installed. And you're going to write, you're going to open this function like that, and you're going to immediately return an object inside. You're going to write strategy class like this. So make sure in your tailwind.config.js in the plugins array, you require the newly installed Tailwind CSS-forms, and the strategy you use is class. I'm going to explain that in a bit now when we will write the classes. So go ahead back into your terminal and just make sure you run npm run dev again. And before you start developing, always make sure you refresh your page so everything is up to date. Great. And now I'm going to collapse this terminal and I'm going to go back not into auth form, but in our input component. So go ahead into components, input folder, input right here. And just below this label, you're going to create another div right here. You're going to give it a class name of empty-2. And inside, you're going to write the native HTML input component like that. Great, it is a self-closing tab, and we're going to give it a couple of attributes. So first, let's give it an ID, which is an ID, a type, which is type. Let's give it an autocomplete ID like that, disabled, and now we're going to open an object and we're going to spread our register function like that, and the first parameter is going to be ID, and the second is going to be an object, and we're just going to write required. So this is equivalent of writing required, but we're going to use a shorthand because the key and the value is the same. Great. If you save, you're actually going to get an error, but don't worry, we're going to fix that in just a second. So the way you fix that is you go back into your auth form right here, and what do? Well, you just pass in the register prop, And what do you pass inside? Well, this register which we destructured from use form. So just go ahead and pass register like that. And that is going to fix your error. And now, yeah, we have not passed the ID, so also make sure you pass the ID email like that. Great, no errors now. So make sure you pass the ID, make sure you pass the label, and make sure you pass the register like that. Obviously, it's a red underline because it's missing a couple of more things here, but we're gonna do that in a moment. For now, let's head back into components/inputs folder, input right here, and let's continue developing. So I'm gonna write a class name here, and it's not gonna be a string. It's actually going to use our CLSX, which we imported right here at the top. So this CLSX is a library which allows us to dynamically use our classes. So go ahead and open parentheses here, and you can either write all of this in one line like this using the normal parentheses, but I'm going to write in multiple lines, so I'm going to use this backticks so I can collapse classes like that. Again, you don't have to do this, so feel completely free to just write classes like text, SM, all in one line if you want to. But just for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to use backticks so I can safely collapse this into multiple lines. If you want to, you can use backticks as well, but it's not required. The first class I'm going to give it is form-input. And you can already see how we have this a little box right here. So this form-input usually does not exist in Tailwind. So why does it work for us? Well, that is because if you remember, just a couple of moments ago, we installed the Tailwind CSS/forms package, and we added that into our plugins right here. So that's why we can safely use that in our input component. Great, let's continue with the styling. So let's write block w-full rounded-md border-0 py-1.5 text-gray-900 shadow-sm ring-1 ring-inset ring-gray-300 placeholder text-gray-400 focus ring-2 focus ring-inset focus again ring-sky-600 sm text-sm and sm leading-6 like that. Great. And now I'm just going to collapse it like this, and you can actually write a comma after this, so still inside this parenthesis of CLSX inside, and let's write some dynamic classes here. So first, errors ID. So if there is an ID inside of our errors, we're going to give it a class name of focus ring rows 500. So we're going to give it a red outline if there is an error. And we're going to use the same method to disable our styles. So disabled and end. And it's going to write opacity-50 and cursor-default. Great. And if you save, you're going to get an error because we have not passed the errors. So let's go back into our form right here and let's just pass errors like that. Where do we get the errors from? Again, we get it from this destructured form state from the use form hook right here. Great. And you can see we have our nice little input right here. Great. And just to wrap it up, alright, so this is our completed input component. It has everything we need, and it uses this register to handle on change, on focus, on blur, a bunch of these functions which we don't have to write ourselves. And we use this dynamic CLSX to write these dynamic classes alongside these default ones here. Great job. Alright, let's go back into Auth form now, and let's actually modify this a little bit. So instead of just writing email, we're going to write different things depending on the variant that our Auth form is. So our variants are either register or login. So let's go ahead inside of this form object right here, and I'm going to write a dynamic here. So variant is equal to register and end, I'm gonna open parentheses, and we're gonna render this input. But instead of email, this is going to be an ID of name and a label of name. Great. So only if we are registering, we're going to show this name input. Otherwise, we're not gonna show anything. Great. Just below that, we're gonna write some more inputs, the inputs we need for other states, which is login. So go ahead and paste this here. And this one, instead of name, is gonna have email, is gonna have a label of email address and a type of email like that. Great. And just below that, you can copy and paste again. An ID here is going to be password. The label is going to be password, and type is going to be password as well. Great, so now we have these two beautiful inputs right here. Great, and now what I'm going to, below this is write another div, and we're going to create a new component called button. So go ahead and write button like this, and you can just go ahead and write test inside. And if we save, of course, we get an error because button does not exist. So where do we create our button? Well, we create it in our global components folder. So inside app, inside components, create a new file called button.tsx. So just to answer the question, why is the input inside the inputs folder, but button is standalone? Well, because we're going to have a couple of inputs. We're also going to have the select input, but not for now. So this button is the only variant of the button, so that's why it can be standalone inside of this components folder structure-wise. Great. Now let's just write a very simple button component here, and I'm just gonna return a div which says hello button like that. Let's go back into Auth form and let's just import this button. You can see it automatically uses the add prefix for me. So add/app/component/button. Again, if add doesn't work for you, you can just use this .. abbreviance of it. Great. And if you save, the error should go away. And we do get an underline because we're passing children, but we have not defined that children are available inside the button component. Great. So let's go back into our button.tsx. And let's add some imports here. So we're gonna write use client at the top. I'm going to import CLSX from CLSX like this, and I'm gonna write an interface for our button. So interface button props is going to be type. Now the type can either be button or submit or reset or undefined like that. The full width prop is going to be an optional boolean. The children is going to be an optional as well, and it's going to be react.react node like that. Then we're going to have an onClick, which is also optional, and a type of void like that. Secondary, which is an optional boolean. Danger, which is the exact same optional boolean, and at last disabled, which is exactly the same as the previous two. Great. And now let's assign these props. So react.fc button props like that. And let's extract all of those. So type, full width, children, onClick, secondary, danger, and disabled like that. Great. And now let's go ahead and replace this div with a button element like that. So I'm going to give it an onClick of onClick like that. I'm going to give it a type of type. I'm going to give it a disabled of disabled. And class name is going to be dynamic. So go ahead and write CLSX. Again, I'm going to use backticks for this so I can write in multiple lines right here. Like that. So I'm going to write flex justify dash center rounded dash nd px dash 3 py dash 2 text dash sm font dash semi-bold focus dash visible outline focus dash visible outline dash 2 focus dash visible outline dash offset -2. So I'm writing a couple of these focus-visible just so we are more semantically correct when it comes to our styles. And now I'm going to write a comma here for the other arguments, and these are going to be our dynamic classes. So first I'm going to handle the disabled state. So if it's disabled, I'm going to give it the class name of opacity-50 and cursor-default. Next, I'm going to write the full width. So if it's full width, very simple, I'm just going to give it a class of w-full. Great. Next, we're going to have secondary, which is going to be this shorthand if clause. So if it's secondary, it's going to have a text-gray-900. Otherwise, it's going to have text-white like that. Next thing we're going to have is danger. So if there is a danger, we're going to give it a class name of bg-rows-500, hover bg-rows-600, and focus-visible outline-rows-600 like that. So on danger, we have bg-rows-500, hover bg-rows-600, and focus-visible outline-rows-600. Great. All right. And below that, we're going to write if it's not secondary, so exclamation point secondary. So if it's not secondary, and if it's not danger, then we're just going to give it our default styles that we want, which is a very simple bg-sky 500, hover bg-sky 600, and focus-visible outline-sky 600. Great. So very simple, like we did above, but instead of using rows values, we're using sky values, which are our default nice blue color, which do not indicate any errors. Great. And inside of this button, I'm just gonna render children like this. And great, you can now see the test button is right here. Great job. So just to recap, it's a very simple component which has dynamic classes, and if you cannot see these classes, I just collapse them. So on danger, bg rows, hover bg rows, and focus visible outline rows. On secondary, if it's not secondary and if it's not danger, we give it the default of bg sky 500, hover bg sky 600, and focus-visible outline sky 600 as well. Great. Now let's go back into our auth form component right here. And instead of a hard coding test, we're going to write depending on the variant. So if variant is equal to login, in that case, we're going to write sign in. Otherwise, we're going to write register like that. So by default, we are in login variant, so the text is going to be sign in. Great. Now the props we're going to give to this button is disabled if is loading. We're going to give it a full width as well. And a type is going to be submit. This way, we don't need an explicit onClick function for this button, because this button is inside of our form element right here, which means that when we click on this button, it is going to trigger the onSubmit function right here. Great job. All right. So just below our form element right here, we're going to write another div. And this div is going to have a class name of empty-6 at the top, so it separates a bit from the form. And inside of that, we're going to create another div with a class name of relative, like that. And I'm just going to collapse it like here. And inside of there, we're going to write another div and give it the following class names. So class name is going to be absolute inset-0 flex and items-center like that. Great. And inside of that div, we're going to create another div, very simple one, which is going to have a class name of w-full border-t and border-gray-300 like that. So we have this little line here. And if you want to, you can actually remove the closing tag and just make it a self-closing tag like this. So it's just border with this. I'm just gonna collapse this so it's easier for you to see like this. So feel free to make it much simpler like that. Great. And now below that, and below this div right here, you're gonna create a new div with a class name of relative flex justify dash center and text dash sm class right here. And inside of that, you're going to write a span with a class name of bg-white px-2 and text-gray-500 like that. So the top div is going to have the following class names. So relative flex justify center and text sm, and the span is going to have bg-white px2 and text gray like that. And inside of the span, we're going to write or continue with like that. Great. So you can see how we have this nice little effect where our text is in between this line. Great. And now just below that, below this div and below this div as well, like this. So it goes span, end of this div, end of this div, and just in here we're gonna find a little space to create another element, also a div. We're gonna give it a class name of empty-6 flex in gap-2 like that. And inside of there, we're gonna write another component called auth social button like that. And if you save, we're gonna get an error because this does not exist. So to fix that, inside our app folder, inside the site folder, inside this components, we're gonna create a new file, auth social button.tsx like that. So let's just go ahead and fix the error. I'm gonna write auth social button like that, and I'm just gonna return a div which is gonna say social button. Great. And I can quickly go back into my auth form and just import this from auth social button. So why is this auth social button and these are in components? Well, because we're in the same folder right here. So we did not create auth social button inside our app components, but inside our site folder inside components right here, because it's not going to be reused anywhere else besides this screen right here. And you can see how we have the text social button right here. Great. So enter this auth social button now, and let's add a class name here. So import, sorry, not class name, let's add an import icon type from react-icons like that. If you have not installed react-icons, which we did previously along with all those other packages, just make sure you go into your terminal and run npm install react-icons. And now let's write interface auth social button props like that, and write icon, which is a type of icon type, and write on click, which is a type of void like that. Great. Now let's assign this props. So react-fc auth social button props, and let's just extract these values. So icon, which you can immediately remap to capital icon like that, so we can use it as a component, and on click like this. Great. Instead of div, we're gonna return a button like this, and the button is gonna have a couple of attributes. So type is going to be button, on click is going to be on click, and class name is gonna be all static. And we're gonna write inline-flex w-full justify-center rounded-md bg-white px-4 py-2 text-gray-500 shadow-sm ring-1 ring-inset ring-gray-300 hover bg-gray-50 and focus outline-offset-0 like that. So we have plethora of class names here, but it's going to be all worded for the effect. And inside of the button, we're going to render our icon like that. So where can we use this icon? Well, because we remapped it right here. And as you can see, I'm getting an error here, and that is because in the auth form, I did not pass the icon. So let's go ahead and let's actually add some attributes here in the auth form. So the icon is going to be bs GitHub. like that. And you can import BS GitHub right here at the top. So import BS GitHub from react-icons/bs, like that. And if you save now and refresh, in a couple of seconds, the error should go away and you have a nice GitHub icon right here. Great. And now let's also give it on click, which is gonna trigger the social action with an action type of GitHub, like that. Great. And you can just copy and paste this. And this one is gonna be BS Google, which you can also import from react-icons/bs. So BS GitHub and BS Google, like that. And social action here is going to be Google, just like that. Great. So now we have these two social actions here. Great job. And last thing we have to write is the function to toggle between register and login. So we're going to write that outside of this div right here. So outside of here, we're going to write another div like this, and we're going to give it a class name of flex-gap-2 justify-center text-sm empty-6 px-2 text-gray-500, like that. And inside of that, we're going to write another div, which is going to be conditional. So if variant is type of login, we're going to ask a question new to messenger, like that. Otherwise, we're going to ask already have an account question mark, like that. Great. So now you can see we have this question new to messenger if the default is login. So user can click here and then it's going to change to register. Great. And just below this div, create another div and give it an on-click of toggle variant, which we created at the beginning of our tutorial, and give it a class name of underline cursor dash pointer, like that. And again, it's going to be dynamic depending on the variant. So if variant is type of login, in that case, the action is going to be create an account. Otherwise, it's going to be login, like this. Great. So now at the bottom, we have this question new to messenger. And if we click create an account, you can see that we are switched to the register screen. So we now have the name input, and this has changed to already have an account, where we can click login and we are back into the sign up screen. Great job. So you finished the placeholder, so currently not functional, but the design is here and everything from now on is very easy. And we have created the crucial components which we're going to need throughout our application, which are inputs and buttons. So I just want to quickly recap what we've done so far. So inside our auth form right here, we added the actions which we're going to use to sign up. We created the input component, which handles the React hook form functionality and changes depending if we have an error or if it's disabled. And you can actually click sign in and you can see how we actually disabled this button right here, for example. So what I want to do now is I want to also use this is loading to disable our inputs. So right here, where the variant register is name, I want to give it disabled is loading, like that. And you can copy and paste that in every input we have, like that. Great. And now if you refresh and if you click sign in, you can see that the email is disabled, the password is disabled, and the sign in button is disabled. Great. Right now it stays disabled because we have not added a function to remove it back to false, but we're going to do that in the next part of the tutorial. Great job. You've written some great UI and code so far. Alright, so in this part of the tutorial, we're going to set up a Prisma and a connection to our MongoDB database. So to do that, let's go ahead and let's go into our terminal. Let's shut down the application and let's run npm install -d Prisma, like that, and press enter. After a couple of seconds, the packages will install and we are ready to run another command. Great. So after this has been installed, go ahead and run the following command: npx prisma init, and press enter. Wait a couple of seconds and you should have your Prisma set up. And if you take a look at your structure right now, I'm going to collapse everything here and take a look. You have a new folder called Prisma along with schema.prisma right here. We have predefined it as PostgreSQL. We're going to change that to MongoDB in a moment. And we also have a new file .env also generated by Prisma. In here we have a database URL pointing to a non-existing PostgreSQL database. We are going to change that with our MongoDB database. So first things first, let's go into our schema.prisma right here and let's change the PostgreSQL to MongoDB like this. So provider should be MongoDB. And now we have to get the proper database URL, which we're going to fill in our .environment file in database_URL file right here. So go into Google and write MongoDB Atlas. Press on the first link right here. Then press on sign in, and you can either create an account, use your email, or Google GitHub. After you are in, you're going to be greeted with a screen similar to this. Find a button which says build a database, and let's start building our database. You're going to select the M0 or the free cluster right here, so just make sure it says free. For me, it's the most right option right here, and just confirm one more time that it's free right here at the bottom above the create button. You can leave the provider, region, and cluster name as it is, and just press create. Now let's define our user. So my user is going to be I already have an existing one, but I'm going to remove it just so I have the same situation as you. So my username is going to be Antonio, and my password is also going to be Antonio. When you create your password, make sure you don't put special characters such as question marks inside, because that is going to cause errors. And just click create user. Great, now we have our user. You can leave the local environment here, and for the IP address, you can either click here to add your current IP address, but there is a chance that you have a dynamic IP and that it's not going to work for you. So just go ahead and write 0.0.0.0/0 like that, and press add entry. 0.0.0 will allow access from anywhere, and then just click finish and close, and press go to databases like that. Great, now that you have your cluster right here, you can go ahead and click on the big connect button here. And I want you to select VS Code option right here, because it gives us a specific type of URL which we are able to use in our environment file. So go ahead and copy this right here, and now go back into your VS Code, and you're going to replace this database URL with the new MongoDB URL which we just created. So it should look something like this: MongoDB plus srv -- Antonio. And now what you have to do is replace this pointy brackets password with your actual password that we created just a moment ago. In my case, it was Antonio. So all I have to do is replace this password with Antonio like this. And make sure that you have /test at the end. This is the name of your database. It should be automatically here if you copied it from this link right here. Great. Go ahead and save your environment file, and now that that is done, you can go back into schema.prisma, and we can go ahead and start defining our models and relations. But before we do that, if for some reason your schema.prisma file is completely blank, for example, your generator client is not blue, your strings are not yellow, and these variables are not white, that is because you're missing an extension for Prisma. So just go into your extensions and write Prisma. And in here, you should find the extension called Prisma, which adds the syntax highlighting and other autocomplete functions. So let's go back into our Prisma folder in schema.prisma right here, and let's start defining our models. First model we're going to write is the user model. So go ahead and write model user, and let's define the ID. The ID is a type of string, a special decorator at ID, special decorator at default. Inside of its brackets, write auto, and just execute that auto function. Whoops, like this. Great. And now we have to map this ID to special MongoDB _ID. So write @map question mark annotations underscore ID like that, and lastly at db.object ID like that, and the error should go away. So this is the type of ID which we're going to use in all of our models. So ID is a type of string, special decorator at ID. We're going to give it a default value of auto. We're going to map it to underscore ID because this is what's underneath the hood of this Prisma. We're using MongoDB. So in MongoDB, the IDs begin with an underscore ID. So we have to map our ID object to that. And we just add another decorator at the end, db.objectID. After that, we're going to have a name, which is a type of optional string. We're going to have an email, which is a type of optional string, and a decorator at unique, because we don't want multiple users with the same email. We're also going to have a field email verified, and that is going to be a optional date time like this. Below that, we're going to have an image, which is a type of string. We're going to have hashed password, which is a type of string as well, and it's optional. We're going to have two date time types here, created at, which is a type of date time, and the default decorator of now. We're also going to have updated at, which is a date time, at updated at decorator. Great. And now we're going to create some relations for this user model. So this is our base user. It's going to have an ID, name, email verified, image, hashed password, created at, and updated at. The reason hashed password is optional, email verified is optional, and all of these things is because we are also going to enable social login. And for social login, some of these things are not needed, and we want them to give control over that. So now let's write the relations for all of our conversations that the user will be able to have. So go ahead and write conversations IDs, which is a type of string, which is an array, and a decorator db.objectID. So conversation IDs is going to be an array of strings with a special decorator object ID. So this is where we're going to store IDs of all of the conversations this user is a part of. And to map that to actual conversations, we're going to write conversations, conversation, which is a model we don't yet have. Make sure you don't misspell it. Conversation like that. And we have to define a relation. So go ahead and write at relation fields, open an array. And the field we're going to use is this conversation IDs right here. So just put that in the array of fields like that. Write a comma, references, and inside of the ID of references, just write ID. So what does this mean? We're going to have an object, a property in this user model, which maps our conversation model, which does not exist yet, as an array, and it uses the conversation IDs, which refer to an ID of this conversation, which we're going to create in a minute. Great. Now below that, we have to create some more relations for this user. So go ahead and write scene message IDs like that, and just write string, which is also an array of at db.objectID, and below that scene messages like this, and that is going to be a type of message array, and it's also going to need a relation like this, and we're going to give a special name to this relation called scene with a capital S, and then we're going to write fields. Inside this array, we're going to put scene message IDs, which we defined above, and references is just going to be ID as in above. Great. So we have defined two more properties here, scene message IDs and scene messages. It works exactly the same way. As the one above. One thing I want to quickly fix is conversation IDs. I don't want it to be named conversations IDs. I just want it to be named conversation IDs like this. And then you can go ahead and fix that in this field right here. So make sure you use conversation IDs and conversation IDs right here. And this will be conversations, so multiple. And this will be send messages, scene messages, and this will be scene message IDs like that. Great, perfect. And now let's just define a couple of more relations here. So every user is also going to be able to have an account. So write accounts, which is a type of an array of accounts, and messages, which is a type of an array of messages like this. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and define our conversation model. Sorry, first let's define our account model because we have to wrap up our user model. So model account is going to have an ID. So for that, you can just copy what you define in the user right here and paste it here because it's exactly the same. Below that, write user ID, which is a string, and a special decorator db.object ID, like that. Below that, write a type, which is a required string, provider, which is a string, provider account ID, which is another string, refresh underscore token, which is an optional string, and a type of db.string. So what is the difference between this string and this string? Well, we have to do this special typing in MongoDB because this is usually in PostgreSQL db.text, but that does not exist in Mongo, so we have to do this special mapping at db.string. All right. Below that, we're going to use access underscore token, which is also an optional string with a special decorator db.string as well. Below that, we're going to use expires underscore at, which is an optional integer. Below that, token underscore type, which is an optional string. Below that, we're going to use scope, which is an optional string as well. ID underscore token, which is an optional string with a decorator db.string again. And session underscore state, which is an optional string as well. And now we have to define the relation of this account with the user. So go ahead and write user, capital user at relation, fields, open an array, write user ID, references, ID, and on delete, cascade, like that. What this means is we are mapping our user model to this user ID field right here, and we are referring to the user ID right here. And on delete, we're just giving it instructions what happens when this relation is deleted. Great. And one more thing we have to add here is add at unique and write an array of provider and provider account ID. So we are also defining a rule for this account model that the combination of provider and provider account ID need to be unique. Great. Now let's go ahead and create our conversation model. So go ahead and write model conversation. And you can go ahead and copy the ID either from the user or from the account because it is exactly the same. Great. Next thing conversation is going to have is created at, which is a date time with a default of now, the same way our user had it. Then we're going to have last message at, which is a date time with the at default now as well. We're going to have a name, which is an optional string, is group, which is an optional boolean, like this. And now we're going to write some relations for this conversation. So each conversation is going to have a lot of messages. So go ahead and write messages IDs, which is a type of string of arrays, at db.object ID, and go ahead and write messages, message, like that. And below that, you're going to write user IDs, string, at db.object ID, like that. And below that, you're going to write users, user, array, relation, fields, user ID inside, references, ID, like that. Great. And what's left is to define our message model. So go ahead and write model message. You can copy the ID from conversation or any of the previous ones we've made. And before we continue, I have a typo here. So instead of user ID, we have to use this user IDs. So multiple user IDs right here. Great. So no error here. So users is a relation of fields targeting these user IDs and referring to an ID of each individual user. Great. Now let's continue with defining our message model. Other than ID, it's also going to have a body, which is a type of optional string. It's going to have an image, which is a type of optional string as well. Created at, which is a date, time, at default, now, like that. And now we're going to have scene IDs, which is an array of string, and a special decorator db.object ID. Great. And now we're going to have to create a relation for these scene IDs. So go ahead and write scene user array at relation, name it scene, capital S, as we did right here in the user model, so it needs to be the same, comma, fields, array, scene IDs, which you defined right here above, comma, references, ID, like that. Perfect. And now below that, each message needs to have a relation with the conversation. So go ahead and write conversation ID, which is a type of string at db.object ID, like that. And below that, you can write conversation at relation fields, conversation ID, which you defined right here above, comma, references, ID, and on delete, cascade, like that. Perfect. And now we have to create the last relation, and that is with the sender ID, so the person who sent this message. So go ahead and write sender ID, string at db.object ID, like that, and sender user at relation fields. In your array, write sender ID and references ID, and on delete, cascade, just like that. Great. And now you can go ahead and go through your Prisma file. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so you can see this full things we've written. So we have our user model with an ID, name, email verified, image, hash password, created at and updated at. We have relations with conversation IDs and conversations. Again, make sure that in this field, you actually use this conversation IDs right here. Same thing for scene messages. Make sure in scene messages, you're using scene message IDs right here. Great. In the account, make sure you have this exact setup because it needs to have it exactly like this in order to work with social login. For the conversation, make sure you have messages IDs, message, make sure you have user IDs, which you use in these fields right here. And in the message model, make sure you have scene IDs, which you use in the scene, conversation ID, which you use in the conversation, and sender ID, which you use in the sender. Great. And now you can go back into your terminal. Just make sure you save your schema.prisma file right here. And you can run npx prisma db push. Great. You should have this message that collection users have been created, collection account has been created, conversation, and message as well. And now it's going to run this generate command for you and create the Prisma client. And now you can go back into your MongoDB here and you can click browse collections here. And in your cluster, you should actually see account, conversation, message, and user. This means that Prisma has successfully connected with MongoDB. If for any reason you're having errors and the npx prisma db push did not work for you, there's a couple of reasons that might happen. First one is you did not add the proper URL in your .environment file. Maybe you added a space here, for example, that can cause errors, so make sure there is no space. Second one is you might have entered invalid email and password. You might have not put the database name at the end. Or the last one could be that in your network access right here, you do not have 0.0.0/0. So just make sure you have this so Prisma can access your database regardless if you have a dynamic IP address. Great job. All right, so we're going to continue and we're going to create our NextAuth system in this part of the tutorial. One thing I want to mention, if you found this part of defining schema.prisma complicated or you feel like you might have missed something, don't worry, you can always visit my GitHub and you can find Prisma schema.prisma file right here, which has all of that defined, so you can just copy it or double check if you've written it from the tutorial correctly. Great. Now let's go back and let's head into our terminal right here. I'm gonna shut down my application. In fact, it wasn't even running, and I'm gonna write the following commands. I'm gonna expand this a little bit. We're gonna install a couple of packages. So npm install next-auth at prisma/client at next-auth/prisma-adapter and bcrypt. And if you want to, you can also add a decorator to the NextAuth at latest like this, so you have the newest version of NextAuth, even though it should automatically pull the newest version. But just in case, if you want to, you can write npm install next-auth/latest, because the older versions of NextAuth do not support the app folder which we are using in this tutorial. So make sure you install NextAuth at latest, at Prisma/client, and at next/out/Prisma adapter, like that. I'm just gonna collapse so you can see this in one line. So at next-out/Prisma adapter and bcrypt, and just press enter. Wait a couple of seconds for this to install. And then go ahead and run one more command, npm install -D at types/bcrypt, like that, because the bcrypt package by default does not have those types. And you can go ahead and npm run dev your project now. Great. And you can just refresh your local host to confirm that everything is working, but we're not going to use localhost for now yet. So what I want you to do now is I want you to open your sidebar like this. I'm going to expand a bit. I want you to go into the app folder and create a new folder called libs. And inside of there, you're going to create a new file called prismadb.ts. Great. Inside of that file, you're going to import Prisma client from at Prisma/client, a package which we just installed. And then you're going to write const client is equal to global this.prisma pipe new Prisma client, like this. And we do get an error here because Prisma by default does not exist in global this, but we're going to fix that in a minute with some types. And just below that, you're going to write an if clause. So if process.environment.node environment is not equal to production, in that case, we're going to assign global this.prisma to be equal to client, like that. Great. So I'm just going to zoom out just a little bit so you can see this in one line, like this. All right. And below that, make sure you write export default client, like this. And now let's go ahead and fix this global this.prisma error. So at the top of your file right here, write declare global var Prisma is a type of Prisma client type undefined, like this. And the global this.prisma error should go away. And if you hover, you can see that it has this Prisma client type right here. Great. Next thing we have to do is we have to define our NextAuth file. In order to do that, open your sidebar again. I'm going to collapse everything so it's easier. Go into your app folder, into API, and in here you already have a hello folder, and you can go ahead and delete that one because we are not going to need it, but make sure you keep the API folder. And inside create a new folder called app, like that. And inside auth folder, you're going to create a new folder, and you're going to name it in these square brackets, and you're going to spread NextAuth like that, and just name the folder like that. And inside these square brackets, where you write ... NextAuth, create a new file called route.ts. So you should have an app folder, API folder, auth folder, and a square brackets where you spread the NextAuth like that. And go into route.ts inside of that folder. And in here, let's import some packages. So import bcrypt from bcrypt. Again, if this shows an error for you saying that the types do not exist, make sure you have run npm install D bcrypt types, which we did just a moment ago. Then run import NextAuth, comma, open an object and destructure auth options from next-auth, like this. Below that, import credentials provider from next-auth /providers /credentials, like that. We're also going to need a GitHub provider from next-auth /providers /GitHub. And we're going to need a Google provider from next-auth /providers /Google, like that. And in the end, we're also going to need our Prisma adapter from next-auth /prisma-adapter, which we also installed alongside bcrypt NextAuth. Great. And now we have to import our newly created lib PrismaDB right here. So go ahead and write import Prisma from @/app/libs/PrismaDB like that. Again, if the @ is not working for you for any reason, you can always use the good old dot abbreviation, so dot, and just find PrismaDB manually like this. But I'm going to use this @ right here because it looks cleaner. Alright, and now I'm going to define my auth options. So make sure you write export const auth options like that. The export is very important because we're going to need auth options to create a server session later in the tutorial. So auth options is going to be a type of auth options which we imported from NextAuth right here. That is an object, so go ahead and write adapter, Prisma adapter, and inside of that you're going to put Prisma, which you have imported from here, our newly created library, which returns the client like this. Great. Below the adapter, you're going to create a new property, providers, which is a type of array which accepts many providers we have. First one is going to be GitHub provider. Open an object inside its function and write client ID process.environment.github_ID as a string like that. And below that, you're also going to have client secret. And instead of GitHub ID, it's going to be GitHub_secret. So we don't have this in our environment file yet, but we are going to create them later. Great. And then you can do the same thing for Google provider now. So again, open an object inside of its parentheses and write client ID is equal to process.environment.google_client_ID as a string. And below that, client secret process.environment.google.client.secret as a string as well. Great. Make sure you don't misspell secret as something else. That happens often. So just make sure it's Google_client_secret like that. Great. And below this, we're going to need our credentials provider. So our credentials provider is the basic login functionality using email and password. So if user doesn't want to use Google or GitHub and they want to use email and password, this is where we are going to handle that. So first we have to give it a name, and the name is simply going to be credentials like that. Below that, we have an actual object called credentials. Open it and write some fields. So first field is going to be email. It's going to have a label of email, and it's going to have a type of text like that. And below that, write a field called password, which is going to have a label of password and a type of password as well. Great. Below credentials, we're going to have our authorize function, in which we're going to compare what user has written as his password and compare that to the database to see whether we can log in the user or not. So go ahead and write asynchronous authorize, which accepts the credentials. Open this object, and first thing you're going to do is check if the email and password has been passed from the form. So if there is no credentials, !email, or if there is no credentials, !password, in that case, just throw new error, invalid credentials, like that. If that is okay, in that case, we can continue with searching for our user. So go ahead and write const user is equal await Prisma.user. You should get an autocomplete for the user if you run npx prisma-db push. So go ahead and write prisma.user.findUnique, and we're going to use the where attribute here, and we're going to find the user by the unique ID. So email credentials.email like that. Great. And now we're going to check if this user actually exists. So if there is no user, or if user does not have hashed password, we're going to throw new error, again, invalid credentials. So what is the case that this could happen? Well, what could happen is that we have passed the email and we have passed the password in this sign up form, but the email we passed does not exist in our database. That means that the user will not be found. And how come hash password cannot exist? Well, that means that the user has registered using Google or GitHub, so it has not set up an explicit password. And we cannot use the sign up form with email and password to log in that user. The only users we are going to be able to log in using the credentials providers are the one who registered using name, email, and password here and not used Google or GitHub. So that's why we have to do these checks. Great. What we have to do now is check if user entered the correct password. So go ahead and write const is correct password is equal to await bcrypt.compare. In the first argument, you're going to pass credentials.password, and in the second one, you're going to pass user.hashedpassword like that. So we're going to compare what the form user has submitted with what we have hashed in the database, like that. Perfect. And then we're going to check if the password is not correct. So if exclamation point is correct password, in that case, we're going to throw new error invalid credentials again. And just make sure you put await before bcrypt.compare, otherwise this is not going to be a boolean, it's going to be a promise. So just make sure you put await in front of bcrypt.compare like that. Perfect. And in the end, all we have to do is return user. So if all of these checks have passed, if there is an existing user, if it does have a hashed password, and if the password is correct, all we have to do is return the user. Great. And now, outside of this providers object right here, so just below this array, you're going to write a property called debug, which is going to be very useful if you're in development. So go ahead and write process.environment.node_environment is identical to development. So only in development, we're going to turn on debug mode. So in your terminal, you're going to see a bunch of useful information for your authentication state. Then let's define our session. So our session is going to have a strategy of JVT like that. And what we have to do in the end is write a secret. So go ahead and write the property secret, which is a type of process.environment.nextAuth_secret like that. Great. And now that we have completed our auth options here, we can go below right here and just write const handler is equal NextAuth auth options like that. So where do we get this NextAuth form? Well, we imported it here at the beginning, and auth options is the object we just created right here. So just make sure you don't accidentally pass this type auth options. That is not the same thing and you're going to get an error. Make sure you actually pass this object with lowercase a at the beginning. And to wrap this up, all you have to do is go to the bottom and write export handler as get and handler as post like that. In previous versions of NextAuth, you did not have to do this step, but since we are using the new route handlers inside the app folder, this is how it's done in the documentation. Great job. Just make sure you save this file, and let's just confirm you have this in your app folder, in the API folder, inside auth folder, inside this square brackets ... NextAuth folder right here. Great job. So let's continue with our tutorial, and first thing we have to do is we actually have to assign this NextAuth secret, GitHub ID, GitHub secret, Google Client ID, and Google Client secret environment variables. So let's just go into our .environment file to prepare those. So just below this database URL, I'm gonna add NextAuth_secret like this, and I'm gonna name it NextAuth secret. You can put anything you want in here like that. Now, one thing I want to mention, make sure you don't misspell this. A lot of people misspell like NextAuth. Make sure it's NextAuth. They also misspell secret with set like this. So just make sure it's secret like this. If you're not sure, you can just copy and paste what you've written here. So if you've defined process.environment.nextAuth secret, you can copy this and make sure you paste it as a name right here. And I'm going to do the same thing for GitHub ID and GitHub secret. For now, I'm just going to leave them empty. So go ahead and copy GitHub secret, leave that empty as well. And the same thing for Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. We are going to add them a bit later. Great. After you've added this, that is enough for us to do the registration part. So what I want you to do next is I'm going to collapse everything here, and I'm going to go into my app folder, into API. And inside API, I'm going to create a new folder called register, like that. So just make sure you don't accidentally put this in the auth folder, because auth folder is reserved for next auth actions. This register is not exactly connected to our next auth. We're not using it in that way. So just make sure that your register folder is in the root of the API folder, like that. And inside, create a new file, route.ts, like that. Go ahead and import bcrypt from bcrypt, like that. And just go ahead and import Prisma from app/app/libs/prisma.db, and also import next response from next/server, like that. And now you can go ahead and write export asynchronous function post and open the parentheses. And the first argument it's going to take is request, which is a type of request. You don't have to import this type from anywhere. It is native in Next environment. Great. Now we're going to extract our body. So write const body is equal to await request.json, like that. And then you can extract all of those values which we need for registration, and that is email, name, and password from body, like that. And then you can just write an if clause. So if there is no email, or if there is no name, or if there is no password, and you can just run return new next response. You can just write missing info and an object with status 400, like that. Great. And just below that, we're going to create our hashed password, which we are going to store in the database, because we never store plain text passwords in the database. We have to encrypt them. So go ahead and write const hashed password is equal to await bcrypt.hash. First argument is password, and the second argument takes the number 12 as options. And then just define the user. So const user is equal to await prisma.user.create, open an object and write data. And the data it will accept is email, name, and hashed password, just like that. And in the end, just write return next response.json user, like that. Great. And if you want to protect this route from any internal errors, you can wrap all of this in a try and catch function if you want to. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to write this entire thing inside a try catch, like this. And then here, I'm going to catch the error, which is type of any. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to console log the error, and I'm going to map that under registration error. You don't have to do this, but it's very helpful when debugging your application that you have these errors in the terminal, so you can just find registration error, and then you know, okay, the error is in this route right here. And what you want to do is just return new next response internal error with a status of 500, like that. Perfect. So why do we have to explicitly say new next response when we are throwing errors, but we don't have to when we're sending our user? Well, that's because we use this .json, which does not require the new indicator before it. Great job. All right, and now we're going to go back into our auth form now that we have this register route right here. So I'm going to go into app, into site, components, auth form right here, and in our onSubmit function, right here where we wrote the command axios register, we're actually going to write our axios call. Before we continue, we actually have to install axios. So I'm going to shut down the application and write npm install axios, like that. Great. Now that it has been installed, you can go ahead and run npm run dev again, and just make sure you refresh your localhost so everything is up to date. Great. And now you can remove this axios register comment right here, and you can actually write axios, which you can import right here. Import axios from axios. I'm going to put it at the top so you can see clearly. So make sure you do this import axios from axios at the top, and then you can use axios.post, and you can target /API/register, and you can pass in the data right here. So this data is going to consist of name, email, and password, right? And in our route, you can see we check for email, name, and password, which are those exact values. And the reason we know it's /API/register is because that's what we named it in our API folder. In our register folder, we have a route. So that's why it's mapped to /API/register like that. Great. And for now, you can just save it like this. Refresh your page one more time. I'm going to prepare my MongoDB right here so we can see if the new user has been created successfully. So right now, I have no users in my database, and I'm also going to open my network tab so I can clearly see if something goes wrong. I'm going to click create an account, so I'm looking at the register variant, and I'm going to name myself Antonio with an email antonio@mail.com and the password of 123321, and I'm going to click register. And you can see we pointed at the register route right here, and we get a success message of 200, and you can see that it returned our newly created user. Great. Now let's go back in the MongoDB and see if the user has been created. And there we go. We have a name of Antonio, email of Antonio, and a hashed password right here. What I showed you in the network was my payload. The preview is what was created. You can see that we have an empty array of conversation IDs, created at, hashed password ID, image, name, seen messages, and updated at. Great, great job. All right. All right, so now I want to add some feedback depending on whether we, for example, don't send name or email, so we can actually see the errors coming from the server in our application. And we're also going to complete signing in, because right now we only have the register functionality, and we're also going to complete this disabled state turning off after some time. So go ahead and refresh your localhost for now so everything is clear. And the first thing I want you to do is I want you to go into your terminal right here. You can shut down the application for now and go ahead and run npm install react-hot-toast like that. Great. After this has been installed, I want you to go, I'm going to close everything here, go into your app folder and create a new folder called context. Inside this context, I want you to create a new file called toaster context.tsx like that. Great. I want to start by defining use client at the top, and then just write import toaster from react-hot-toast like that. And all you're going to do is write const toaster context, return an arrow function, and just return toaster, which is a self-closing tag like this, and make sure you export default toaster context like this. Great. And now you can go back in your layout.tsx right here in the app folder, and you're gonna just collapse this body right here, and you're gonna wrap, actually not gonna wrap children anything, but you're just gonna write toaster context like this, which is a self-closing tab as well, and you can import toaster context from ./context/context toaster context like that. Great. And I'm just gonna separate these imports like that. Beautiful. And now we have the toaster context, which we can use to trigger our toasts. Great. Now I want you to go back in your site components, auth form right here. And what I want you to do is I want you to write a .catch function. And what you're going to do here is just trigger an arrow function, which is going to call toast, which can import from react-hot-toast. So that has been done here. So import destructive toast from react-hot-toast, sorry, destructed. So make sure you write it in an object like this. And then you can use toast.error, something went wrong like that. Great. And yeah, make sure you run your application after you install the package. So npm run dev in the terminal and just refresh your localhost. Great. And now I'm going to click create an account again. And I'm going to click register. And you can see that I get back an error, something went wrong. Why do we get that error? When you can check that in your network tab right here on the side. If you click on network, I'm just going to refresh one more time. I'm going to click create an account and I'm going to click register, and you can see that because we have not sent email name and password, we get back an error, and you can see how that little toast notification came up at the top. Great. I'm gonna close the terminal like this, but I'm gonna keep the app running. And to prevent this from always being disabled, I'm just gonna write a .finally here, in which I'm just gonna write set is loading to false, like that. So now if you refresh one more time and go into create an account right here, and even if you get an error, you can see we get an error, but we can click again and we can try again. Great, beautiful. And I'm just gonna test what happens if we enter a correct one. So I'm gonna write markmail.com 123321, and I'm gonna register. And you can see in this case we get no error, and we also stop loading because the user has been successfully created. I can refresh the user one more time here in the database, and you're gonna see that I have Antonio and I have Mark here. Great. And now let's actually implement login here. So in order to implement login, we're gonna need to use NextAuth sign in function. So I'm just gonna write sign in here, which we will have to import from a NextAuth. So just go to the top right here and write import sign in from next-auth/react like this. So make sure you import sign in from next-auth/react. Great. And now we can go back here in the variant login, and what we will send for login. Well, first we have to define how are we logging in. We have to choose a provider. And if you remember, we have 3 providers in our NextAuth file. So I'm just going to quickly open that for context. So inside of my NextAuth file, I have GitHub provider, Google provider, and Credentials provider. For this exact thing we are doing right now, we want to use the Credentials provider. So we have to use this name that we've given it right here, Credentials. So back in my auth form, in the first parameter, I'm going to write Credentials just like that. And the data I'm going to pass in is going to be spread this existing data that we also send in the register. But the reason I'm spreading it is because I'm also going to add another argument, redirect, and just set it to false like that. Great. And now I'm going to use .then and open an arrow function inside. And in this .then, I'm going to have a callback. And first I'm going to check if there is an error during login. So if there is a callback (error), in that case, I just want to return a toast. So I'm going to write toast.error, invalid credentials, like that. And if callback (OK), in that case, I'm just going to, for now, I'm just going to say toast.info success. Actually, .info does not exist. I wanted to say .success, like this. Or you can just write logged in, like that. Beautiful. Great. I'm going to refresh my application here, and I'm going to try and log in as something that does not exist. So I'm going to try wrong mail.com and password. I'm going to click sign in. And as you can see, okay, I got both of them. So there is obviously a mistake. I'm going to fix that in just a second. And we also have to disable. But what's important is that we got this invalid credentials as well. All right, so to fix this, all you have to do, besides checking of K, you also have to check if there is no callback error like this. And then the logged in will not show. So if I try this one more time, and before I try, just below this .then, I'm also going to add .finally right here, which is just going to return an arrow function and set is loading to false like we did in the register right now. And you can refresh just to make sure it's all reflected. And I'm going to test again. So wrong, and I'm going to click sign in. And you can see I get invalid credentials like that. But if I try my existing account, you can see that I get logged in. Perfect. Great job. All right, now we have to set up our GitHub and Google social login. So first, I'm going to collapse everything, and the only thing we have to change for now is just set up this GitHub ID and Google Client ID variables. So first, let's do GitHub because it's much simpler than Google. And I just logged in my GitHub. I realized I was not logged in. So just make sure you're in your GitHub, you're logged in, and go into your settings. I'm going to zoom everything in just a little bit so you can see. So in my settings, I'm going to go all the way down and click developer settings right here. And I'm going to click on Auth apps. You see I have a couple of them. Just click on new Auth app right here. I'm going to name this Messenger Video. Now, the homepage URL is going to be your localhost 3000. So you can just copy this and make sure it includes the HTTP protocol. Make sure it's not HTTPS because we are working with HTTP. Great. And with the authorization callback URL, make sure you do the exact same thing and you can leave everything else as it is. And just click register application. Great. Now go ahead and copy this client ID and paste it here and click generate a new secret to get the client secret. And then you're going to have this little message here and you can just click copy in this green box and make sure you paste the GitHub secret here as well. Great. Now I'm going to go back into my Messenger clone right here. I'm going to go back into Auth form and I'm going to go right here in the social action. And one thing we have to do in this social action is the same thing we did with login. So what I'm going to do is, after set is loading, I'm going to call sign in, and instead of passing credentials like I did here, I'm going to pass either Google or GitHub, because that's what we do right here. So we call the social action with either Google or GitHub here. So that's why we know those are the only two options we can get. So I'm going to pass in the action right here. And an object I'm going to pass is not data because we're not using email and password here. All I have to do is write redirect false in the social action. And in the .then, again, I'm going to get a callback right here and just do the exact same thing. So if there is a callback question mark error, in that case, you can just run toast that error, invalid credentials. And if there is a callback, okay. And if there is no callback question mark error, in that case, you can just run toast that success logged in like that. Perfect. And just make sure you add .finally here and just run set is loading to false like that. Perfect. And now I'm just going to refresh everything here and I'm going to go and try and click on my GitHub right here to see what happens. And you can see I'm in the authorization screen. I'm going to click authorize my account. And in a few seconds, you can see that I'm back here. So now we can check if this worked correctly by going to our database and clicking refresh on the user and see if a third user has been created. Okay, no user for now, but let's check if it's an account. Yes, so an account is here. That means it's working, but why is there no user being created? Well, that happens when we work with both credentials and social login. So what I advise you to do is to remove all of your users, like I'm doing right now, if you have the same problem happening, because a lot of people have that. Go into your account and remove all the accounts as well, like this. And what I suggest you do is you open your sidebar like this, inspect element, and just do an empty cache and reload on this application to make sure you're not logged in, and just press on GitHub again. All right, so this time I did not have an authorization screen because I already allowed it, but let's refresh to see if we successfully created an account this time. All right, so we have an account. Let's check it for our user. And we have our user. Great, so that fixes it. When you create social login, make sure you remove all of your users and all of your accounts and just clear cache. Perhaps you don't have to clear cache, but I just want to make sure that everything is working for you. So then try again, and this time you will not have the authorization screen. Perhaps your screen will just hang a little bit. It will look like nothing is happening, but it's actually creating the user in the background. And you can just check your account and user again. You can see that I have a user which uses my Gmail account, and it has an image with GitHub user content inside. Perfect. And now we just have to do the Google login. All right, so for Google, let's go into Google and let's just write Google Cloud Console like this. And make sure you select this Google Cloud Platform link. For me, it's the second one after this sponsored one. So just make sure it's called Google Cloud Platform like this. So the link is console.cloud.google.com. And in here, you can see I have Airbnb clone from my previous tutorial. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click here. I'm going to click create a new project. My new project is going to be called Messenger-Video. The organization does not matter. So I'm just going to click create. And just wait a couple of seconds that this create project finishes. Great, after it has finished, you can just click select project right here and make sure you're in the Messenger video right here at the top. And then you can just write in API here and just click on APIs and services right here. And the first thing we're gonna have to create is an OAuth consent screen. So in this sidebar, make sure you click OAuth consent screen right here. Wait for a couple of seconds to load and make sure you select external so it's available to anyone with a Google account and click create. I'm just going to collapse this. For the app name, it's going to be called Messenger-Video. For the user support email, just select your email. It's going to autofill it for you. You can leave all of this empty, including the authorized domains, and in the email address, just write your email one more time. And just press save and continue. You can leave this exactly as it is and just press save and continue again, and one more time save and continue, and that is it. And then you can go into your credentials right here in the sidebar, and in the top you can click create credentials, OAuth client ID like this. For the application type, select a web application. Name you can leave as web client 1. You can leave the authorized JavaScript origins empty for now and just click add URI for authorized redirect URIs. And what you're going to write is going to be similar to GitHub but a bit more complicated. So HTTP localhost 3000/API/auth/callback/Google. So I'm just going to zoom in so you can see what I've written here. So it's localhost 3000/API/auth/callback/Google like that, and just press create. Great, and now we have our client ID and client secret. So let's go back into our .environment file right here. Let's copy client ID and paste it here, and let's copy client secret and paste it here as well. Great, and now we can go back into our Messenger clone right here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove again all of my accounts. Actually, I'm going to do that individually like this. So I'm going to delete my user first right here, then I'm going to go into an account and I'm going to remove my account right here. Great, and now I'm going to refresh this one more time, and I'm going to use the empty cache and hard reload. And I am going to click on Google this time. And you can see it prompts me to select my account. I'm going to click on the first one. I'm going to wait a couple of seconds. Okay, we are back to this screen. And let's see if I refresh my accounts right here, if Google account has been created this time. And there we go. We have a Google account created in our database. And if I go and check my users, you can see that the user is here as well. Great. If you try GitHub, perhaps it will not work now, and that is either because you're logged in at the moment. So if you are logged in, since we did not create a redirect from this screen at this point in the tutorial, it will probably cause some problems if you try to social log in while you're logged in as another user. The other problem you could have is that your GitHub and Google share the same email. So make sure that your Credential login, your Google login, and your GitHub login all have a different email. Great. You completely finished the authentication screen, and in the next part of the tutorial we're going to work on redirecting to our actual Messenger screen where we will load our users, and we're also going to wrap the entire application in a session provider so you can actually trigger logout as well and actually see what user you're logged in as. So we're going to continue now, and we're going to create redirection after successful login or register to our /users screen, or so-called the actual Messenger view. In order to do that, first we have to add authentication context to the root of our application. So let's close everything up and let's go back into our app, into context folder right here, where we already have the toaster context, and create a new file called auth-context.ts inside. Great. Just make sure it's .tsx instead of ts. So auth-context.tsx is the new file inside the context folder. And first let's define use client at the top, and then let's just import session provider from next-auth/react, just like that. And then let's create our interface. So interface auth context props children react.react node, like that. And then let's just export default function auth context children, and let's just assign these props right here. So auth context props, like that. And inside, all you're going to do is return session provider, and inside of there you're going to write children, and you're going to close the session provider just like that. Perfect. And that's it for our auth context. So make sure you import session provider from next-auth/react. Make sure you've written these props, which only accept children. Make sure you have signed those props, and just create this session provider which accepts children in the middle. Great. And now let's go back into our app layout.tsx file right here. And what you're going to do is you're going to wrap the toaster context and children inside auth context. So go ahead and write auth context like this, and just wrap toaster context and children inside, and you can kind of indent them a little bit. And you can import auth context from ./context/auth context the same way you did with toaster context. Great. And now you can go back into your site components auth form right here, and inside you can now import session hook. So right here at the top, write const session is equal use session from next-auth/react, the same library where we imported sign in function. Great. And now just above toggle variant, I'm going to write a use effect right here, in which I'm going to check if the current session status is authenticated. So if session .status is equal to authenticated, in that case, I'm gonna, for now, just console log authenticated like this, and make sure you pass in the session .status like this. All right, and I'm just gonna expand on my browser a little bit so I can open the console, and you can see that I have a console log authenticated here. Perhaps you might not have that if you're not logged in. But basically what we want to do is if user is authenticated and tries to visit the login screen, we want to redirect them to /users. Great. So before we do the redirection part, what I want to do is I want to go into my app right here, and I want to create a new folder inside called users, like this. And inside users, I'm going to create a new file, page.tsx, like that. I'm going to name it users, and I'm just going to return a div which says hello users, like that. Great. And now we can go back into auth form, and just below this session you can add const router is equal use router. Just make sure you do not import that from next/router. You have to import it from next/navigation. So import use router from next/navigation like this. So make sure you do not accidentally import it from router. This is a common autocomplete, but that is in old version of Next. In the Next 13, we are using next/navigation like that. And now that we have our router, instead of console log authenticated, we can write router.push /users like this. Great. And make sure you add the router to the dependency array. Perfect. And now if I try and refresh this page, you can see that I'm redirected to hello users. Great, great job. All right. And what I'm going to add here in my users page, so I'm going to go back into my users page right here, and I'm going to add a little button so that we can safely log out. So instead of hello users, we're going to have a button here, which is going to, for now, just say log out. And on click, we're going to do an arrow function, which is going to call sign out from next-auth/react and just make sure you execute it like this in an arrow function. So just a very simple button with an on click, which calls an arrow function, which executes the sign out like this. Great. Yeah, and just, of course, make sure you wrap this in use client at the top so you don't get any errors. Great, and now we have this button. Doesn't really look like a button, but once we click log out, well, we'll steer at the users page. That is because we have not protected this route. But if you go back to localhost 3000, you can see that now we are not redirected back because we are successfully logged out. Great, so what I want to do now is I want to go back into my auth form and I want to use this router that push/users in some other places. So first thing I want to do is after we successfully log in, instead of just having a toast success logged in, I also want to use router that push/users. So once I successfully log in, I also want to redirect to /users. And also, once I register, I immediately want to log in. So what I can do here is call .then like this, and I can just use sign in credentials data like that. So I am immediately signed in once I register. So we're going to test both of that now. So first I'm going to try and log in. Actually, I'm going to try and register because I removed all of my users, if you remember. So I'm going to create a new user right here. And if everything is correct, I should immediately be redirected to /users after this has been completed. And there we go. I am back in /users. Perfect. I'm going to log out again. Nothing's going to happen. So I have to manually go back to localhost 3000. And we confirm that the register works. Let's try if the login works as well. So I click sign in and there we go. I'm logged in and I'm redirected to users. Great. And now I want to protect this users route right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close everything up right here. And in my root folder, so not inside app, but in my root folder, I'm going to create a new file called middleware.ts like that. And first I'm going to import without from next-auth/middleware like this. And I'm going to export default without. I'm going to open an object inside of its function. I'm going to write pages, sign in, and I'm going to give it a sign in page of / because this is our sign in page. Localhost 3000 / is our initial login page. And now I'm just going to write a config which is going to protect our routes. So I'm going to write export const config matcher. I'm going to open an array and I'm going to write /users /path asterisk it at the end. So even though we are not going to have any nested routes inside our users, this is a good practice so you can protect all of the routes inside of the users. So this is also going to cover things like /users /Antonio /messages, for example. And that is exactly what we want. Perfect. All right. So now, just to confirm that everything is okay, I'm going to shut down my application and I'm going to run it again, just in case this middleware is not reflected with hot reload. So just click refresh again, wait a couple of seconds for everything to load. Great. And now I'm going to try again and click log out now. And our middleware should automatically redirect us to the login screen. Great job. And I'm going to try and go back again. Actually, while I'm not logged in, I'm going to try and manually enter /users so you can see that we protected that route now. You can see I'm immediately returned back here. And if I try and log in that case, everything should work just fine. There we go. I'm logged in and I'm in the users. Perfect. Great job. So now I'm going to go back into my app folder, into users page.tsx right here, and I'm going to start writing some code here instead. So for now, I'm going to remove this logout button because we're going to use that in a sidebar later. So go ahead and write a div, give it a class name of hidden lg block lg pl-80 and h-full. So On small devices, this is going to be hidden. On large, it's going to be a block. And on large, it's also going to have a padding left of 80, which is 20 rem or 320 pixels. And it's going to have a full height. So why do I move this by the left by so much? Well, because this is going to be a space for our sidebar and for some other items which you're going to see in the future. And inside of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a new component, empty state, like this. And if I save, of course, I'm going to get an error because that does not exist. So let's go into our app folder, into our components, and in the root of our components, create a new file, empty state.tsx, like that. Let's just fix the error. So I'm just going to return a div which says empty, like this. And I'm going to go back into my users page, and I'm going to import this from /components empty state. And I'm going to save this file, and the error should go away. I'm going to refresh one more time. Okay, we're getting some errors. Let's just fix that. All right, so in order to fix this error, we have to remove the use client from the top of our page in users page.tsx. So just make sure you move use client and remove sign out because we're not going to need them. And then if you refresh, the error should go away. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit and you should see the empty. If you cannot see the empty, it means you're zoomed out too much in, because this is only visible on large devices. You can see that this entire space on the left is empty for us because this is where we're going to put our sidebar and some other lists we will have. Great. So now let's go back into our empty state and let's start styling it. So I'm going to give it a class name of px-4 py-10 sm px-6 lg px-8 h-full flex justify center items center nvg gray 100. And you can see how we have this little effect where the empty section is grayed out. Great. Now I'm going to go inside of this div, and I'm going to write another div which is going to have a class name of text-center items-center flex and flex-call. So just make sure it's text center, item center, flex, and flex-call, like that. And inside I'm going to have an h3, which is going to say select a chat or start a new conversation, like that. Great. And now we have this text right here. And I'm just going to give this a class name of the following: empty-2 text-2xl font-semi-bold and text-gray-900, like this. Great. And that covers our empty state. We're going to reuse this empty state a couple of times in our application, so it's great that we finished it so fast in this video. Great. Now I'm going to close everything and I'm just going to recap what we did. So I'm going to expand my code a little bit. Make sure you have all the changes that I do. So we added a new folder called users, and we have a page.tsx inside of it, which imports the empty state and just returns it. We had an error because we put use client here at the top. Perhaps if I add it again, it's going to show again. So just confirm that this is that error which you had. Yes, so that shows the hydration error. So just make sure you remove use client from the users page. We added that because we used it for the logout thing, but we do not need it. And if you're not seeing the empty message, that means you have to expand your screen or zoom out if you're too zoomed in. Great job. And now we're going to go ahead and create our sidebar component. So let's go and close everything, and let's go into our app folder, into our users, and create a new file called layout.tsx, like this. And first, let's do export default async function users layout, like this. And you can just open it and return like this. The prop it's going to take is children, and you can just easily add the props for that. So open another object, children, react.react node, like that. Great. And now just open this function, and for now you can just return a div and paste the children inside like this. Great, okay, now we have this little bugged out view, but don't worry, we're gonna fix that soon. So what have we done here? Well, we defined a common layout for all of our users' routes. So every route inside this user is going to share this exact layout, which is different from the root layout that we have. But the root layout is also shared, of course, but the specific design we want is in the layout of our users page right here. Great. The reason we created this as an asynchronous function is because in the future, we are going to use this server component to fetch users directly from the database. Great. So let's give this a class name of h-full just to fix this bugged out view. There we go. Now it's much better. All right. And now I'm going to wrap this entire thing inside a sidebar. Now, sidebar does not exist yet. So, of course, we are going to get an error. So just save the file and we get an error. So let's go and fix that. Let's go into app, into components, and let's create a new folder called sidebar. Like this. And inside of that, you're going to create a new file, capital sidebar.tsx. So capital S, sidebar.tsx, like that. Great. And inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to write asynchronous function sidebar. Again, it's going to accept children. And let's just define the type of children to react.react node like this. And let's just return this function. So return. Let's just wrap this div right here. Let's give it a class name of h-full again. And let's just render the children one more time. Great. And now let's go back into users layout.tsx. Let's just import this sidebar component. So I'm going to go to the top right here. I'm going to import sidebar from components /sidebar/sidebar like this. And let's just fix this error. So sidebar is not a module. Of course, we have not exported it. So just in the sidebar component, make sure you write export default sidebar like this. All right. Now, let's just confirm that this is okay. All right. So we get this error that sidebar cannot be used as a JSX component. Why? Well, because our sidebar is an asynchronous function. So the way GitHub recommends fixing this is by adding a comment here. So that's exactly what we're going to do. You can either write @ts-ignore, or a better way would be @ts-expect-error server component. So we wrote this special tag which fixes our TypeScript error, and basically when they fix this error, it's going to alert us that we can remove this comment then. So GitHub issues recommend doing it this way, so that's what I want to do it this way, and that fixes our error nicely. Great. Now let's go back into our components sidebar.tsx again, and let's continue developing here. So besides wrapping the children inside a div, I'm also going to wrap it inside a main element like this. So we are semantically correct. And I'm also going to give it a class name of LG, PL-20, and H-full like this. So you can see we moved our empty state even a little bit further. It's all going to make sense very soon. Great. Now inside of here, let's create another component, desktop sidebar, like this. If you save, of course, we're going to get an error. So let's go ahead and fix that. In our sidebar folder in components, create a new file, desktop sidebar.tsx, like this. And let's just fix this. So desktop sidebar, return a div, desktop sidebar, like that. And let's go back into our sidebar folder, sidebar component, and let's just import this neighborly component. We can just use /desktop sidebar, and you can see how it's positioned here exactly where we expect it to be positioned. Great. All right, so let's continue with developing our desktop sidebar. To continue, we're going to need to create a couple of hooks. So open your sidebar right here, and in the app folder, create a new folder called hooks. Inside of there, you're going to create a new file called useConversation.ts. We're going to need this hook in the future as well, and we're also going to need this in our sidebar. So go ahead and import use params from next/navigation, and also import use memo from React just like that. And then just write const use conversation. It's a very simple arrow function. And write const params is equal use params like this, and const conversation ID is equal use memo. And just write the dependency array at the bottom like this. And what we're going to do is we're going to search for conversation ID inside of these parameters. So if there is no params dot conversation ID, we're going to return an empty string. Otherwise, we're going to return params.conversation ID as a string like that. And make sure you add params dot conversation ID in the dependency array. Then next, we're going to write const is open, which is going to be a use memo again, write an arrow function, and we're just going to put double exclamation point conversation ID and just put conversation ID in the dependency array of this use memo. So this double exclamation point turns this string into a boolean. So now we can see that is open is a type of boolean, because if we don't do this, we can technically just do this, but then our is open is a type of string, but we want to use it as a boolean. So make sure you don't accidentally put just one exclamation point. This is going to turn it into a falsy string. Make sure you put 2 exclamation points. This turns it into a proper boolean. Great. And in the end, what you want to do is return use memo again, write an arrow function, open a parenthesis, and return an immediate object with is open and conversation ID. And in the dependency array, put is open and conversation ID. So our results are now memoized. And export default use conversation like that. Perfect. And now that we have this hook ready, we can move on and create another hook called use routes. So in the file, create use routes.ts like this. And in this use routes, you're going to import use memo from React, and you're going to import use params from next/navigation. And to continue, we have to install a package. So I'm going to go into my terminal right here. I'm going to shut down the application, and I'm going to run npm install react-icons. So I'm going to expand just a little bit like this. So npm install react-icons, and wait a couple of seconds for this to install. Great. Now that this has been installed, you can go ahead and run npm run dev again and just refresh your localhost so everything is working correctly. Great. I'm going to collapse this, and I'm going to continue with my imports. So I'm going to import hi chat from react-icons/hi. I'm also going to import hi arrow left on rectangle from react-icons/hi2 like this. So make sure you do not import this from hi because it is not going to work. And besides importing this hi arrow left on rectangle, I'm also going to import another icon here from this very same package called hi users like that. Great. I'm also going to import the sign out from next-auth/react, and I'm going to import use conversation from /use conversation, which we just created. They are in the same folder, so we can use this shorthand like this. Great. Now let's write const use routes, which is a hook, and just an empty return for now. Now let's add the path name. So const path name is equal use path name, and you can import path name from next/navigation. My apologies, we're not going to need use params at all, so you can remove them. We're just going to use path name from next/navigations. Great. All right. And below that, we're going to extract conversation ID from use conversation like this, if it exists. Great. And now we're going to write our routes. So const routes is equal to use memo, and we're going to return an array of objects. So the first route we're going to have is a label chat like this with an href of /conversations like this, and an icon of hi chat, and active path name /conversations, or if there is a conversation ID like this. So the same thing, double exclamation points, conversation ID. All right. and make sure you also add the dependency array of path name and conversation ID, like this. Great, so this is our first route, and we're gonna have 2 more routes. So the other one is labeled users with an href of /users, icon of hi users, and active of path name is identical to /users, like this. We don't have to check for conversation ID because in the users route, we cannot have that to happen. Great, and the last thing we're gonna have is the logout. So label, logout, href, href is going to be just an empty hash because we are going to use on click here, which is going to be an arrow function, which is going to call sign out, like this. Great, and an icon is going to be hi arrow left on rectangle, like this. Perfect. And all we're going to return is routes. So this memoized function which we just created. And make sure you export default use routes, like this. Perfect. And now we can go back into our components sidebar, desktop sidebar component right here. And right here at the top, before we start writing our hooks, let's define this as use client, like this. And now let's write const routes is equal use routes. Sorry, not use router, use routes from @app/hooks/use routes. Again, if you cannot use the @ you can use the // abbreviation and find where your hooks are. Great. And below that, we're going to create is open and set is open and the use state of false, like this. Great. We're going to use this later on in the tutorial, but I just want to prepare it here. So this is going to be used for our model, but we're not going to have that just now. All right, and inside of this div, we're going to start by styling it a little bit. So let's go ahead and write class name, hidden, LG fixed, LG inset-y-0, LG left-0, LG z-40, LG w-20, XL px-6, LG overflow-y-auto, LG bg-white, LG border-r, open square brackets 1 pixel, LG pb-4, LG flex, LG flex-call, and justify dash between, like this. All right, and now inside of that, we're going to create a nav element, and we're going to give it a couple of class names as well. So class name here is going to be empty-4, flex, flex-call, and justify dash between, like this. And inside of this navbar, we're going to create a unordered list, and we're going to give it a couple of attributes here. So we're going to have it a role of list, so we are semantically correct with our elements, and we're going to give it a class name of flex, flex-call, items-center, and space-y-1, like this. And what we're going to do is we're going to map over our routes. You can see how we already have this little box right here. You can see we have this border. So this is our sidebar right here. Great. What we're going to do here is we're going to map over our routes from use routes, and we're going to have to create a special component for that. So for now, what you're going to do is routes.map item, and you can immediately return desktop item, like this. If you save, of course, you're going to get an error because desktop item does not exist yet, but I'm just going to continue and give it some attributes. So key is item.label, href is item.href, label is item.label, same as the key value, icon is item.icon, active is item.active, and onClick is item.onClick, like this. Great. And now we have to create the desktop item. So in the same folder, sidebar, inside of our components, create a new file, desktop item.esx, like this. Let's just fix the error. So desktop item, and I'm just going to return a div saying desktop item like this. And you can go back into your desktop sidebar and just import this. They're in the same folder, so you can just easily import it like this. And you can see we have desktop item repeating 3 times. That's because we have 3 routes in our use routes right here. So chat, users, and logout that are going to turn here later. So go back into your newly created desktop item right here, and let's add some imports. So first I want to mark this as use client, and then we're going to give it an import of clsx from clsx and import link from next/link like this. Great. Now let's write the interface. So interface desktop item props, label, which is a string, icon, which is any, href, which is a string, onClick, which is optional, and it is just an empty void like this, an active, which is an optional boolean like this. Now you can just assign these props. So react.fc desktop item props like this. And let's just extract all of these values. So label, icon, href, onClick, and active. Great. So we imported these 2 things, we marked it as use client, and we defined the interface for our desktop item. Great. Now let's write our handle click function. So const handle click is a very simple arrow function, which is going to check if onClick exists. And if that's true, all it's going to do is return onClick. Very simple. Great. And now we can go ahead and actually style our desktop item. So instead of returning a div, we're going to return a list item like this. So we're going to give the list item an onClick of handle click like this. And inside, we're going to use the next link, which we imported at the top like this. Great. Let's go ahead, and inside of this link, I'm going to create a span, and I'm going to say label inside of that. So we rendered that very same label. And if I refresh now, okay, I get an error because the link does not have an href. So just make sure you add href to the link like this. Go ahead and refresh, and there we go. We have chat, users, and logout now. All right. And just above this label, I also want to give it an icon. So we're going to use this icon right here. In order to do that, we have to remap this icon to capital icon like this. All right, and now we can use it right here as icon. Great, and I'm going to give it a class name of h-6w-6 and shrink-0. Great. And if you save, you can see that we now have our icons. Great. Now let's go ahead and I'm just going to collapse this because we're going to give this link a couple of styles. So right, class name is CLSX. Again, you can use normal annotations here, but because I'm going to write this in multiple lines, I'm going to use backticks so I can safely do that. All right, so I'm going to write group flex gap -x-3 rounded -md p-3 text-sm leading -6 font semi-bold text-gray -500 hover text-black and hover bg-gray -100 like this. And I'm gonna give it a comma here so I can create a dynamic style active and end bg-gray -100 text-black like this. All right, and now what I want to do is I want to hide this span and leave it only in server side. So I'm going to write class name sr-only like this. This is going to hide this on the client and only leave it available for our server-side rendering, so we have better SEO because our navigation will actually have the name. Great job. And you can see we have our little routes here, and you can see how our users are automatically selected because we are on /users. And we can again log out using this button. All right, and you can see how I logged out now. And I'm gonna log in back again. and I can see my sidebar back here. Great job. Now, if we try and collapse this, you can see that on mobile it looks quite empty. So this sidebar only works well on desktop. Let's go ahead and let's fix that by adding a mobile footer. So I'm gonna stretch this just as much as I can so I can still visibly see this. And now I'm gonna go back into my sidebar component where we added the desktop sidebar. And just below that, I'm going to add mobile footer like this. And of course, if we save, we're going to get an error. So let's go back into our sidebar folder and create a new file, mobile footer.tsx, like this. Let's just mark it as use client so we don't forget later. And let's just fix the error, mobile footer like this, create a div, mobile footer like that. And let's go back into our sidebar where the error is, and let's just import it the same way we did with the desktop sidebar. And now the error should go away. You can see how our text is kind of trying to be seen here. Don't worry, we're going to position this correctly in a moment. All right, let's go back into our mobile footer right here. And first let's add const routes, use routes, which you can import from add/app hooks, use routes. It is the same one we use in the desktop sidebar as well. And then we're also going to use the use conversation. So const use conversation, which you can also import from add/app hooks, use conversation. And we're going to extract is open because we return it separately. Great. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide the mobile footer if the user has an active conversation going on. So if is open, I'm going to return null. This is because on the bottom, we only want the user to have the message form and not the mobile footer. Great. And otherwise, we can continue and style this. So I'm going to remove this mobile footer like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this div a couple of class names. So fixed, justify dash between, w dash full, bottom dash 0, z dash 40, flex items dash center, bg dash white, border dash t, square brackets 1 pixel, and lg hidden like this. All right, and I'm just gonna collapse this now so we can actually, right now we still cannot see anything, but I'm gonna start collapsing it so we can actually see the changes we are doing here. Great. All right, now in here I'm gonna do routes.map the same way we did in the desktop sidebar. Route, and instead of rendering a desktop item, this time we're gonna render mobile item like this. Again, if you save this, you're gonna get an error because mobile item does not exist. But before we fix that, let's just give it all the attributes we need. So we're gonna use route.href, or you can use route.label like we did in the desktop item. Both are unique. Href is gonna be route.href. Active is gonna be route.active. Icon is gonna be route.icon. And onClick is gonna be route.onClick. Like this. And I'm going to save and I'm going to get my error. Now I'm going to go back into my components sidebar and I'm going to create a new file, mobile item.tsx, like this. Great. And in this mobile item, let's first just quickly fix the error. So mobile item, div mobile item, like that. And let's go back into mobile footer now where the error is. And let's just import this. They're in the same folder, very simple to import. And just save the file and the error should go away. And you can see, I'm going to zoom in. You can see how here I have mobile item 1, mobile item 2, and mobile item 3. Great job. All right. Now let's go back into mobile item right here. And the first thing I want to do is mark this as use client at the top. And I'm going to import link from next/link. And I'm going to import CLSX from CLSX like we did in the desktop item. Great. Now let's write the interface. Mobile item props, and it's going to be pretty much the same. Href, a type of a string, icon, a type of any, active, an optional boolean, and onClick, an optional empty void function like that. And let's just assign this props here. So react-fc, mobile item props. Great. Okay, make sure you do not misspell it. Oh, I said mobile items, so the correct is mobile item, a singular item like that. So mobile item props and mobile item props here. Now let's just extract all of this. So href, icon, active, and onClick. Perfect. All right, now let's write our handle click the same way we did in the desktop item. So const handle click, a very simple arrow function which checks if onClick exists, and in that case just returns onClick like that. Make sure you do not put the wrong brackets here like I did, like that. Perfect. And now let's actually go ahead and style this. So instead of returning a div, we're going to return a link component here. Let's give it an href of href, so we immediately fix that error if it happens. All right, and inside of that link, I'm gonna give it an icon like this. Now we get an error because this icon does not exist. That's because we have to remap it to capital icon in the props the same way we did with a desktop item like that. Great. And now at the bottom, you can see I have three little icons. I'm gonna zoom in so you can see them. So we have three little icons here. Great. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a couple of attributes to this link right here. So I'm going to give it an onClick. I'm going to give it an href. Okay, we already have the href. Let's start giving it some class names. So class name is also going to be CLSX. Same rules apply. You can use the normal annotations. For the sake of the tutorial, I'm going to use backticks so I can write them in multiple lines. So group flex gap -x-3 text-sm leading -6 font semi bold w-full justify -center p-4 text-gray -500 hover text-black hover pg gray 100 like this. Okay, I can zoom out a bit now. They're starting to get too big. And I'm just going to write a comma at the end of this string of the CLSX, and I'm going to give it a conditional active and end pg-gray-100 and text-black like this. And you can see how it now selected our users. Great. And I'm going to give this icon a class name of h-6 and w-6 like that. And now the icons are a bit larger. Great. Now we have our mobile footer, but if I expand the screen enough, you can see how we also have the desktop sidebar. Great job. And you can test to see if the logout works on mobile as well. So I just clicked here and there we go. I am logged out. I'm going to go back in. I'm going to click sign in and you can see that now I am both our desktop logout works and our mobile logout works as well. Great job. I'm going to zoom out a bit so we work in the desktop mode from now on. So just to recap everything we've done here, we did a lot of work. So first things first, we created this users layout page and layout and page. Make sure you do not accidentally put use client in this users page because that causes an error. We created this empty state component right here, which we use when nothing is selected. Besides that, we also have the layout. We fixed this sidebar error because it is returning a promise, which is not something that React is used to. We created the actual sidebar component, which renders desktop sidebar and mobile sidebar depending on the resolution of our screen. We created two hooks. Use conversation, which handles our active conversation, which you will see in the future. Right now, it doesn't make much sense, but it's all going to make sense in the future. And we also have the use routes hook, which the only reason we created them in a hook is because we want to dynamically change their active status depending on the current route or if conversation ID is open or not. Great job. So we're going to continue now, and what we're going to do is we're actually going to fetch the current user which is logged in so we can display a little avatar here at the bottom. In order to do that, first we have to define some actions here. So I'm going to close everything here and I'm going to create a new folder inside our app called actions. My bad, it wasn't focused on this window. Actions like that. And inside I'm going to create a new action, get session.ts like this. It's going to be a very simple action. We're going to import get server session from next-auth, and we're going to import auth options from /API/auth/square brackets our .nextauth/route. So if you remember what this is, it's our that is our app folder, API, auth, NextAuth, route. And what are these auth options? Well, it's this thing we exported here. If you remember, I explicitly said that we're going to need to export these constant auth options, which at the bottom we use in the handler here. So just make sure you separately export these auth options from here, and you will have no problem importing it just like this. So just go ahead and locate your auth options from here. Great. And a very simple action, export default async function get session. And all it's going to do is return await get server session, and you're going to pass in the auth options like this. Perfect. And now that we have this get session, we can actually create another action called get current user.ts like this. This one is going to be a tad more complicated. So first import Prisma from @/app/libs/prisma-db. Then below that import get session from ./get session because they are in the same folder of actions. Great. Now write, oops. Okay, so now write const get current user asynchronous function. Open a try and catch block. So let's just fix the catch first. So if there is an error, which is a type of any, all you want to do in the action is return null. We don't want to throw any errors because that's going to break the application. This is not an API route, this is a server action. All right, now inside of here, first let's get our session. So const session is equal await get session like that. So the only reason we separated this get session is so we don't have to write this every single time. So we don't have to import auth options and then pass it to get server session. Simply we can do this once and then use it in the actions as we need it. Great. And now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to check if the current session exists. So if there is no session (user) (email), in that case, I'm just going to return null, no current user found. Otherwise, let's go and search for the current user using that email. So const current user is equal to await prisma.user.findUnique, where email is equal to session.user.email as string, just like that. Great. And now we're going to check if the current user exists. So if there is no current user, we're just going to return null like this. Otherwise, return current user like that. Perfect. And now we can go back into our sidebar component. So go into app components, sidebar folder, and pick the main sidebar.tsx right here. And remember, we made this as an asynchronous function, which means that we can await a get current user in here. So what I'm going to do is write const current user is equal await get current user. Like this. Let's just go back into our get current user to see if we exported. We did not. So in this get current user, just make sure you do export default get current user at the bottom like that. So inside get current user, just ensure that you export default. Now go back into sidebar and it should automatically create an import for you like this from @app/actions/get current user. Perfect. And now we have this current user right here, and I want to do is I want to pass it to desktop sidebar. So I'm going to write current user like this. And inside desktop sidebar, we have to define props that can accept the current user. So go ahead and write interface desktop sidebar props. Current user is a type of user which you can import from @prisma/client. This is generated because you run npx prisma db push and npx prisma generate and all of those commands which have been run by Prisma command line interfaces. So it's exactly as you define in your schema. We have ID, name, email verified, image, hashed password, everything we defined in our schema. Great. And now let's assign these props here. So react-fc desktop sidebar props, and let's just extract the current user like this. Perfect. And what I'm going to do now in this client component, I'm just going to console log the current user so we can go ahead and see it. So I'm going to collapse everything here so I can open my sidebar here, and I'm going to refresh one more time, and you can see that we have the current user. Perfect. But one thing that you're going to notice right now, if you look into your terminal, you will find not exactly an error, but a warning, which will say that you are passing date objects in the client component. So in order to fix that, what you can do is you can install a certain plugin as an npm package. So we're going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to go back into my terminal again. I'm going to shut down the application, and I'm going to run npm install next-superjson-plugin. Wait a couple of seconds for this to install. Great, now that it's here, do not start the application yet. Before you do that, go back into your next.config.js right here. And inside, what you're going to do, just below this app there, you're going to add svc plugins. You're going to open an array, and inside that array, you're going to open another array and write next-superjson-plugin. You're going to add a second parameter here, which is just an empty object like this. Great. And now go ahead and run your application again. So npm run dev again. And I'm going to close the terminal for now. And I'm just going to refresh everything here. What this SuperJSON plugin does is it sanitizes our objects so that we can safely pass them, even though they have date objects and other complex properties which are not compatible when passing from server components like Sidebar into a client component like desktop Sidebar, for example. So just wait a couple of seconds for this to initialize. Great, so I have my app up and running again, and now those terminal errors will not appear. This is something that happened in the Airbnb video, and we did a very complex way of fixing it, but thankfully there is this Next SuperJSON plugin which now supports Next 13 and can fix that for you. All right. And now what I want to do is I want to go back into Sidebar and just quickly fix this error, but just adding a exclamation point at the end, so it's possible for the user to be null as well. Great job. Now let's go back into desktop Sidebar, and we're going to start to develop our avatar. All right, so I'm going to close this right here, and I'm going to zoom out even more just so I can see the desktop version, because that's what we're going to be working with. All right, so right here at the bottom, where we define this navigation, below that, we're going to open another navigation right here, and we're going to give it a class name of empty-for flex-call justify-between and items-center, like this. And inside, what I'm going to do is open a div element, and I'm going to give it a couple of attributes. So first, I'm going to do onClick. I'm going to open an arrow function. I'm going to set is open to true. Where do we get this set is open? Well, we defined a little state here, which yet we do not use, but we're going to use it in the future to open the settings model, which we're also going to add, but that's for the future. All right, besides this onClick, we're also going to give it a couple of class names. So let's give it a cursor-pointer, hover, opacity-75, and transition like this. Perfect. And what's going to be inside is our avatar component, which we do not yet have. So we're going to get an error, of course, but we're already going to pass some properties here. So just write user is equal current user like this. Save the file. And of course, we're going to get an error because avatar does not exist. So let's go ahead and fix that. So I'm just going to close everything here. And I'm also going to collapse everything. So go into your app, into components, and create a new file, avatar.psx, like this. I'm going to quickly fix the error. So I'm going to write avatar div like this. And I'm going to go back into my sidebar, into desktop sidebar right here. And I'm just going to import the avatar from /avatar like this. And I'm just going to reorder my imports a little bit so they look nicer. All right. So import avatar from /avatar in the desktop sidebar component. So here at the bottom, you do not have this error. Great. We still have an error because of the types, but don't worry, we're going to fix that in a second. If you look closely, you can now see this avatar little button, avatar text at the bottom of my sidebar navigation. We're going to turn that into an image now. All right. So What we have to do now is define this avatar as a client component, because in the future, we're gonna use some hooks here. But that's not gonna do that now. We're gonna use that for an active status. All right, now let's write an interface for our avatar. So interface avatar props user from Prisma / client like this. Let's assign these props avatar props, and let's extract our user like this. Perfect. And now let's give this some class names. So the first div is going to have a class name of relative like this. Now inside of that, we're going to create another div with the following class names. So class name is going to be relative inline dash block rounded dash full overflow dash hidden h-9 w-9 md h-11 and md w-11 like this. All right, and what we're going to write inside of this is our image component. But before we do that, we have to add a placeholder image to our project. In order to do that, you can either Google placeholder in Google, or you can go into my repository, into public, into images, and find placeholder.jpg. And you can just save the image. And you're going to drag and drop it in your project in public images file right here. So I'm going to drop it the same way we did with logo. And make sure you rename it placeholder like this, so it doesn't have any numbers in it. Perfect. All right. Now I'm going to go back into my avatar component, which we started working on, and let's actually add the image. So we're going to use next image. So image, which you can import from next/image, just like this. It's a self-closing tag, and let's give it an alt of avatar. Let's give it a source of user ?.image pipe /images /placeholder.jpg like this. And I made a typo here. It's .image like this. Perfect. And make sure you use the fill attribute as well. And now I'm going to save the file, and you can see that I have this empty placeholder image right here. Now, there is a chance you might have gotten an error here. I'm going to demonstrate that now. So I'm going to purposely log out now, and I'm going to log in using my GitHub or my Google account just to show you what happens. All right, so we have some errors because I need to clean my users. So just a second, let me resolve this in my database. All right, so I logged in with my Google account, and you can see that I have this error, invalid source prop. That is because whenever we use next image, we need to define where the image comes from. In order to fix this, we have to go back into our next config, so next.config.js, the same place where we added the super.json plugin, and just outside this experimental object, I'm going to add images, open an object, write domains, open an array, and we're going to resolve a couple of them. So first we're going to resolve res.cloudinary.com. Then we're going to resolve avatars.github usercontent.com. And lastly, lh3.googleusercontent.com. If you're not sure what this is written here, you can actually just copy this, whatever the error says, you can just copy it and paste it in your images domains like this. Great. And now I'm just going to refresh everything to see if this has been resolved in just a moment. Great. And now you can see that I'm using my Google image here, which was automatically pulled from my login. Perfect. So if that happens to you, just make sure you add this to your images right here. And now I'm just going to wrap up my avatar component. So I'm going to go back into avatar right here. So you saw how it looks when we use the placeholder. Now you see how it looks when we use the user image. And one more thing I'm going to add here is for now, I'm going to hard code this active status for us. Later on, we're going to make it dynamic depending whether the user is actually active in the messenger. So just write a span element here. And it can actually be a self-closing tag like this. And let's just give it a couple of class names. So class name is going to have an absolute position, block, rounded dash full bg dash green dash 500 ring dash 2 ring dash white top dash 0 right dash 0 h dash 2 w dash 2 md h dash 3 and md w dash 3 as well. And now after this hot reloads, you can see that I have a nice little green dot on my avatar, and you should have it here as well. Perfect. You've finished passing the current user to the sidebar. You have a little avatar here. Great. We are ready to start working on the user list and start creating some conversations. So let's continue and let's create our users list in this white space right here. But before we go there, I just want to fix a typo I made in the last part. So go back in your next.config.js right here, and I misspelled Cloudinary. So just make sure it's res.cloudinary.com like that and save the file. But don't worry, even if we misspelled something here, you are gonna get an error if you use an image from a host which is not in this images domains array. But you can fix that very easily by just copying the host from the error and pasting it here. But if you have the config like this, it should not happen in this tutorial. Great. So what we have to do now is create an action to get our users. So let's go into app folder, into actions, and create a new file, getUsers.ts. Inside, let's write the following. Let's import Prisma from add/app/libs/prisma.db, and let's import getSession from /getSession like that, because they are in the same folder actions. Great. So const getUser is an asynchronous arrow function. First, we're gonna get the session, so const session is equal await get session like this, and then we're gonna check if we have the session. So if there is no session $.user $.email, in that case we're gonna return an empty array. And now let's open our try and catch block right here. In the catch, let's first solve the error. So the error type is any, and we are going to return an empty array here as well. And now in the try, we're going to try and find all of the users, excluding our own user, because in this list of users, we want to show all the people who use our messenger, but we have no reason to show ourselves here because we don't want to start a conversation with ourselves. So const user is equal to await prisma.user.find many. First, you're going to order by created at descending, so the newest users are at the top, and where is going to be a special query, capital not like this, open an object, email session.user.email like this. So what are we doing here? Well, first of all, let's rename user to users like this, so it's correct because this is an array of users. We're using find many. We're ordering all the users by newest using created at descending here. And this query, what it means is that we are finding every user where the email is not our current user. So that's the way we are going to eliminate our own user from the list of these users. And very simply, we can just return users at the end right here. Perfect. That is it for our get users action. And let's just rename this to get users. So const get users, and don't remember to export default get users at the bottom like this. Perfect. So now that we have this finished, let's go back, and I'm going to close everything for now. And let's go into app folder, into our users folder, into layout.tsx. And since this is an asynchronous server component, we can call get users inside of here without need for an API call. So I'm going to write const users is equal await get users from /actions/get users, just like this. Perfect. And we're going to pass these users to a new component called user list. And we're going to create that right here. So go ahead and write user list like this. And we're going to pass in items, users like this. And if you save, of course, we are going to get an error here. So I'm just going to refresh. So everything is up to date. And there we go, I got this error. You probably have the same error as well. So let's go ahead and let's go in our users folder, create a new folder called components. And inside of there, you're gonna create a new file, userlist.tsx. And let's just quickly fix this. So name it user list like this, and I'm just going to return a div which says user list like this. Perfect. And now I can go back into users layout.tsx and I can import this from ./components/userlist and save the file. And in a couple of seconds, this should get fixed and you can see how it says user list right here. Perfect. Now we have this TypeScript error which we are going to fix very soon. So let's go back into our users list and let's map this as use client right here at the top. Great. And now let's write the interface. So interface user list props is going to hold items, which is a type of array of users. So go ahead and import user from @prisma/client and just put a little array at the end so that tells TypeScript, okay, this is an array of users. Perfect. Now let's just assign this, so React function component, and just put in user list props like this. And inside you can destructure items like this. Perfect. Great. Now, instead of writing this div, we're going to use some bit more semantically correct elements here. So go ahead and write aside like this, and you can close aside like that. Let's go ahead and give it some class names. So class name fixed inset-y-0 pb-20 lg pb-0 lg left-20 lg w-80 lg block overflow-y-auto border-r border-gray-200 block w-full and left-0 like that. Perfect. Now inside of here, we're gonna create a new div like this. We're gonna give this a class name of px-5 like that. And inside of that div, we're going to create another div with a class name of flex-call. Perfect. And let's create another div inside with the following class names. So we're going to give it text-2xl, font-bold, text-neutral-800, and py-4. And we're going to write people. Or you can write users, whatever you like. But I think people looks just fine. Great. All right, and your people should look like this. So it should have a bit of a padding and it should have this bold font right here. Perfect. And now just below this div right here, we're going to create an iteration over these items, and we're going to create another component called user box. So just make sure outside of this div, you're going to create items.map item, and you can immediately return user box like this. And before I save the file, I'm just going to write key item.id, and data is going to be item like this. And once I save, I'm going to get an error because user box does not exist. All right, so let's open our users folder components again and create a new file, userbox.tsx like this. Let's map this as use client right here, and let's just quickly fix the error. So user box like this, and I'm just gonna say user like that. Let's go back into our user list and just import this newly created user box at the top, /user box like that. And once you save the file, the error should go away, and you can see I have a single user, which is not mine user. If you're not seeing any users here, that means you have not created any additional accounts. So in order to do that, just log out for now, and you should be greeted with our registration screen, and just click create an account and just make sure you create another one. So this is going to be called newmail.com 123321 and press register, and you're gonna have another user in your database beside the one you were just using. And you can see now I have 2 users here, excluding my user that I am logged in as. So just make sure you do that, otherwise you're not going to be able to see any users because we exclude our own user from the get users action. Great, now let's go back into user box right here and let's write an interface for it. So interface user box props Data is going to be a type of user, which you can import from @prisma/client just like this. And let's just assign these props. So user box props like this, and you can extract data like that. Perfect. What I want to do now is I'm going to add a router, I'm going to add some states and some on-click functions here. So first let's add our router. So const router is equal use router from next/navigation like that. Const is loading, set is loading, is going to be use state false. We're going to use this later, but I just want to prepare it right now. And you can import use state from React right here at the top. Great. Now let's add our handle click function here, which is going to point to an API call, which for now does not exist, but we're going to create that just after we finish this. So const handle click is a use callback function, so we can memorize it. Make sure you put the dependency array right here, and you can import use callback from React the same way you did with use state. All right, first let's set the loading to true. To set is loading is going to be true. And after that, we're going to call Axios, which you can import from Axios like I did right here. And we're going to call a .post/API/conversations. And in the body, we're going to pass in user ID data.id. All right. So what does this mean? Well, we're going to initialize an Axios post call to a route which we do not have at the moment. It's going to be API/conversations, and in the body element, we're going to send the user ID that we are starting the conversation with. Right, so if I click on the first user, let's say the name is Antonio, I'm going to start a conversation with Antonio. All right, and now in the .then function right here, once I get the data, I'm already going to prepare this. What I'm going to do is router.push and open backticks like this, /conversations/ and just open this special object so you can write inside backticks data.data.id like this, which is going to exist in the future. And finally, you can just say set is loading to false like this. And in the dependency array, make sure you put data and router like that. Perfect. Now we can go ahead and actually style our user box right here. So instead of this div like this, we're going to add an onClick, which is going to call handle click like this, which we just defined. And let's add some class names here. So the class names we are going to have are w-full relative flex items-center space-x-3 bg-white p-3 hover bg-neutral-100 rounded-lg transition and cursor-pointer like that. Great. And inside of this, first we're going to add our avatar component, which we created while we were working on the sidebar. And you can import avatar from @/app/components/avatar. So it's in the root of the components file. It is not in the user's components. It's in this global components we have in the app folder right here. Great. And now that we have this, what we can actually do is we can pass the user as data like this, because our data prop right here, if you look at the user list, if you look at the items, those are the users. So we know that the data here is the actual user. So you can just pass in data here. And great, you can see how I already have these images and well, right now a hard-coded active status, which we're going to change in the future. But you can already see how good this looks already. Great. Below this avatar, create another div with a class name of min-w-0 flex-1 like that. And inside of that, we're going to create a class name of focus outline none like this. And inside of that, we're going to create a span with a class name of absolute-inset -0. So two separate classes. Actually, we don't need this at all, my bad. you can remove this span, and you can immediately go ahead and write a div with the following class names. So class name is going to be flex justify dash between items dash center mb dash 1, like that. And inside of that div, just open a paragraph right here and write the following class names. So we're gonna have text-sm, font-medium, and text-gray-900. And inside of the paragraph, we're going to render data.name like this. Great. And now we have Antonio and Antonio Erdelias right here. So Antonio is the one I created using credentials, and this one with an image is the one I created using social login. And I'm going to open my network tab in here just for you to see how once I click on it, it's going to call something. So once I click here, you can see that it tried to call /conversations, but since it does not exist, we get a 404. So that is completely expected. Don't worry about that for now. And while we are here, you can actually see how this looks on mobile as well. So we have a list of people, which takes the entire screen, which is what we want in our design. Great job. You finished the people page. Now we're going to start working on the conversation page. So let's continue and let's create an API route to create our conversations. So let's open our sidebar, and I'm going to collapse everything here. I'm going to go into the app folder, into the API folder, and I'm going to create a new folder called conversations, like that. And in the root of that folder, I'm going to create a new file called route.ts, like that. First, I'm going to import get current user from @/app/actions get current user, like this. Then I'm going to import next response from next/server. I'm going to import Prisma from add/app/libs/prisma-db, and I'm going to well, that's it for our imports for now. What we're going to do next is we're going to create our post function for this route. So go ahead and write export async function post, which accepts the request, which is the type of request. Open this function, and first let's open a try and a catch block right here. So the error type is any, like this. And what we're going to do in the catch block is return new next response internal error with a status of 500, like this. All right, and now we can go back into our try route right here. So first, let's get the current user. Const current user is equal to await get current user. Below that, we're going to parse our body. So const body is equal to await request.json, like this. Now we're going to extract all of the possible values from our body. So const open an array, say equal body, like this. And now inside of this array, we're going to destructure all of the possible properties which we can send when creating a new conversation. So far what we know is from user box. Once we click on the user box, we know that one of the fields we will definitely have is a user ID, and that is for creating a single one-to-one conversation. But our conversation route is also going to be able to handle group chats. So that's why we're going to have a bit more elements in this body that you might think, where did they come from? Well, I'm just preparing for the future because we're going to need all of those values. So first one is user ID. We know that from the user box. Below that, we're going to have an option is group, which is a Boolean. Below that, we're going to have members, and we're going to have a name. So user ID is needed if we are creating a one-on-one conversation. But if we are creating a group, we're also going to need members, and we're going to need the name of that group chat. Because if we only use the user ID, in that case, the name of the chat is going to be, well, different for every user. For me, it's going to be Antonio. For Antonio, it's going to be whatever the name is that I have in my account. All right. Now let's write an if clause to check if we have the current user. So if there is no current user (.id), or if there is no current user (.email), in that case, we can return new next response unauthorized with a status of 401, like this. Great. Below that, we're going to check if we sent isGroup true, but we have not sent members or we have not sent name. So if isGroup and open parenthesis, if there is no members at all, or if members.length is less than 2, or if there is no name, in that case, we're going to return new next response invalid data with a status of 400. Great. So if we send isGroup to true, and if there are no members sent, or there is not enough number of members to create a group chat, or if there is no name, we're going to send an error invalid data. Great. All right. And now let's create the code to create a group chat if isGroup is present. So open an if clause, if isGroup, like this, and inside we're going to create a new conversation. So const new conversation is equal to await prisma.conversation.create. Inside, I'm just going to expand my code a little bit. So this collapsed to mobile view for me, don't worry. What I'm going to do inside this create is write some data. So first I'm going to pass in the name for the group chat. I'm going to pass in the isGroup boolean. And for the users, we're going to immediately connect them using Prisma. So connect, open an array, and inside we're going to spread members.map member, which is going to have a type of value string like this, and open an arrow function inside, and open and return an immediate object here with an ID of member.value like this. And below that, add another object with an ID of current user.id. All right. So we have this connect array right here, which separately adds the current user to the group of members. Because when we create a group chat, again, we are not going to send our own ID there because we're going to filter out our user from the list of possible users to add in a group chat. So that's why we need to separately add our user to the group as well if we are the one creating a group chat. And what this function does right here is it iterates over the array of members which we passed, which are going to have a value object inside of them, which is going to serve as an ID. And we're going to use the ID to connect our users. Great job. So now we have this new conversation right here, and just below this data, I'm also going to add a comma and write include users true. What include users does is it populates the users when we fetch the conversation. So by default, when you get a new conversation, you're not going to get an array of objects of your users inside of that group chat. You're only going to get IDs. But if you want to work with those users, for example, display their image or display their name, you need to populate them. And in Prisma, we do that using include the field we want to populate and true like this. Perfect. And now that we have this new conversation right here, all we have to do is write return next response.json new conversation. Great. So we finished our group chat logic here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to handle a single one-to-one conversation creation. It's going to be a bit different from group chat because if you notice, when we create a group chat, we don't check if an existing group chat exists with those exact members because we do not care. People can create as many group chats as they want with the exact same members if they want to. But for single one-to-one conversations, we have to check if there is an existing conversation with that user. So what we're going to do is write const existing conversation is equal to await prisma.conversation.findMany. Now, why do I use find many and not find unique? Well, because we're going to use a special query which only is supported in find many, unfortunately. But that does not prevent us from not being able to do what we want, because Alright, we're just gonna get an array, and then we're gonna have to extract the first one from the array. So to be more correct, we can name this existing conversations like this, because it's multiple of them. Even though it's gonna be only one inside of the array, I just want to follow the semantics because this is going to be an array of conversations. Great. And what I'm going to write inside is a where query right here. And inside of there, we're going to write a capitalized OR. And the capitalized OR is going to have an array inside. So just open that array like this, open an object, and you're going to write user IDs. You're going to write another object inside of that equals to current user.id, comma user ID like this. And we're going to create another object exactly like this inside of this OR array. So open another object inside and write user IDs again equals again user ID, current user.id. Now, I'm not exactly sure if we have to do this, but I did encounter some errors where I had an existing conversation, but for some reason another one was created. So this just covers all of those cases. Great, so what we do is we look throughout all of the conversations that exist, we search for the user IDs field, and we are going to find if there is a conversation which has only these two users. So the user that we are currently logged in as and the user that we are trying to start a new conversation with. If it already exists, we are not going to create a new one for them. Great, so now that we have these existing conversations right here, let's extract the only existing one like this. So const single conversation is equal to existing conversations, which we have from right here. Just open an array and pick the first one inside, like this. And then you can safely write if there is a single conversation. In that case, we can return the very same conversation back to the user instead of creating a new one. So return next response.json single conversation like that. Perfect. And now we're going to handle creating a new conversation if this query does not exist. So just below this, I'm going to write const new conversation is equal to await prisma.conversation.create like this. And for the data, I'm going to give it a users object, and I'm going to again connect the users we are using. So the first user we're going to connect is of ID current user.id, which is ourselves, and the second user we're going to connect in this conversation is the user ID, which we pressed from the user box right here. And also just below this data object, we are going to write include users true, because we need them, because we're going to use them in our UI. So that's why in here, for example, we did not need to include those users, because we don't want to do hard on our database queries if there is no need to. But in this case, we do need our users, so that's why we're going to include them. Perfect. And right here at the bottom, all you're going to write is return next response.json new conversation like that. Perfect. Now that we have this saved, what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this window, and I'm going to open my network tab one more time. If you remember, previously I got a 404 error for my /API/conversations route. And I'm also going to prepare my database here. So you can see my conversations are completely empty right now. I don't have a single conversation. But once I click on Antonio, it should create a new conversation. So let's see if that works. And it does. And we are redirected to /conversations /conversation ID. But we get a 404 here because we did not create a UI route for that. But that's completely fine. Let's go back into our database and let's click refresh in our conversations to see if we created a new one. And we did. And you can see that it has two users inside. One of them is the user I'm logged in with, and the other one is the one I clicked in the user box. In my case, it's Antonio. Great job. And just to get rid of this error, you can go to /users back here, so you don't have this ugly error here. Great. And now that we have this existing conversation, try and click again on the very same user. What should happen is you will be immediately redirected to an existing conversation. And if I click refresh right here, I should not have two conversations. Great, I only have the exact same one because it has already been created. So we're not gonna create a new one if there is no need to do that. Great, so again, just go back to /user so you don't have this error, and in the next part, we're going to create our /conversations so we don't get that ugly 404 page. Great job. So let's continue and let's create our /conversations route, which will be triggered once we click on this chat icon right here. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna close everything for now. I'm gonna expand this window a little bit. And inside my app folder, I'm gonna create a new folder called conversations, like that. And inside of there, I'm gonna create a new file, page.tsx, like this. I'm going to mark this as use client. I'm going to import CLSX from CLSX, and I'm going to import use conversation from /hooks use conversation. We created this when we were creating our sidebar because we needed to use it in our use routes. So this is how it looks like if in case you forgot. Alright, now that we have this, we're also going to import empty state from /components/empty state. And that is this select chat or start a new conversation box right here. So we're going to reuse it the same way we did for the user list right here. Great, and I'm going to write const home. It is a very simple arrow function. And first we're going to extract is open from use conversation like this, and then we're going to return a div like this, and inside we're going to put empty state like that, and we're going to export default home just like this. Perfect. So now when I click on /conversations or on the chat right here, you can see that I'm right here, and it looks a bit weird, but don't worry, we are going to fix that. Now in this div right here, open class name and make sure it's CLSX like this. In the first argument, I'm gonna write LG PL-80 H-full and LG block like this. And for the second argument, I'm gonna use isOpen conditional to trigger either between block or hidden like this. Perfect. So now it fits the style of our users list. Great. So basically what's going to happen once I collapse, as you can see, it's going to remove dynamically. And also some other things are going to happen once we implement the actual conversation view, where you will see this is open in full effect. Perfect. So now that we've done that, we have to go and create our layout for conversations. So go ahead and write layout.tsx like this. And you get an error because there is no default export here right now. So go ahead and write export default asynchronous function conversations layout like this. And the prop it's going to take is children, and you can immediately create types for that. So children is a type of React node. Perfect. So go ahead and open this. And first thing we're going to get, well, we're just going to return for now the sidebar like this, which you can import from /components /sidebar component. We already did this for the users. And inside, what we're going to do is we're going to create a div with a class name of H-full like this. And inside, we're just gonna paste our children like this. And I will save this layout and it will automatically hot reload. You can also manually refresh if it doesn't do that for you. And now you can see that I have my sidebar here as well. And now we have this error right here for the sidebar, and you can fix that exactly the same way you did with the user list. So ts-expect-error server component just like this. Perfect. And what we have to add now is another component called conversation list. So I got an error here. I think it's just cache. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Alright, so I had an error with cache. If your screen did not fill this entire, if your empty state did not fill this entire screen under conversations and you got that same error that I did, all you have to do is shut down your application and run npm run dev again. So it's a simple cache issue, nothing too complicated to fix. Great. So let's continue now and let's go back into layout, and below this h-full, I'm gonna write conversation list like this, and I'm gonna pass in initial items, which are going to be, well, for now, just an empty array like this. So just go ahead and save this, and you're gonna get an error right here. So in order to fix this, what we have to do is we have to go in conversations and create a new folder called components, like that. And inside of that, create a new file called conversationlist.tsx, like this. And let's just quickly fix the error. So conversation list div conversation list, like this, and go back into your conversations layout and just import that component from ./components/conversation list, and the error should go away. And now we have to find a way to fill these initial items before we start and develop this conversation list. So in order to do that, let's create a new action in this actions folder called getConversations.ts, like this. Great. Now let's import Prisma from add/app/lib/prisma-db, like that. And let's import getCurrentUser from ./getCurrentUser because they are in the same folder right here. Let's write const getConversations, which is an asynchronous function. And first, let's get the current user. So const current user is equal to await get current user, like that. If there is no current user, $.id. In that case, just return an empty array. Now let's open a try and catch block. The error type is any, and the same thing, just return an empty array if there is any error. Perfect. Now let's go into our try block right here and let's find the conversations. So const conversations is equal await prisma.conversation.findMany, and in the query, first we're going to order them by last message at descending. What this means is that we're going to order our newly conversations by the latest message that has been sent in them. So we're not going to order them by newest, we're going to order them by latest active. So if a user sent a message in one of the conversations, that is going to be our most top conversation. All right, now another query we are going to do is where. And first things first, user IDs has current user.id. So we're going to load every single conversation that includes our current user. That includes single one-on-one conversations and group chats. So with this very simple query, we handled all of those cases. What we have to do now is populate some of the fields we have in the conversations model. So go ahead and write include users true. Now if you're wondering, how do you include something inside of the users or something inside of this property? Well, for example, we will want to include messages, so we can just write true. But I also want to populate the users inside of those messages. So what you can do is, instead of writing true, open an array inside like this, and again, write include. And what we're going to include from the messages is sender and seen. Sender is the author of the message, and seen is an array of people who have seen the latest message. Perfect. You can close this and you can safely just return conversations like that. And just make sure you write export default use conversation, sorry, not use conversations, but get conversations, like this. So very simple action, and just remember to export default get conversations. Great. Now that that is done, we can go back into conversations layout.tsx right here. And now we can safely, since this is an asynchronous server component, we can now safely load the conversations here. So I'm going to write const conversations is equal to await get conversations from /actions/get conversations. It's at the top of my file right here. Perfect. And now that I have that, I'm going to pass that instead of an empty array right here. Perfect. And now we can go back into conversation list component and we can start developing here. So first thing I'm going to write is an interface for our conversation list. So I'm going to write conversation list props. I'm going to write initial items, which is going to be an array of conversation from Prisma client like this. And make sure you mark this as use client like that. And we're going to assign this right here like that. And then you can extract that as initial items like this. Why do we call this initial items? Well, because later in the tutorial, we're going to update these items in real time using Pusher, which uses sockets underneath. So it's incorrect to name these items since they're going to just be used as an initial load for our messenger. But we are actually going to, sorry, I did something with my screen, but we are actually going to update those messages dynamically depending on the real-time sockets and Pusher. All right, and now that we have this, what I want to show you real quick is if you go back into layout right here, you will see that the types we are sending to the initial items is not the same that we are receiving from our action. You can see that what I get from await get conversations has a scene, which is an array of users, and a sender, which is a user, as well as users, which is a user. But in our conversation list, initial items is just a simple conversation, and you can see that it uses user IDs instead. Now, you might get a TypeScript error for this. I'm not getting it right now, but I remember during development, I definitely got this error. So I'm going to show you how to properly create types for this. So we're going to go and I'm going to collapse everything here, and inside the app folder, create a new folder called types. And inside of that, create a new file, index.ts, like this. And I'm going to import conversation, message, and user from @prisma/client like this. And now that we have this import, we can write a couple of special types for us. So export type full message type is equal to message and sender, which is a type of user, and scene, which is an array of users like this. And we're also going to export type full conversation type, which is a type of conversation, and users, which is an array of user, and messages, which is a type of full message type like this. And now that we have this full conversation type, just make sure you save this file and make sure you've written export here. We can use this full conversation type inside of our newly created conversation list. So I don't want to use this conversation. I want to use full conversation type, and I'm going to import it from @/app/types. And then you can remove this just like that. And now I'm going to go back here and see, okay, so now I have this error. So I'm just going to quickly see what's going on here. All right, so I made a small error. So let's go back into our types folder, which we just created. And instead of a single full message type, we have to add an array here like this. And now if you go back to layout, you can see that what we send and what we expect is a full conversation type, and that is exactly matching, and you should not get any errors. So just to recap what I've done right here. So in conversation list right here, I've assigned a new type, full conversation type, and the array at the end. And if we take a look at what full conversation type is, it uses the existing conversation, but it extends it to give types of populated user and populated messages. Why do we need that? Well, because in our get conversations, we use this include, which populates the users and populates the messages. So That's why the types were incompatible, so we have to manually resolve them. If you are still having errors, just confirm. You can also use my GitHub, which is in the description, that your types are exactly like this. Confirm that you're correctly adding the include right here, and in last resort, you can try and just reload your window like this. Sometimes TypeScript gets cached inside. But if you want to be 100% sure, you can hover your mouse over Get Conversations, and once it loads, it's going to show you what kind of type it is returning. So if I hover here, okay, it's still loading. Let's just wait a second. Great. So you can see that I'm returning a conversation and messages, and messages has seen and sender and users, and it's an array. And you can hover here to see what you're expecting to get. Perfect. Now let's go back in our conversation list. So I'm just going to find it right here. I'm going to close everything else. Great. Now in this conversation list, first things first, we're going to assign these initial items to a state. So go ahead and write const items set items is equal use state, which you can import from React, and just pass in initial items like this. Great. Below that, we're going to add const router is equal use router, and you can import router from next/navigation. Just make sure you do not accidentally import it from router. The correct is navigation like this. Perfect. Below that, we're going to use our use conversation hook, which we already used a couple of times. So const use conversation like this, which you can import from add/app/hooks use conversation right here. And you're going to destructure inside conversation ID and is open like that. Perfect. Now we can go ahead and we can start styling our conversation list. So instead of returning a div, we're going to use the semantically correct aside element like we did in the user list. Great. Now let's write some class names. So class name is going to be CLSX right here. And as always, you can use strings here, but I'm going to use backticks so I can safely write in multiple lines here. And make sure you import CLSX from CLSX. I'm going to put it to the top right here, and I'm going to quickly organize my stuff like this. Beautiful. All right, now inside of this CLSX, let's write some class names. So it's going to be fixed insect-y -y-0 pb-20 lg pb-0 lg left-20 lg w-80 lg block overflow-y-auto border-r border-gray-200 like this. And in the second argument of the CLSX, what I'm going to write is a conditional. So I'm going to use is open hidden. Otherwise, I'm going to use block w-full left-0 like this. Perfect. So now you can see I have the exact same thing as we have in our users, except in the users we actually load the users, but we're going to do the very similar thing here for the conversations. Perfect. So inside of this aside element, create a new div like this and give it a class name of px-5 like that. Inside of there, we're going to create a new div with a class name of flex justify-between mb-4 and pt-4 like that. Inside, create a new div and just write messages inside. And messages should now appear right here. Perfect. Now let's style this. So let's give it some styles. Text-to-XL, font-bold, and text-neutral-800. So the same thing we did with users. Perfect. Now it looks very nice. All right. Now below this div, I'm going to create another div. And inside, I'm going to add a React icons icon. So I'm going to use md outline group add like this. And I'm going to import this right here at the top. So I'm going to import md outline group add from react-icons/md like this. Perfect. And now I'm going to save this. And you're probably, I'm going to refresh this just to see if it's visible or not. So it's taking some time for me. There you can see a very small icon that has appeared in my corner. So as always, if your hop reload stops working, you can just manually refresh. Next 13 can be slow in development. It is still very experimental. All right, and now let's actually style this MD outline group add here. So first I want to give it a size of 20 so it looks a little bit bigger than this. And now let's go ahead and write some class names here. So class name is going to be rounded dash full p dash 2 dg dash gray dash 100 text dash gray dash 600 cursor dash pointer hover opacity dash 75 and transition like this. All right, I'm going to refresh one more time, and there we go. We have a nice little icon right here in the corner. Perfect, exactly what we wanted. So for now, this is not going to do anything. In the future, it's going to open a modal to create a group chat. All right. And now just below this two divs right here, we're going to create an iteration over our items. So I'm going to write items.map item, and I'm going to immediately return a conversation box like this. Right now it does not exist, so of course if we save we are going to get an error, but I'm also going to populate it with some attributes here. So I'm going to give it a key of item.id, I'm going to give it data of item, and I'm going to give it a selected of conversation ID is equal to item.id like this. So that is why we needed this conversation ID from the use conversation route. Hook, sorry. Now if I save this file, we are going to get an error because our conversation box does not exist. So let's go ahead and create that. So let's go into our conversations components and create a new file, conversation box.tsx. Let's mark it as use client, and let's just quickly fix the error by writing conversation box like this and just return a div conversation box like that. Go back into your conversation list and just import this from /conversation box like this and save the file, and the error should go away. Just wait a couple of seconds and there we go. I have one instance of conversation. If you're not seeing anything, confirm that in your database you actually have a conversation. If you don't, make sure you have enough users in this user page right here, which I clicked on. Is just taking a couple of seconds to compile. And make sure you click on a conversation like this. So I just clicked on this Antonio Erdelets right here, and it's gonna give me a 404 because we do not have the individual conversation ID route yet. But if I go back to /conversations, I should have two conversations right now because I clicked on both users and I have conversations with both of them right now. Perfect. So I'm gonna go back into conversation box now. And I'm going to start adding some imports here. So first I'm going to import use callback and use memo from React. I'm going to import use router from next/navigation. I'm going to import conversation, message, and user from @prisma/client because we're going to need those individual types. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to install a new package which we are going to need. So go ahead and open your terminal. I'm going to shut down the application and I'm going to write npm install date-fns like this. Wait a couple of seconds for this to install. And after it's been installed, you can go ahead and npm run dev again and just refresh your page to make sure the app has been loaded. Great, so I have my app up and running again, and I'm gonna add the import from that package called format. So from date-fns like this. Great. And I'm also going to import use session from next-auth/react like this. And I'm going to import CLSX from CLSX like that. Perfect. And what we're gonna do now is we're going to start and write types for this conversation box. So go ahead and write the interface conversation box props. Data is going to be full conversation type, which you can import from @/up/types, which we created just recently. And selected is going to be an optional boolean like this. Perfect. Now let's just assign these props right here. So conversation box props. like that, and just destructure data and selected from here. Perfect. All right, now we're gonna have to create a hook which is going to help us to select the other user from the conversation. Because if you think about it, when we load our conversations, depending on which user is looking at them, we do not want to show the current user as the name of that conversation. We want to show the other user. So that is exactly what we are going to do now. So I'm going to open my navigation here, and inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder. We already have the folder called hooks, and inside I'm going to create a new file called useOtherUser.ts, like that. So very explicit name, so we know what it is doing. I'm going to import use session from next-auth/react like this. I'm going to import use memo from React. I'm going to import full conversation type from /types, and I'm going to import user from @prisma/client like that. So this is everything we are going to need for this hook. Then I'm going to write const useOtherUser. I'm going to give it a conversation of a full conversation type. I'm going to open an array. I'm going to open an object in which I'm going to write users, and I'm going to give it a type of user and an array like this. And I'm just going to open and return an arrow function for this hook. Perfect. And just make sure you immediately add export default useOtherUser so you don't forget about it. All right. Now first let's get our session. So const session is equal use session like this. And now let's write const other user is equal to use memo. Open an arrow function and give it a dependency array like this. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get the current user email. To do that, I'm going to use a session. So const current user email is equal to session $data ? .user ? .email like that. And then I'm going to filter to the through the conversation users, and I'm going to filter out whatever is not my user using the email. So I'm going to write const other user is equal to conversation.users.filter. I'm going to find the user, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to write user.email is not equal to current user email like this. So I'm just going to expand this view like this so you can see. So const other user is equal to conversations.users. We're going to filter through the users, and we are going to remove, we are going to leave only the user which is not our current user. So that's how we find the other user, the opposite of the currently logged in one. And all we have to do is just write return other user like this. And in the dependency array, you're going to write session $.data ? .user ? .email and conversation.users like this. And what you're going to return from this hook is return other user like that. Perfect. So I'm just going to bring this back a bit, and now I can head back into my conversation box now that I have this new hook. Sorry, not conversation box. Yes, actually conversation box right here. And the hook I'm going to use here is the newly created use other user. So const other user is equal use other user, and you can import it from @/app/hooks use other user. Perfect. And the argument it accepts is either conversation or an array of users, which we will use for group chats. But for now, we have this very simple case where we can just pass in the data like this. Next, we're gonna get our session. So const session is equal use session like this. And below that, const router is equal use router like this. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and write our handle click function. So const handle click is a use callback. Don't forget the dependency array right here. And all we're going to do is router.push use backticks /conversations / open the special object data.id. Very simple like this, and give it a dependency array of data.id and router like that. Perfect. And now we're going to write a couple of constants for the texts which we are going to use in our UI. So first, let's write a constant, a variable, which is going to be able to fetch the last message sent in the conversation. So const last message is equal to use memo, which we have imported from React already. Don't forget the dependency array. First, I'm going to get all messages. So const messages is going to be data.messages pipe empty array like this. And the way we can get the last message from this is very simple. So I'm going to return messages.length -1 like this. And in the dependency array, all I'm going to put is data.messages like this. Perfect. We have the logic to get the last message from the conversation. All right, now let's create a variable to fetch our user email. You already saw how we did that in use other users. So we're going to do a very similar thing, but we're going to memorize it because we're going to use it across our other variables in this component. So in the conversation box, make sure you write const user email is equal to use memo. Don't forget to put the dependency array as well. And what you're going to do is you're just going to return session.data?user?email like this. And in the dependency array, you're going to put the very same thing. So session.data?user?email like that. So now we have the user email. And now we're going to write the constant for our seen boolean. So we're going to create a control whether the user has seen this message already or not. So write const has seen is again use memo. Make sure you put the dependency array again, and in has seen, first we're going to check if there even is an existing last message. So if there is no last message, return false, because it's not possible that we've seen a message that does not exist. Great, and now we're going to fetch, not fetch, but we're going to structure the seen array. So const seen array is going to be equal to last message dot seen pipe empty array, just so we don't break something accidentally if dot seen does not exist by chance. All right, and now we're going to do another check if there is no current user email. So if there is no user email, in that case, we will also going to return false, because we cannot compare the seen array with anything. So we need the user email to be loaded in order to compare whether it is in this seen array right here. Great. And all we're going to return is return seen array. And I'm just gonna, you can do this in one line, dot filter, but I'm just gonna do it like this, dot filter, user.email is identical to user email, which we've written up there. And since it needs to be a boolean, we're gonna use dot length is not equal to 0. So basically what we're gonna do is first we're gonna check if there is an existing last message. If there is no last message, we're gonna return false to our boolean has seen, because there is no way we can see that message. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to structure our seen array using last message dot seen, and we're going to use this safety pipe empty array so that we can safely run dot filter on this seen array without JavaScript giving us an error like you cannot use dot filter on undefined. So that's why we do this safety right here. Next thing, we check if there is no user email, because if there is no user email, there is nothing we can compare it in this filter to. How is it possible that there is no user email? Well, that's because the session hook, which we use right here, needs some time to load. So that's why I put it in a use memo here, so it's immediately updated once it is loaded. Perfect. And then what we do is we go through the seen array, which is going to hold all the users who have seen the message sent, and we're going to filter them. Basically, this is just a way, there are many ways you can do this, but I just chose this method for now. I'm going to filter the seen array to only find the user, which is the current logged in user, and I just confirm that the length of that array is not 0, meaning that there is at least one user inside that matches the email of the logged in user, meaning that the logged in user has seen this message. All right. And in the dependency array, all you have to do is write user email and last message like this. Perfect. And the last variable we're going to write before we start on the UI is the last message text. So const last message text is also a use memo. Don't forget the dependency array. First thing we're going to do is we're going to check if the last message is actually an image, right? Because if it is an image, we cannot show any text to the user. So what we're going to write is if last message question mark dot image. In that case, we're going to return send an image like that. Send an image just like this. All right. And if there is a body of the last message, that means that there is some text that we can display. So if last message question mark dot body, in that case, we can safely return last message dot body like this. So this is going to be the actual message that someone has sent. And if there is none of this, that means that we have just started the conversation and there is not a single message sent in there yet, which is the case for our two conversations because we do not have a functionality to create messages at all. So what we do here is return started a conversation like this. Perfect. And the only thing we need in the dependency array is last message like this. Perfect. And now we are ready to start styling our conversation box right here. So I'm just going to remove this text inside. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give this some class names. So before I add a class name, actually we can add an onClick to trigger handle click, which we defined. It was the first thing we wrote in this function. So a very simple redirect to /conversations/ the conversation ID. This route does not exist yet, but we're going to do that later on. All right. Below this onClick, we're also going to add class name. It's going to be CLSX. And again, I'm going to use backticks so I can safely do this in multiple lines. I'm going to give it a w-full relative flex items-center space-x-3 hover bg-neutral -100 rounded -lg transition and cursor -pointer. All right, and in the second argument of the CLSX, so you add a comma and then you write a second argument. I'm going to use the selected boolean to either show bg-neutral -100 or bg-white like this. All right, and now what I'm going to add here is avatar, and I'm going to give it a user of other user like this. And we do not have avatar imported, so just make sure you import avatar from @/app/components avatar, and you can save the file. And now you can see that I have the other user inside, but there is an error we are having here. So I'm just going to go ahead and quickly check what's going on here. Yes, so I did a mistake in my use other user hook. So that is a very simple fix. Go back into your hooks, use other user right here, and instead of returning the entire array, because .filter returns an array, you can just write 0 like this, and that is going to return a single user. And I'm just going to refresh my page here. And there you go. You can see how now I show this avatar, the correct avatar of the conversation, of the user I started the conversation with. Perfect. So I just want to confirm that you understand what we did with this other user thing. So in my use other user hook right here, I just picked the first user from this array, which is guaranteed for us to be the user which is not our current user. So previously I just did this, and that is incorrect because this is an array of users. What we want is just a single user, so then this return function right here only gives us a single user, and then that works well with this avatar which expects a single user. Great. And in this class names right here, below cursor pointer, I also want to give it another style of p-3. So we have a bit more spacing. You can see how everything now looks much, much better. All right. Now below this avatar, open another div, and you're going to write the following. You're going to write a class name of min-w-0 and flex-1. Inside, I'm just going to indent this. I'm going to give it a class name of focus outline-none, like this. And inside, I'm going to create another div, and I'm going to give it a class name of flex justify dash between items dash center and mb-1, like that. And inside of that, I'm going to create a paragraph. Now this paragraph is either going to render data.name, which is a group chat conversation name, but since we're not working with groups right now, you're never going to render this for now, except in the later parts of the tutorial. So if there is no data.name, we're going to use a pipe to render other user.name instead, like this. And now you can see how it says Antonio Erderiaz and Antonio here. But if we were to create a group chat, we would primarily use the name that we named our group chat instead of a random user from that group. Great. Now let's just give this paragraph some class names. So class name, let's give it a text-md, let's give it a font of medium, and let's give it a text-gray-900 like this. Perfect. And now below this paragraph here, let's check if we have the last message. So if we have a last message dot created at, we're gonna do an end right here, and we're gonna write a paragraph right here, and we're gonna use format new date last message dot created at, and we're gonna give it a format of p, like this. So basically, if there is a last message sent in this conversation, we're going to display a little time when the last message has been sent. If we save right now, we're not going to see anything because there is no last message available here. And let's just make sure to style this here. So class name to this paragraph, which will display our last message created at date, text-xs, text-gray-400 and font-light. So it's going to be a very small text here. And I just want to make sure that you can actually test this. So you don't have to do this, but I just want to show you how this will look. So I'm going to remove this for now, and I'm going to hard code this to true like this, and I'm going to save it so you see how this looks. See, we get this little text which shows us 9:38 p.m., which is my current time. So I'm just going to revert this back and make sure you do as well. Use last message dot created at and last message dot created at in this new date right here. I just did that to show you how this is going to look and how it should look for you. All right. And now just below this div right here, you're going to create a paragraph inside. And this paragraph is going to render last message text like this. And in our case, that is going to be started a conversation. Why? Well, if you go back to last message text, you can see our conditions. If there is an image in the last message, we're going to show send an image. If there is a body in last message, we're going to show whatever the last message is that the user sent. If there is none of those conditions, in that case, we're just going to show started a conversation because we just started a conversation and there is no messages yet. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's style this paragraph. So class name is equal to CLSX. Again, I'm going to use backticks here. I'm going to give it a truncate. I'm going to give it text-sm. And in the second argument right here, I'm going to use has seen text-gray-500. Otherwise, text-black font-medium like that. Great. And you can see how it's now a bit more compact in this conversation box right here. So if I send the message to Antonio, it's going to be written a last message here. If I have not seen this message yet, it's going to be bolded in a dark color. But if I did see it, it's going to be more of a light color to indicate like on the actual Messenger app. Perfect. And that is it for our conversation box right here. In the future, we are also going to add a dynamic difference between either showing an avatar or a group of avatars if it's a group chat. But for now, we don't have to do that. We're going to do that later in the tutorial. Great job. For if you want to check the last message, you can do what I did. So just replace this with true like this, and make sure you remove this inside so you can see how that looks. And then also just don't forget to bring it back here. Great. Great job. In the next part of the tutorial, we are going to create an actual /ID here. Right now, if I click, I get a 404. So we're going to work on this page next. I'm just going to go back so there is no error for now. Great job. So we're going to continue with the development of our messenger by creating the /conversations/ID, which are routed to when clicked on any of the conversations in the sidebar. To do that, first we have to create a page for that. So I'm going to collapse everything here. I'm going to go into the app folder, into conversations, and inside I'm going to create a new folder, square brackets, conversation ID like this. And inside I'm going to create a new file, page.tsx like that. And what I'm going to do inside is very simple. So first I'm going to write the interface for my parameters. So I'm going to write interface iparams conversation ID, a type of string like this. And then I'm going to write const conversation ID is equal to an asynchronous function, asynchronous arrow function like this. Give it params and give it params iparams type like this. Just make sure you use the capital P like this, so don't make the same typo that I did. And just open this arrow function and return like this. So very simple to start with. Great. And in here, all I'm going to do for now is I'm going to create a div, and I'm just going to say conversation ID like this. And I'm going to export default conversation ID just like this. So now once I have this page, if I click on my conversation, I should no longer get a 404 view. Instead, what I'm going to get, well, we're going to see that in a second. You can see that I have this text conversation ID right here. It is not yet positioned correctly, but that is what we wanted. We just wanted to avoid having the 404 page. Great. So what we have to do now is we have to create a couple of actions, which we are going to call in this server component right here. So let's go into actions folder and let's create a file get conversation by id.ts. Great. And inside of that, we are going to import Prisma from add/app/libs/prisma like this, sorry, Prisma DB, and we are going to import current user. So import get current user from /get current user. Beautiful. All right, and now let's define this action. So const get conversation by ID is an asynchronous function which accepts conversation ID, which is a type of string like this. And I just like to put a space here. Great. And return an arrow function here and open a try and catch block. And in the catch right here, define the error as any, and all you're going to do is return null like this. Great. And now inside of this try block, what you can do is write const current user is equal to await get current user like that. So first let's check if there is no current user. So if there is no current user !email like this, in that case, again, return null for the conversation ID. And now let's use Prisma to find the conversation. So const conversation is equal to await Prisma.conversation.find unique, and we are going to use the where query pointing to the ID, which is going to compare conversation ID, which we sent from the parameters right here. Great. And I'm also going to include users. So just write users true like this. And what you can do then is just return conversation like that. Perfect. And make sure you do export default get conversation by ID at the end right here, so you can actually import this in your project. Great. Before we move on back to our page, we have to create another action. So let's go again in the actions folder and create a new file, get messages.ts. let's import Prisma from add/app/libs/prisma_db again, and let's write const get messages is equal to async conversation ID, which is a type of a string again. And inside we're going to open a try and catch block. Let's resolve the catch. So error is a type of any, and inside you're just going to return an empty array like this. So now let's go and do const messages is equal to await prisma.message.findMany, where conversation ID is equal to conversation ID like this, and include sender and seen like that. And you're also going to order by created at ascending like this, because when we load our messages, the newest ones by default are going to be on top. But messengers don't work like that. Messengers show the newest version on the bottom right here. So that's why we don't use descending, we use ascending like this. And all we have to do is return messages like that. And don't forget to export default get messages like this. Beautiful. And now we can safely go back into our app folder, into conversations, into conversation ID, into page right here. Perfect. And now in this page here, what we can do is call both the conversation and messages. So first let's fetch our conversation. So I'm going to write const conversation is equal await get conversation by ID, and I'm going to pass in params.conversation ID like that. And below that, I'm going to load our messages. So const messages is equal await get messages like that. And I'm also going to pass in params.conversation.id, just like I did here with the conversation. Great. And now that we have that, let's first handle if there is no conversation. So if we entered an invalid ID in the URL. So if there is no conversation, what we are going to do is just return a div like that. Let's give the class name of lgpl-80 and h-full like this. And just make sure you don't make a mistake like I did here. And inside of that, create another div with the class name h-full flex-call, and just use the our pre-made empty state, which we already used a couple of times in the project like this. Great. And you can import the empty state from add/app/components empty state like this. I'm just gonna move this up so the code is a bit more prettier like this. Perfect. All right. And now I'm just going to collapse this a little bit so we can see the desktop view, because that's what we want to design now. So I'm going to give this a class name in the main return function now. I'm going to give this a class name of lgpl-80h-full like that. And inside of that, I'm going to create another div, which is going to wrap this conversation ID here, and give the class name of h-full flex-call like that. Great. And I'm just going to refresh here so everything is reflected, and you can see that now our conversation ID here has moved to this area right here. Great. Now, instead of writing conversation ID here, I'm going to create a component called header. So I'm going to write header like this. It's a self-closing tag, and I'm going to pass conversation just like this. And if we save, of course, we're going to get an error because header does not exist right now. So go into your conversations folder, conversations ID, and create a new folder called components. And inside, create a new file called header.tsx. And let's just quickly fix this error. So I'm going to define use client, and I'm going to use a shorthand to create a header component here, which is just going to say header for now. Great. I'm going to go back into conversation ID page here, and I'm going to import that header from ./components/header like this. And once I save, the error will go away let's just wait a couple of seconds, and there we go, we have our header here. Great. So now let's go ahead and fix this TypeScript error in the header by defining the interface. So interface header props accepts the conversation, which is a type of conversation from Prisma client. You can import it right here, and we're going to extend it a little bit because we also include the users. So I'm gonna write user like this, and you can import user from Prisma client as well in this line right here. And then we can use this header props to assign it to react.fc like that. Beautiful. And I'm just gonna extract that here. So conversation like that. Great job. All right, and now we can safely pass in the conversation here. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna add some hooks here. So we're gonna use the hook we created previously called use other user, because we wanna display this user's name in the header right here. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna write const other user is equal use other user, which you can import from add/app/hooks use other user like that. Great. And now that we have that, we can pass in the conversation, because that is what it takes. Great. Now inside a new variable here, I'm going to define a status text. For now, it's going to be pretty static because we don't have the functionality for active and offline and online status yet. But we're going to write a functionality which is going to be able to at least change the status for the groups, which you will see the functionality of later. So go ahead and write const status text is equal use memo. Make sure you don't forget the dependency array. And first we're going to check if the conversation is a group. So if conversation is group, in that case, we're going to return open pointy brackets and just write conversation.users.length members like that. So if we are in a group, we're not going to show the individual online or offline status. We're just going to show 5 members or 2 members or 16 members. Great. And now below this if clause, what we're going to do is we're going to return active for now. So we're going to hard code it. And what we have to pass here is conversation like this. And now we have the status text. So we hard coded active for now. Later on, this is going to be dynamic. It's going to be either active or offline, depending on our pusher subscription status. Great. And now we can go ahead and start developing this UI here. So I'm going to remove this div for now. Sorry, this text for now. I'm going to create some class names for this div. So I'm going to write bg-white w-full flex border-b 1 pixel. Below that, I'm going to write sm px-4 py-3 px-4 lg-px-6 justify-between items-center and shadow-sm like that. Great. And now inside of this div, you want to open another div. You can see how our little navbar is visible here. And now inside of this div, we can give it a class name of flex gap-3 items-center just like that. All right. And now we're going to create a mobile only chevron back. So I'm going to collapse this like this, and I'm going to zoom in so we can see what's going on here. So I don't know if you can see, but I have this little navbar right here at the top. So this is where I recommend you also collapse your screen to mobile. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to see what you're doing. So go ahead and add the link component, which you can import from next/link, which I did right here. And this link component, let's do it like this for now. So where it's going to point at, the href is going to be /conversations, like that. And besides the href, we're also going to give it some classes. So I'm just going to head and collapse this, and I'm going to write some class names. So class name is going to be lg hidden block text-sky-500 hover text-sky-600 transition and cursor-pointer like this. And inside, I'm going to use the hi chevron left from react-icons /hi2. So there are two of them. One is from react-icons/hi, but I'm going to use the one from hi2. You can try yourself and see if you like one more. So let's just see where we imported this. So we have an import of hi chevron left from react-icons/hi2 like that. Great. And I'm just going to give it a size of 32 like that. And now you can see I have this big icon on mobile screens, which serves as the back icon. But if I expand a lot, you can see that there's no need for that. So we'll only use that on mobile devices where we do not show the sidebar. Great. So for now, you can actually move your screen back to desktop view, because now we're going to develop things for desktop. Great. So below this link right here, go ahead and write the avatar component, which you can import from add/app components avatar. We already used it a few times in the project. Great. It is a self-closing tag, and the user you're going to pass is other user like that, and just save the file. And in a couple of seconds, you should see the same image of this user you selected right here. Great. And now just below this avatar, create a div and give it a class name of flex-call like that. Inside, create another div, which is either going to have a conversation.name if it's a group chat, or other user.name if it is a single chat like this. Great. And below this div, create another div, and I'm going to give it some class names. So write class name, and we're going to give it text-sm, font-light, text-neutral, -500 like that. And I'm just going to pass in the status text component, status text variable, which we define here and which we will improve a bit in the future. So status text inside of this div below the conversation.name and other user.name, and just save the file, and you can see how it says active right here. Great job. And one more thing we're going to add to the header is just below everything here. So before the last closing div right here, just add hi ellipsis horizontal, which you can import from react-icons/hi2. So the same one you imported hi chevron with. Great. And it is going to be a self-closing tag like this, and let's just go ahead and give it some properties. So size is going to be 32. It's going to have an onClick, which for now is just going to be an empty function. Later it's going to open a profile drawer, and class name is going to be text. Whoops, let me just enter. So text-sky-500 cursor-pointer hover text-sky-600 and transition like that. Great. And now we have this little menu item right there, and it's also visible on mobile, but on mobile we also have this chevron back icon. Great. I really like how this looks. So for now, that's going to be it for our header component. Let's go back into the page component of conversation ID right here, and let's add another component here called body like this. For now, let's just go ahead and fix the error which it is going to give us because body does not exist right now. So the same way we added header, just go ahead in your components and create a new file, body.tsx like this. And all you're going to do is mark it as use client, and a very simple fix. So just body and return a div which says body like that. And then you can go back into the page.tsx of the conversation ID and just import it from ./components/body like you did with the header, and save your file, and the error should go away. Just wait a couple of seconds for hot reload to work, and there we go. We have our body. Now I'm gonna go inside the body again, and we're not gonna do too much here for now because we don't have the functionality. We don't have any messages yet, so there's no point in writing all of that code to render messages we cannot even see. So all I'm going to do for now is I'm going to write a class name here, flex-1 overflow-y-auto like that, and save the file. And that is going to be it for our body component for now. And then you can go back into page.tsx, and we're going to create a form component which we are going to use to create messages. So just below your body element right here, you're going to go ahead and write form just like this. And again, we're going to get an error, so let's just quickly fix that by adding a new file, form.tsx inside, mark it as used client, and let's just fix the error. So form, and return a div which says form like that. And then just go back in your page and import form the same way you imported header and body. Great. And now that we have the form, we can actually go inside, just wait for this to fix. All right, and we have the form right here at the bottom of the screen, if you can see. Great. Now let's go into this form and let's start developing inside. So first thing we're going to add is we're going to extract the conversation ID from use conversation. Then we're going to make use of use form hook, which we already did in the login and register screen. So write const is equal to use form, which you can import from react-hook-form right here, and give it a value of field values like that, which you can also import from use form. So I'm just going to collapse this because we're going to have a bunch of these items here. So field values, and just open this and return an object inside with the default values, message, empty, like that. And what we're going to extract is register, handle submit, set value, and form state, and just extract errors like this. So that's all we're going to need from this use form right here. And now we're going to write our onSubmit function here. So const onSubmit is going to be a submit handler, which you can import from React hook form as well. So right here, submit handler, and it's also going to accept field values, which we already have imported. It's going to be a function which accepts the data as a parameter and just returns an arrow function where we are going to set post this to our API, which does not exist yet, but this is what it's going to look like. So Axios, which you can import from Axios right here, dot post, and it's going to point to /API/messages with the body of ... data, and we're also going to pass in conversation ID like that. You can also use a shorthand if you want, like this. Great. So we are going to spread the data, which is only going to hold our message for now, but we are also going to add conversation ID, which we get using this use conversation hook right here. And basically what this is going to extract is this URL right here at the top. Great. Now that we have that, what I also want to do is I want to use this set value to reset the message back to nothing. And we are also going to use should validate true like this. So it re-renders this component. So once we click submit, I just want to clear our message input, which we will have right here at the bottom. So that's why we have this line right here. Great. And now let's go into our return function and let's start styling this. So let's give this a couple of class names. So we're going to give it the class name of py4, px-4, bg-white, border-t, flex, items-center, gap-2, lg, gap-4, and w-full. Great, so now you can see how at the bottom you have a nice little separator at the top, which is top border, which clearly separates this from the body element right here. Great. Now inside of that, first thing I'm going to add here is hi photo, which you can import from react-icons/hi2, and it's going to be a self-closing tag like this. And I imported it right here from react-icons/hi2 like that. Great. And I'm also going to give this a size of 30 like that, and a class name of text-sky-500 like this. Great. And now I have this little photo image right here, and you can also check out how it looks on mobile. So it works exactly the same way. Great. So now that I have this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a form element here. And inside this form element, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to write on submit, which is basically going to call handle submit, which we exported, so we destructured here from use form, and our handle submit is going to wrap our custom on submit right here in the parentheses, and then this handle submit is going to provide our custom on submit with this data which is controlled from here in the default values, which is exactly what we want. That's how we use React hook form. And let's give this a class name of flex items-center gap-2 lg gap-4 and w-full like that. All right, and now inside of this form we're going to create another component called message input like this, and I'm going to save this, and we should get an error for that. But before we start working on this, I just want to pass in all the attributes which we are going to need here. So make sure you pass an ID of message, make sure you add register, which we destructured from our use form right here. Great, so ID of message, the same thing we added here, all right, and register errors required and placeholder, which is going to say write a message like that. Great. Now let's go and create this message input component. So I'm going to go here in conversations, conversation ID components, and what I'm going to do is create a new file, message input.tsx like that. Great. Let's mark this as use client, and let's just fix the error quickly. So message input div message input like that. Go back into your form.tsx in the conversation ID components right here, and just import this from /message input like this. And once you save the file, the error should go away once the website hop reloads. Great. And you can see how it says message input right here in my footer here. Great. I'm going to go back into message input now, and first I'm going to define the props for this. So interface message input props are going to be a placeholder, which is an optional string, ID, which is a required string, type, which is an optional string, required, which is an optional boolean, register, which is use form register, which you can import from React hook form like I did right here, and open pointy brackets and just write field values, which you can import also from React hook form here. Great. And errors, which are field errors like that. Great. Now that we have that, let's just assign all of those here. So message input props like that, and you can go ahead and extract all of those here. So type, required, register, and errors like that. All right. Now at this top div, first thing you want to do is give the class name of relative w-full like that. And instead of this text, we're going to render an input component, which is a self-closing tag here. We're going to pass in an ID of ID, type of type, autocomplete of ID. We're going to spread the register. First argument is going to be ID, and second is going to be an object which accepts required like that. So this is a shorthand for required, which is going to be true or false since it is a boolean. So we can just write it like this, required. And placeholder, which is a placeholder. And now let's actually style this by giving it some class names. Like this. So I'm going to give it a text-black. I'm going to give it a font-light. I'm going to give it a py-2, px-4, bg-neutral-100, w-full, rounded-full, and on focus, I'm going to give it outline-none like this. Great. And if you take a look now, I'm going to use mobile so you can see better. So you can see we have this nice little input here, which is exactly, which looks very similar to the messenger, the actual Facebook Messenger. Great. And this is where we can actually type our message now. Great. We are done with the message input here, and we can go back into our form.tsx. Great. So inside of this form, just below the message input, we're going to create a button element like this. We're going to give it a type of submit. So this button is going to trigger this form on submit. So make sure that your button is inside of this form or just below this message input. Great. And we're going to give it a class name of the following. So it's going to have rounded-full p-2 bg-sky-500 cursor-pointer hover bg-sky-600 and transition like that. Great. And inside of the button, we're going to have an icon hi paper plane. Sorry, paper airplane. And you can either import it from hi or hi2. I'm going to use hi2 because I like those icons better. So let me just confirm that. Yes. So import hr paper airplane and hi photo from react-icons/hi2. Great. And let's just add some final attributes to this button. So size is going to be 18 and class name is going to be text-white like that. And now if you take a look, you can see how we have a nice little arrow here. So I'm just going to zoom in a bit so you can see we have an image which is going to trigger Cloudinary in the future. We have a message and we have a submit button right here. Great, great job. And now we can actually go ahead and try. If I click on network right here. So if you try on empty, nothing is going to happen because we set in our form that our input right here is required. So if I send test and click here, you can see that we are trying to reach our API messages, but that does not exist. But this is a good thing because it does exactly what we wanted to do. It cleared the input and in the payload, it sent the conversation ID and the message test, which is exactly what we want. So we are now ready to create the endpoint, which is going to create the messages for our messenger. Great, great job. So I'm just going to align this. Great. So let's continue and let's create the route which is going to create our messages. So I'm going to collapse everything here. I'm going to expand this a little bit and I'm going to go into my app folder into API and I'm going to create a new folder called messages. And inside messages, I'm going to create a new file route.ts like that. Inside this route, I'm going to export a synchronous function post, which is going to accept request of type request to the parameter. Great. Inside, I'm going to open a try and catch block. I'm going to resolve this error. So the error type is any. I'm going to console log. I recommend you do this in every post route. So I'm going to write error and I'm going to say error messages like this. So when I'm debugging my application, I know that this is where the error is coming from. And all I'm going to do is return new next response internal error with a status of 500 and just make sure you import next response from next/server like that. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's get our current user in this try block. So const current user is equal to await get current user like that. Below that, make sure you import get current user from @app/actions get current user. Below that, we're going to parse our body. So const body is equal await request.json like that. And now let's just extract all the values we need from our body like this. So we're going to destruct message, image, and conversation ID. Right now we know that we send message because that's what we do in our form right here, which we just tested, but we will also be able to send an image once we set up Cloudinary. And you also know that we send conversation ID, which is this part of the URL at the end right here. Great. So first let's check if any of these are missing. specifically current user. So if there is no current user question mark ID, or if there is no current user question mark email, in that case, we're going to return new next response unauthorized with a status of 401 like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's create a new message. So const new message is equal to await Prisma. Just don't make a mistake when you write Prisma like this, because right now it's not throwing any errors, but that is only because we declared it globally. Every time you use Prisma like this, you have to import it. So just go here to the top and import Prisma from add/apps/libs/prisma-db like that. Otherwise, if you don't import it, it's going to work locally without import, but in production, in deployment, it's going to break. So make sure you import your Prisma where you use it. So what we're going to do here is prisma.message.create. And first things first, let's give it a data of body, which is going to be our message. Let's give it image, which is going to be our image if it exists. Conversation. We are going to just give it a connect command. And inside this connect command, we're going to write ID, conversation, ID, like that. Great. For the sender, we're going to do a similar thing. We're going to connect it by ID using the current user.id. And for the scene, since we are the one who sent the message, which can automatically push us in the array of these scene users. So I'm just going to write connect, again, ID, current user.id. So the person who has seen this message immediately is the person who sent it. So we connected the current user as our sender, and we connected it as one of the persons who saw the message. And we connected the conversation using conversation ID. Great. And just below this data, let's also write include scene true. So we want to populate this array of scene users and sender true as well. Great. And now that we have that, I'm also going to update our conversation with this new message right here. So I'm going to write const updated conversation is equal to await prisma.conversation.update. I'm going to use the where query to find the conversation by ID using the conversation ID parameter from our body. And I'm going to give it a data of last message add. So since we sent the new message into this conversation, we're going to update the last message add field, because that is by how we order our conversations. So I'm just going to write new date here. And now I'm going to connect the messages. So I'm just going to write messages, connect, ID, new message dot ID like that. Great. And just below this data, I'm also going to include users true, and I'm also going to include messages here, include scene true like that. So we don't need to include users, we just need to include scene here. Right now, we are not going to return this updated conversation, but we are going to use this updated conversation once we add pushers. So that's why I wrote it like this. So for now, we are not going to send it back to the user. We're just going to leave it like this. But it's we still have to update it. We have to connect the message and we have to update the last message add. So it's a good thing we did this already, even without pusher, but we could have done it just like this. But since we're going to need it in the future, I already prepared this updated conversation, which we are then going to send to all of our active users in order to give them real-time update about their current conversation in the sidebar. So that's why I prepared that here. But we are not going to return it now. What we are going to return in this API is return next response.json, and we are going to send new message inside. So we are going to leave this updated conversation alone for now, and we are going to use this new message right here. Great. So make sure you save this file, and let's go back here. I'm going to open my network again right here. All right, and I'm going to test sending my message. So I'm going to write test. I'm going to click send. And if I look at my response, you can see that I have successfully created a message here. Great. And you can confirm that by going in your MongoDB. You can see that I don't have any messages, but if I refresh after I've added a message now, I have a message right here, and you can see I immediately have seen IDs because I seen the message, and it's the exact same ID for the sender ID because I'm the creator of that message. Great job. And now that we have our first message, we can actually start and render some messages. But before we do that, we're also going to learn how to enable Cloudinary for this so we can send images. So we are going to continue, and we are going to create our Cloudinary account and set up the actual action to this little message box in our submit form. So first, I have the Next Cloudinary page opened in this browser here, and we're going to go ahead and open our terminal. I'm going to close everything for now, and I'm going to go and install Next-Cloudinary. So npm install Next-Cloudinary, like that, and just press enter and wait a couple of seconds for this to install. Great. After this has been installed, you can go ahead and run npm run dev again, and just make sure you refresh your page after you've done this so everything is reflected. I'm going to close the terminal for now, and I'm going to go into my .environment file, and inside I'm going to add next_public_ Cloudinary cloud name, like this. Or you can go to Next Cloudinary and just copy this right here. And what we're going to fill here, well, for that we have to create a Cloudinary account. So go into Google and write Cloudinary and select the first link right here. Go and find a way to log in. So I'm here in the mobile view. I'm going to use Google to log in. You can choose anything of your choice. And once you're inside, you're going to see your API key, your cloud name, and a bunch of other useful stuff. So I'm just going to expand this a little bit so you have the desktop view the same as I do. So you can find your next public Cloudinary cloud name right here in this cloud name option here. So I'm just going to click copy here, and I'm going to paste it right here. Great. And that's it for this next Cloudinary setup right here. What I want you to do next is we're going to go back into our localhost, but keep this page open because you're also going to need to create an upload preset. And I'm going to show you what that is in a moment, but I just want us to complete this part for now. So let's go back on localhost here, and let's go back into our form component, which is located in conversations folder, conversation ID, into components right here. So I'm going to go right here, and where we added this HI photo, we're going to modify it a little bit by wrapping it in CLD upload button, which you can now import from Next-Cloudinary, a new package that we just installed. And you can wrap this HI photo inside of that. So just make sure you import the CLD upload button from Next-Cloudinary like that. All right. And now I'm going to add some options here. So I'm going to give it options. Max files is going to be 1 on upload. For now, just give it an empty function. And now we have to assign the upload preset. So upload preset for now is an empty string, and I'm going to show you how you can create your upload preset to make this work. So go back into Cloudinary, and if you can see right here at the bottom in the lower left corner, you can find your settings. So go ahead and click on this, wait for a couple of seconds for this to load, and now in this sidebar select upload. And I probably have a bunch of these upload presets which you do not have because I tested this before. You're probably only gonna have one or maybe not a single one, but all you have to do is click on this add upload preset option right here and make sure you select unsigned option right here and just click save like that. And after that has been created, you're gonna have it right here. Make sure it says mode unsigned and just go ahead and copy it like that. And then you can use that and assign it as an upload preset right here. Great. And before we just move on, what I want to do is I want to create a function which is going to upload this. So let's go ahead and let's create a function called const handle upload like this. The result is going to be a type of any, and what we're going to do is we are going to call axios.post/API/messages. So the same way we did with onSubmit, but this is going to be standalone away from our React hook form. And for the body, we're going to pass an image of a result (.info) (.secure) _URL like this. And don't forget to also pass the conversation ID like that. So result (info) (secure) _URL like that. And then you can use the handle upload here and assign it right here. Great. I'm going to expand this into desktop view and I'm going to refresh this. And one cool thing you can see is that we have the latest message, if you've sent this, right here in my conversation box. So it changed from start of the conversation. That is really cool, but it will only happen once you refresh for now, since we are not real time. So let's go ahead and let's click on this now. And as you can see, it opens our Cloudinary file selection tool. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to select a file from here. So I'm going to find something like this. I'm going to upload it, and there we go. Nothing has happened yet, but if you go back and refresh your messages, you should find a message which has an image which points to res.cloudinary here. Great job. And if I refresh here, actually, in our newest conversation box, you should see a message which says send an image, just like that. Great job. So our form is officially complete, and we can now go ahead and create the actual body where we are going to render our messages. So let's continue and let's create our body element that actually works. So I'm going to expand this a little bit and I'm going to close everything for now, and I'm going to go back into app, into conversation ID, components, into body right here, and I'm also going to open page.tsx right here. The reason I want to open page.tsx is because we are going to pass something through the body, and that is going to be messages. So we're going to go ahead and pass initial messages, and we're going to pass messages here like that. So it's going to be the same way as initial items in the in our conversation list. This will only serve to load when user loads the page, but every additional message is actually going to be dynamically added using pusher once we get to that. Great. So now let's go back into body and let's actually create an interface for this. So I'm going to write interface body props initial messages, and it's going to be a type of full message type, which you can import from add/app/types, and make sure you put a little array at the end like that. And now let's use React FC to assign this to the body component. And now if you look at our page.tsx, you can see that the error is gone and body can successfully accept these messages right here. Great. And now let's destructure these messages here. It's initial messages like that. And what we're going to do now is we're going to create a state. So messages set messages is equal to use state from React, which you can import right here. And the initial value is going to be initial messages, just like this. And I'm also going to create a bottom ref, which will have no function for now, but later is going to serve that when we get a new message, we scroll down, even if the user is all the way up or a lot of new messages have come. So it provides a better user experience. So go ahead and write const bottom ref is equal to use ref, which you can import from React right here, open pointy brackets and write HTML div element like that, and just give it the default value of null like this. All right. And now I'm also going to use the use conversation to extract the conversation ID. So const use conversation, which you can import from @app/hooks/use conversation, and make sure you extract the conversation ID. Great. And now inside of this body, first we're going to replace this with a bottom div, so it can be a self-closing tag because it serves no purpose but for us later to scroll down to this element. So I'm just going to give it a ref of bottom ref and a class name of pt-24 because we want to create some space where we can scroll. All right. And now above this bottom ref, we're going to create an iteration of our messages. And so we're going to do messages.map message and then index here. And we're going to immediately return message box like this. Of course, this does not exist yet, so if you save, you're going to get an error. But before we start working inside, first let's define some props which we are going to send here. So isLast is going to be a comparison to our index, identical to messages.length -1. So that's how we are going to know if the current message is the last message. Key is going to be message.id and data is going to be message like that. And of course, if you save, you're going to get an error. And don't worry that we don't use the conversation ID. I just prepared it for when we add pusher and other real-time stuff here. All right. And now let's go back into these components where we have the body, form, and header. And let's create a message box.tsx component. Great. Let's mark it as use client. And let's just quickly fix the error. So message box like that, go back into body and just import that from /message box like this. I'm just gonna reorder my types a bit. Okay, I'm going to save this, and after I refresh, the errors should go away. And there we go, I have 2 messages right here because that's how many I've sent. If I send a third message here, so I'm just gonna name it third message, nothing is going to happen immediately, but after I refresh, I should get loaded with 3 messages right here. Great. So if this is not happening to you, please confirm that you're actually having new messages added in your database right here. So how many times you've entered in this form should be how many times you have seen it in this database right here. If the database is okay, but this is still not showing, that means that in your page, you have something wrong in your get messages function right here. But if you follow along, everything should be just fine. So let's go back in our message box right here, and let's define the interface for this. So interface message box props is going to have a data, which is a type of full message type, which you can import from add/app/types like this. We're going to have isLast, which is an optional boolean like that. And let's just assign this using React FC message box props like that. And then you can extract data and isLast like that. I'm just going to collapse this a little bit just in case some of you are confused. Why am I having a mobile view here? Great. What we will do next is we're going to get our session here using a hook. So const session is equal use session, which you can import from next-auth/react like that. Great. Now I'm going to write a couple of conditional variables here, which we will use to recognize whether the message is our own message, is it the other user's message, should we display that this message has been seen by someone, and stuff like that. So const is own is going to be session $data $user $email is equal to data $sender $email like that. So basically what we are doing here is we are comparing the current session email with the email of the sender of that message. How do we get this email from the sender? Well, that is in the get messages because we populated the sender. So the sender is not going to be a random ID. It's actually going to be a complete user model, which you can also check in this full message type. As you can see, sender is a user model. So that's how we know it should have an email type here. and that's how we are going to compare the isOwn variable. All right. The next thing we're going to do is create a seen list. So we're going to create a list of all the users that have seen this message, and we're going to turn it into a text that we can immediately render. So const seen list is equal, open parentheses, data.seen pipe empty array. So we add the empty array here just to prevent a chance that this .seen is undefined. So because if we try to do .map or .filter on undefined, JavaScript is going to throw an error. But by doing this, we kind of protected that because it's going to use this empty array if this is undefined. Great. So you can write all of this in one line if you want to, but I'm just going to press enter so it's simpler for the tutorial. I'm going to click filter here. I'm going to select the user, and I'm going to write user.email is not equal to data sender email, like that. And then we're going to go through map user, and I'm going to return each user name, and I'm going to join all of that using a comma and a space inside of a string. Great. So basically what we are doing here is we are filtering through this data.seen, and we are removing our the sender user from the list of people who have seen the message, because it makes no sense to display seen by Antonio if Antonio is the person who sent that message, right? So that's why we filter that out. But in our database, of course, we keep info that we have seen our message. And then we just map over that filtered array, and we return the name of each user. So we work with array of strings, and then we can use that array of strings and just map.join and create an array. So this is going to produce something like Antonio, Mark, John, for example, if 3 users are inside of the seen object. Great. So we have that now, and what we're going to do now is we're going to create a couple of classes here. All of them are going to be very dynamic, so I would rather keep them in variables than directly write them here. So let's do that. I'm going to write const container, and it's going to be CLSX, which you can import from CLSX right here. And the first value I'm going to give here is flex gap-3p-4. And the second one is going to be a conditional, is own and end justify-end, like this. Great. For the second one, I'm going to have an avatar. So const avatar, again, is going to be CLSX, and it's only going to be conditional. So is own and end order-2, like that. Below that, we're going to have a class for body. So const body is going to be CLSX. In the first parameter, I'm going to send flex-call gap-2. And in the second one, I'm going to give a conditional is own and end items-end, like this. And the last one is going to be the message class. So const message is going to be CLSX again. And the first argument is going to be text-sm w-fit overflow-hidden, like that. The second argument is going to be dynamic is own, like this, bg-sky-500 text-white. Otherwise, it's going to be bg-gray-100, like that. And the third argument is going to modify the message class if the message is an image. So data.image rounded-md and p-0, otherwise rounded-full py-2 px-3, like that. Perfect. So we have prepared all of these dynamic classes. I think it's cleaner to keep them in variables since there are so many of dynamic ones. Usually we only have 1 or 2, but almost every single one here is dynamic. Great. So let's go right here, and instead of displaying message here in this first div, we're going to give it a class name, and we're just going to assign container like this. So just this container here, like that. Great. And now inside, we're going to use a div and give it a class name of avatar. So make sure you don't put this in a string, because this is using this variable which we define right here. And inside, we're going to use an avatar component, which you can import from add/app/components/avatar like that. And the user you're going to send inside is data, make sure you use curly brackets, is data.sender like that. Great. And outside of here, as you can see that I send these messages, so they are on the right side of the body. That's exactly what we want. And now outside of this div, which wraps the avatar, you're going to create another div and give it a class name of body. So again, it's this one which we defined right here. Great. And let's give it a div of class name flex items -center and gap -1. And inside, we're going to create another div with the class name text-sn text-gray-500 like that. And just write data.sender.name like that. Great. And now you can see that my name is right here next to my image. Great. And now, just below this data sender name, we're going to add another div right here, the class name of text-xs text-gray-400. And inside, we're going to use format, which you can import from date-fns. So I'm going to do that right here. I'm going to import format from date-fns like this. And what I'm going to format is the created at of this message. So I'm going to use new data.created at, and we're going to pass in p as a second argument of this format. Make sure you don't accidentally do this like this, because this is not going to work. So inside a new date parenthesis, you only pass data.currentAt. And then you add a comma and you pass a lowercase p. So uppercase and lowercase are not the same thing in format. Those are different formattings. So make sure you just pass in the lowercase p like that. And if you save the file, you can see that now I have the time when this has been sent and the minute. Great. That's exactly what we want. Now what you're going to do is go just outside of this div right here, and you're going to create another div and give it a class name of message. Again, make sure you don't accidentally put this in a string, so that is using this variable which we created right here. Great. And now we're going to create, you can see how we have a nice little blue background here, but this one does not have it. That is because for the second message I've sent an image, so our code is working as expected. Great, so first let's render an image if possible. So I'm going to use data.image question mark, I'm going to open parentheses, and I'm going to render image from next/image. So just make sure you import image from next/image here. Great. I'm going to close this. It's a self-closing tag. I'm going to give it an alt of image. I'm going to give it a height of 288. I'm going to give it a width of 288 as well, like that. I'm going to give it a source of data.image, and I'm going to give it the class name of object-cover, cursor-pointer, hover, scale 110, transition, and translate, like that. And before we save, we also have to create an alternative to this shorthand if clause. So just write like this, open parentheses again, and just write a very simple div in which you will render data.body and just close the div like that. And now you can save. I'm just going to wait a couple of seconds, and there we go. So you can see I have the image. It has a little effect once I hover, and you can see that the messages are clearly visible. Amazing, amazing job. You're doing a great job so far. What I want to mention, if you got an error during this, especially showing a Cloudinary error, just make sure that in your next config.js, you have configured res.cloudinary.com inside your images, inside your domains array. If you don't have res Cloudinary, for example, I'm going to remove it now, and I'm going to purposely wait a couple of seconds for all of this to reload, and you're going to see the kind of error I get. I just want to show you this in case you get the same error, so you know how to fix it. So there we go, this is what the error looks like. So it tells you that hostname res.cloudinary.com is not configured. So just make sure that you have res.cloudinary, avatars.github user content, and lh3 Google user content. Otherwise, you're gonna get errors in the messages. So just go ahead and save this if you haven't, refresh your page, and everything should be working just fine. So before we wrap up our work on the body, I just want to note that later we will also add a modal which will open on click of any image. Right now we're not going to do that because we are wrapping everything up first. And what I want to do next is I want to go back into body right here. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to expand this just a little bit. I'm going to add a use effect which you can import from React. Just make sure you put the dependency array here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a call, an Axios call to a route that we're going to create now. So Axios.post. Also make sure you import Axios from Axios like I did right here. So just make sure you do Axios.post and use backticks for this /API/conversations/conversation ID/scene. Like this. So every time that we open this body component or when this exact page loads, we are going to send a post route to scene the last message. And if you're wondering, well, how will that work when new messages are coming to us? Don't worry, we're gonna handle that with Pusher. So all you have to do now in this dependency array is conversation ID right here. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's create this route right here. So I'm gonna go open my sidebar here. I'm gonna go into API. We got an error here. We got a 404 because this use effect route does not exist yet. So that's completely fine. So I'm gonna go in API, in conversations right here, and I'm gonna create a new folder inside, open square brackets, conversation ID like that. And then inside, I'm gonna create a new folder called scene. And inside of that, I'm going to create a new file, route.ts, like that. And what I'm going to do inside is first I'm going to define the interface. So interface iparams like this is going to be a conversation ID !, string like that. And then we can do export asynchronous function post, which is going to accept request, which is a type of request, and it's also going to accept a second parameter, which we will immediately destruct into parameters. So params like this, and just map it to params, iparams like that. Important thing to note, make sure that this is the second argument. You cannot do it like this. This is not going to work. Make sure that your parameters are a second argument here. Great. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a try and catch block here. So go ahead and open try, catch, error, which is a type of any right here. And what we are going to do in the error is we're going to console log, because it's a good practice to do. We're going to write the error and we're going to say error messages seen like this. So you know when you're debugging, if you have an error in your console, this is where it's happening. And we're going to return new next response, which you can import from next/server like here, and we're gonna write internal error, and we're just gonna send a status of 500 like this. Great. Now let's go back into our try and let's first fetch our current user. So const current user is equal to await get current user, which you can get from app actions get current user like that. Great. Now let's extract the conversation ID from our parameters like that. Great. And what we're going to write here is we're going to check if we have the current user. So if there is no current user (ID), or if there is no current user (email), we are going to return new next response unauthorized with a status of 401 like that. Great. If everything is okay with our current user, first we're going to find the existing conversation like this. So we're gonna write conversation is equal to await Prisma Again, don't make a mistake just because there is no error here, because your production is not going to work. Make sure you do import Prisma from @/apps/libs/prisma-db like that. And now everything is fine. And go back here where we wrote find the existing conversation and write await.prisma.conversation.findUnique. And we're going to use the where query to find by ID using our conversation ID from the parameters like that. And what you want to include here is messages, open an object and write include again, seen true like this. And besides messages, you also want to include users. So just write users true as well. Great. And I'm going to put a semicolon here. And now we're going to check if we successfully fetched this conversation. So if there is no conversation, whoops, you can just use this. So if there is no conversation, you're going to return a new next response invalid ID status 400, not 4000, but 400 like that. Great. And now what we're going to do is we're going to find the last message using this existing conversation right here. So how are we going to do that? We're going to write const last message is equal to conversation dot messages. We're going to open an array here. Well, it's not really an array, it's just a way to access this array right here. So we're going to write conversation dot messages dot length -1. So that is how we are going to select the last message from this conversation that we have. Great. And now that we have the last message, well, first let's confirm that we have the last message. So if there is no last message, we can just return next response.json and just return the conversation like that. Great. And if we do have the last message, in that case, we're going to update scene of last message. Great. So let's go ahead and write const updated message is equal to await prisma.messages.update where id is equal to last message.id. And instead of prisma.messages, make sure you write prisma.message like this. And for the where, use the id last message.id. Great. For the include, you're going to write sender true and seen true like this. And for the data, you're going to pass in seen object connect, open an object again, and write id current user.id like that. Perfect. And all you're going to do is return next response.json updated message like that. Great. So what do we actually do here? Why did we just not create a route which simply has the last message ID inside of it? Well, that's because we prepared this route for pusher later on. Because we have the conversation here and the last message, and the updated message is going to be much easier for us to propagate through all of the channels where we will be subscribed to. It will make more sense in the future. But to explain what we did, so basically we used the conversation ID to find the last message in that conversation, and then we used Prisma message update, and we used the query last message.id, and we connected our current user to the array of seen objects inside that message. Great job. So now I'm just gonna collapse this a bit, and I'm gonna refresh here again just to confirm that we do no longer get an error. Great, we no longer get an error. And now I just want to test some. If you see this jumping up and left and right, that's because the session has not exactly loaded yet. So what I want to do now is I'm going to select a random person from here, for example, this Antonio, and I'm going to say test scene message here. And I'm just going to press enter to send this message. Nothing's going to happen. I have to manually refresh because remember, we don't have pusher yet. Great. So it says that I sent this message, but I cannot see whether this user has seen that message. So I'm going to go and I'm going to log out, and I'm going to enter this Antonio user, and I'm going to just open the message and see if then I'm able to see it. Okay, let's just wait a second for our logout to work. Oh, we have a small bug here. Let me just see if I can manually go here. I can. Okay, I'm gonna check out what it was. Perhaps it was just cache, because I think the code is okay. So I'm gonna write antonio@mail.com. I'm going to enter here. I'm gonna wait a couple of seconds to see if I will be redirected back. Yes, I will. All right. I'm gonna go into my conversations here. Next 13 in development is a bit slow. Great, so I have this test scene message, and I'm going to click here now. And now I'm going to refresh here just to double check that I definitely seen this message. And great, so I can see that a person called new has sent me this message, and I can see that it's no longer in a bold font here. That means that I've seen it. So I'm just gonna log out again. I'm going to confirm whether this is a bug with logout or just some weird cache. I'm not sure why it's returning me like that. And I'm going to go back into new right here to see if our scene text is working. So I'm going to go into my conversations here. I'm going to click here. All right, it's not showing our user. I'm just going to check why that is happening. Alright, so the reason this is happening is because we did not add the code which actually uses our scene by. So good thing I caught this. So I'm just gonna collapse this a little bit here, and we're gonna go back into a message box right here, and we're gonna go just below this div right here, and I'm gonna open a conditional here, and I'm gonna write is last and end is own and scene list that length is bigger than 0, and just write and again, and open parentheses and open a div like this, and inside you're gonna write use backticks for this and just write scene by scene list like this. And we're gonna give this div a couple of class names. So I'm just gonna write class name text-xs. So you can see we have this huge text seen by Antonio here. Text-xs, font-light, and text-gray-500 like this. Let's just wait for hot reload to work. And there we go. You can see that because I logged out and I went into my Antonio account and I opened this message, I can now see this function seen by Antonio. Great job. So before we move on, I just want to fix this issue we have with logging out while we are on the /conversations screen. This happens because in the middleware that we use for non-authenticated pages, we only added /users but not /conversations. So in order to fix that, go back, I'm gonna close everything so it's clearer for you, and go back into your middleware.ts right here, and you can see that we only protect the /users route. So go ahead and add a comma here and just write /conversations/path like this. And this is going to protect you from logging out during the if you're on the conversation screen. So I'm gonna open Antonio, for example. Just let's wait a couple of seconds for this to load, and then I'm gonna try and log out from that screen. Alright, so it loaded right here, and I'm gonna try and log out now. And after a couple of seconds, there we go. We are redirected back to the logging screen like this. Great. So I'm just gonna log in back as Antonio here. And in my code editor, I'm gonna go back into app, conversations, conversation ID, components folder, and I'm going to select a header like this. And inside of this header, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna add a state which is going to control this button that we have right here in the corner. Let's just wait a couple of seconds for this to load. If you remember, we added a horizontal dots icon, which will serve as a button to open our model. So write this in the corner, if you can see. write this 3 dots right here. So we're gonna turn that into a button, which is going to open a drawer here on the side, so we can see more information about our conversation and also to be able to delete it. So let's start right here in the header, and let's just add a state. Const drawer open and set drawer open like this from use state, which you can import from React, and let's just give it a default of false. So I imported use state from React right here, the same way we did with use memo. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this entire return function, so this entire div inside my header, in a fragment like this. And I'm just going to indent the entire div, and I'm going to expand it so you can see what I'm actually working with. So we already written this, and I just wrapped it into a fragment. The reason I wrapped it into a fragment, because above this div, to be semantically correct, I'm going to add a profile drawer like this. It is a self-closing tab. We're going to create it in a moment. I'm going to give it the data of conversation. I'm going to give it an isOpen value of drawer open from the state that we just created, and on close is going to be an arrow function which calls set drawer open and sets it to false like this. And if you save, you're going to get an error because profile drawer does not exist. Now let's just quickly fix this error by going back into components in our /conversation ID folder right here and create a new file, profile drawer.tsx, like that. I'm going to mark it as use client, and I'm just going to quickly fix this error. So I will write profile drawer like this, and we're just going to return a div profile drawer like that. And I'm going to go back into my header component where I added this, and I'm just going to import it. It's in the same folder, so it's very easy to import like that. Great. And now that we have this, I'm going to go back into my profile drawer, and I'm going to create an interface. So go back into profile drawer right here and create an interface, profile drawer props like that. And let's give it a prop is open, which is a boolean. Let's give it an onClose function, which is a simple void function, and a data, which is going to be a type of conversation, which you can import from Prisma/client, and we're going to extend it by also adding users, which is a type of user, which you can also import from Prisma client. And remember to put an array at the end of this user, because users is an array of users. And now what you can do is just run react-fc right here and give it a type of profile drawer props, and then you can safely extract is open, onClose, and data like this. Now, to continue in the profile drawer, we are going to install Headless UI, which we will use to create a semantically correct drawer as well as our modals in the future. So go into your terminal right here. I'm going to shut down the application, and I'm going to write, I'm going to expand this so you can see what I'm writing. I'm going to write npm install @headless UI/react. And I'm going to press enter and just wait a couple of seconds for this to install. After it's been installed, you can go ahead and run npm run dev again. All right, and I'm just going to refresh my page here, so I know that my application is up to date after I've shut down my application and run it again. And great, and now let's go ahead and let's start developing this drawer. So first let's add some functions here. So const other user from use other user. You can import that from @/app/hooks /use other user, like I did right here, and the parameter is going to accept is data, which is of course a type of conversation like this. And now that we have that, let's create a value for our joined date, since when we click on this button right here, we want to show some information about this conversation, and we're going to create we're going to show when the user joined Messenger. So const joined date is going to be a type of use memo, which you can import from React. Don't forget to put the dependency array at the end. And all we're going to do is return format. And you can import format from date-fns. Just go to the top right here and import format from date/-fns like this. And now that we have this format, open parentheses and write new date other user.created at like this, and the format is going to be capital PP like this. So make sure you don't use lowercase, it's double P capital like that. And in the dependency array, you have to give it a other user.created at like that. Great. And now that we have that, let's also create our title. So const title is also going to be a use memo. Don't forget the dependency array. And inside, all we're going to do is return data.name. So either the conversation name if it's a group chat, or other user.name, the same way we did in the header and in this conversation box right here. And the dependency array needs to take in data.name and other user.name like that. And last thing we're going to do is we're going to create a status text variable. So const status text, the same way we did with header, use memo. Don't forget the dependency array like that. And we're going to check if data is group. In that case, we're going to return the same thing we did in the header. So open backticks and write data.users.length members like that. So it's going to display 5 members or 6 members or 100 members. Otherwise, we're just going to return hard-coded active for now, and later in the tutorial we're going to change this into either offline or active depending on the pusher subscription. And in this dependency array, just pass in the data like that. Great. And now we can go ahead and start developing this UI right here. So instead of this div, we're going to have a transition, which you can import from @headlessui/react, like I did right here. And it's going to be transition.root like this. And we're going to give it some props. So we're going to give it a show, which is a type of is open. And we're going to give it as, which is a type of fragment like this. And fragment is imported from React. So just make sure you do that. So also import fragment alongside use memo from React like this. Great. And now that we have the transition root, we're going to use another component from Headless UI called dialog. You can also import dialog from Headless UI. So just go ahead and add the dialog as well. Go ahead and let's give it some attributes. So as div class name is going to be a relative z-50 and on close like this. Great. Now inside of this dialog, we're going to open another transition. So I'm going to write transition.child. We already have transition imported, so we can safely do this. Transition.child like this. And let's give this some props. So as fragment again, and let's give it some animations. So on enter, it's going to have an ease out duration -500. On enter from, it's going to have opacity 0. On enter to, it's going to have opacity -100. On leave, we're going to give it an ease in animation with duration of 500 milliseconds. Leave from is going to be opacity -100, and leave to is going to be opacity -0. So these are special attributes which this transition.child accepts, and they are part of Headless UI. You can visit their documentation for more information here, but this creates a nice little effect when we leave or enter, when we open or close our drawer. Great. And inside I'm going to create just a div, and you can turn this into a self-closing div, and we're just going to give it a class name of fixed inset-0 bg-black and bg-opacity -40 like that. And you can go ahead now and try clicking on this drawer. Let's see if anything happens, or if we have not written enough code for this. So I'm just going to refresh this page one more time. And I'm going to try and click here. Okay, nothing happens, so we have to develop a bit further. Sorry, what I said was incorrect. The reason it doesn't work is because we did not set this set drawer anywhere except the profile drawer. So we were here in the profile drawer. Go back to header and use this set drawer open right here at the bottom, where we created an empty function for our hi ellipsis horizontal, and just put it to set drawer open true like this. And now after this hot reloads, if you try and click, you should get a little effect. Perhaps we still don't have enough code for that, but I'm pretty confident we should get an effect. So just make sure you refresh your page if your hot reload is slow. Great. So now if you try and click, you see how our screen got dark. And if you try and click escape button on your keyboard, you should be able to exit it. So you can see how Headless UI gives us this default, let's call that accessibility points, so we don't have to write them ourselves. Great. Usually when we created our own model, we had to write everything ourselves, but this creates us this nice smooth animations and everything else. Great. Now we can go back into profile drawer component right here, and let's continue developing. So just below this transition.child, we're going to create another div like this, and let's give it some class name. So class name is going to be fixed inset-0 overflow-hidden, like that. And inside of that, create another div with the following class name. So class name is going to be absolute inset-0 and overflow-hidden again. Great. And inside of that div, we're going to create another one. And this one is going to have pointer-events-none fixed inset-y-0 right-0 flex max-w-full pl-10. And while you are developing this, I recommend having this turned on so you can see changes in real time when they begin to happen. Great. And now that we have this inside, we're going to open another transition child, which is going to be our actual drawer. So those transitions which we just made are only for the background. So now we're going to create one for the drawer. So go ahead and write transition.child again. And we're going to give it a couple of attributes. So as fragment like this. Below that, we're going to write enter to be translate-x-full. So just make sure you don't misspell translate like that. Enter from, enter from is going to be translate-x-full. So you can just copy that here like that. And in the enter, you're going to write transform transition is -in -out duration -500. So enter is going to have this animation, and enter from is going to have this initial setting. Great. Now enter to is going to have translate-x-0 like that. Leave is going to have another animation here. So transform transition is -in -out duration -500. So the same as enter. And leave to is going to be translate-x-full. Great. And now inside of that, we can create another dialog panel. So I'm just going to expand this a little bit. All right, so we got a couple of errors here. I misspelled leave right here. So just make sure you write leave to like that and save your file. So the error goes away. And inside transition.child, you're going to open another dialog.panel like this. And dialog.panel is going to have a couple of class names. So class name is going to be pointer-events-auto w-screen and max-w-md like that. And I'm just going to zoom out my code so I can open this panel right here. So my code is still showing this error. That's because the cache has not reset. So you will not have this error if you correctly spelled leave to. So mine is showing me that I wrote an invalid lave to. So there we go. It just went away. Great. So after you've written this dialog panel inside of here, go ahead and create a div. And this div is going to have a couple of class names. So class name inside the div is going to be flex h-full h-full flex-call overflow-y-scroll bg-white py-6 and shadow-xl like this. Great. And inside of that div, create another div. So you can see how I got this nice little drawer right here on the side now. Great. Now inside of this div, you're gonna create a class name with px-4 smpx-6 like that. Inside of that, another div with the class name of flex. So I'm just going to collapse this since it's going to be a number of classes. So flex, items dash start, and justify dash end like this. Great. And now that you're inside of that div, just create another one with the class name ml-3 flex h-7 and items-center like that. So we are creating a position for our close button here. That's why we are entering so many divs right here. All right, and now inside of that, you're going to create a button element right here. Let's give it a couple of attributes. So type is going to be button. Class name is going to be rounded-md, bg-white, text-gray-400, cover, text-gray-500, focus is going to be outline. Focus is going to be outline-none. Then we're going to have focus ring-2, focus ring-sky-500, and focus ring-offset-2 like that. And inside of this button right here, what you're going to write, you're going to write a span first with a name close panel like that, and we're going to give it a class name of sr-only. So this is for our server side only. It's not going to be visible here on the client, so you should not be able to see this text. And the button we're going to use is IO close like this, and you can import IO close at the top. So I'm going to do that here. Import IO close from react-icon/IO5 like that. Great. Now let's go back right here and find our IO close button, and let's give it a size of 24 like that. So just wait a couple of seconds to see if this will render properly. Perhaps you can refresh if you cannot see everything, or maybe I missed a button. Oh, there we go. So it's right here. I just refreshed, so let's just wait a couple of seconds. I'm going to open it again. And there we go. So you can see I have my button right here, and you can see when you press tab on your keyboard, you can see how it immediately selects that. So we are using accessibility programming here, so it's immediately selected. Great. And what I want to do on this button right here, besides the classes, so this button that wraps the IO close, I also want to give it an on-click, on-close, like that. And we pass the on-close from the prop. Great. So just make sure you pass the on-click to this button, which holds our IO close right here. And if your code has hot reloaded, and when you press on this, it should close your drawer. And there you go, you can see how it closed my drawer. So just a second for my page to refresh again. I'm gonna open again, and I can close. And I can also close using the escape button, or I can click on this gray area right here. So great. Just keep this open so you can see the changes that you're doing. So now we're going to add an avatar right here. So just go outside, but inside this last div in the dialog panel right here. So you can just press enter. So 1, 2, 3, this third div right here. Make sure you are inside of this div and inside the dialog panel right here. And you're gonna go ahead and create another div right here and give it a class name of relative empty-6 flex-1 px-4 and SMPX-6 like this. Great. Now go inside of that div and create another div. The class name, of flex-call and items-center like that. And inside of that div, create another div which is going to wrap our avatar and give it a class name of mb-2. And you could just go ahead and write avatar like this, and you can import avatar from @/app/components/avatar like that. So I just imported my avatar right here at the top, and now we're going to use this other user to pass the avatar. So go back to your avatar right here and pass in the user as other user like that. And go ahead and save your file. And once this hot reloads, you should be able to see your user here. Great, so there I have the avatar of the other user. And now outside of this div which wraps the avatar, create another div. And inside you can just put the title which we created, so a variable which we created right here. And now you should be able to see the username, or if you're using a group chat, we're going to see the group name. So there we go, it says new right here. And now below that, I'm going to create another div, and I'm going to give this a class name of text-sm text-gray-500, and the variable we're going to use is status text like this. So another use memo which we created right here. So just make sure you put that in this div below the title, and there we go, we have new, and it says active right here, which of course is going to be dynamic in the future. So go outside of this div and create another div. And give this a class name of flex gap-10 my-8 like that. And what we're going to do inside here is we're going to create a button to delete our conversation. So go ahead and create another div, and let's give it some properties. So on click is just going to be an empty function for now. The class names are going to be the following. So flex-call, gap-3, items-center, cursor-pointer, pointer like that. And on hover, we're gonna have an opacity of 75 like this. Great. And now just inside of that, we're gonna create two divs. So one is going to hold our icon and one is going to hold our text. So go ahead and create a class name for this div inside with values of w-10h-10 bg-neutral-100 rounded-full flex items-center and justify-center like that. And the icon we're going to use is going to be IO trash. And you can import IO trash from react-icons/IO5. So the same place we imported our IO close button for. So just make sure you import IO trash from react-icons/IO5 here. Now I'm going to go back here and I'm just going to give it a size of 20, not 200, but 20 like that. And in a couple of seconds, you're going to see the button. Great. So we have the button right here. And now I just want to give it a text. So outside of this div right here, create another div like this and give it a text of delete like that. And we're going to give this text some class names so it looks just a bit better. So I'm going to give it a class name of text-sm, font-light, and text-neutral-600 like this. And this is going to make it just a little bit muted. Great. So there we go. We have our text right here. And you can see when I hover, the opacity turns down. So once we click on this button, what we're going to do is we're going to show a model for the confirmation of whether we actually want to delete this conversation or not, so we don't do it accidentally. So let's just start wrapping this up. So we're going to create a couple of more information here. So after this delete text right here, go outside of this div, and outside of the third div right here, and create a new div. And this one, is also going to have a couple of class names. So class name is going to be w-full, pb-5, pt-5, smpx-0, and smpt-0 as well. Great. And now inside of there, we're going to create another element called dl, like this. So we are semantically correct with our elements. And we're going to give it a class name of space -y -8, px -4, sm space -y -6, and smpx -6, like this. And now we're going to create a conditional here. So we are only going to display this variable that I'm going to write here if we are not in a group chat. So to do that, we're going to write the following. We're going to say exclamation point data is group, like this, and then we're going to open this and open parentheses like that, and now we can freely write inside what is only going to be visible in single one-on-one conversations. So go ahead and write another div inside. Let's write that dt element again, so we are semantically correct with our elements, and the class name we're going to give to this dt is the following. So we're going to write text-sm, font-medium, text-gray-500, smw-40, smflex-shrink-0, like that. And we're going to write inside email like this. Great. And now below that, we're going to open another element called dd. So go ahead and write dd like this. And let's give this a class name. So the class name here is going to be empty-1, text-sm, text-gray-900, and sm::span-2, like this. So you can see we have a nice little email text right here. And now inside of here, what we're going to write is other user dot email, like that, so we can display the other user email. Great. And all we have to do now is create another conditional. So just outside of these curly brackets right here, open it again and again, exclamation point data dot is group, like this, open and just open parentheses again. And I'm gonna use a fragment here like this, so I can put an HR here like that, and then I'm gonna open a div. Inside of this div, I'm going to put a dt element like we did before, so we're gonna use this as a title, and we're gonna give it a class name of text-sm, font-medium, text-gray-500, smw-40, smflex-shrink-0, like that, and the title is going to be joined, like that. So you can already guess what we're going to show in the following element below that, what we're going to name dd, like this. So make a dd element inside, and let's give this a couple of class names. So class name is going to be empty-1, text-sm, and text-gray-900, and sm::span-2, like that. Great. And all we're going to do inside is we're going to create a time element again, so we're semantically correct here. We're going to give it a date time value of joined date, so another one of the variables which we created above, and inside you're going to do the exact same thing. Great. And join date, of course, is a variable which we created right here. So we use datefns format to format our created at date in a nice way. And in a couple of seconds, you're going to see that right here. So there we go. Now in our drawer, in each conversation, we can see the email of the user and when they joined. And we can also click this delete, which for now doesn't do anything, but we're going to create this in a model later. So you can go ahead and you can try some new conversations if you want to. So I'm going to go into my users right here. Just wait a couple of seconds for this to compile. And I'm going to select another user, and then I'm going to see their information. So I'm going to select Antonio Erdelets, for example, and once I am rerouted to the conversation of this user. I'm going to click in the drawer, and you're going to see how we are able to see the same information, but instead of the new user, about Antonio Erdelia's user. So there we go, it loaded the conversation, and once I click here, you can see that I have my name, my image, my email, and also the date that I joined. Great job. You can play around this with other conversations if you want. They should all look the same, but the information should look different. So let's continue with our tutorial, and let's create this delete model and also the common model component, which we're going to reuse also for this delete, but also for this group chat button and also for our settings bottom in the corner. So make sure you have your drawer opened like that. And what we are going to do is I'm going to go back into my profile drawer here. So just make sure you are where we left off. And I'm going to go and scroll all the way to the top here. And I'm going to wrap this entire return function inside a fragment. So I'm just going to collapse it like this. I'm just going to open a fragment, and I'm going to wrap everything inside and indent it a bit. And I'm going to save the file. And you can expand this. So this is the view that we have. This is all we've written in the previous part. All right. And now inside of here, I'm going to add a new component called Modal like this. And of course, you should get a red underline because it does not exist. And one thing I want to set here is open like this. And once you save your file, you will of course get an error because Modal does not exist. So let's go and open our sidebar here. And let's go into the app folder, into the global components here, and create a new file called modal.tsx. So we're going to create this, and then we're going to reuse it across other models that we need in the project. So make sure you classify this as use client, and let's just quickly fix this model right here. So I'm going to return a div, which is going to say hello model like this. Now you can go back into profile drawer and import this model from add/app/components/model. So I just did that right here. Great. And I'm going to save the file. And of course we have this error for is open because it does not accept that prop yet. And you can see how I have my hello model right here, but don't worry, we're going to fix that. So just make sure you have your drawer opened like this. Great. And now let's go back into this model and let's write the interface. So interface model props is going to be is open, which is an optional boolean like this. It's going to have an onClose function, which is just an empty void, and it's going to have children, which are type of react.react node like this. And now just make sure you assign this right here, so model props like that, and then you can extract all of those. So is open, onClose, and children like that. Great. I'm going to save this file, and now when I go back here, the is open error should go away. Great. And we do have an error here because we are missing onClose. So to fix that, you can just write onClose and just give it an empty function like this. But we're still missing the children, but don't worry about that now because we're going to replace this later. I just want to write it here so you can see what we are developing. Now let's go back into our model.tsx. Again, make sure you have your drawer opened here. All right. And let's remove this and let's write transition, which you can import from headless UI React like this. So transition.root like this. And let's give this a couple of attributes. So I'm going to give it a show of is open and as fragment. And you can import fragment from React like I did right here. Great. Now inside of this transition.root, you're going to add a dialog, which you can also import from headless UI like this. Great. And this dialog is going to have a couple of props as well. So we're going to give it an as prop as div. We're going to give it a class name of relative z-50 and onClose on onClose like this. Now inside of this dialog, you're going to open a transition.child like that. And the props you're going to write here are as fragment again. Now we're going to write some animations for smooth transition when this model is opened or closed. So enter is going to be ease-out duration-300. Enter from is going to be opacity-0. enter 2 is going to be the opacity dash 100. And then we're going to write our leave. So leave, make sure you do not misspell it, is dash in duration dash 200. Leave from is going to be opacity dash 100. And leave 2 is going to be opacity dash 0, like that. Make sure you save your file. And we get an error because we have put nothing inside, but don't worry. Let's just continue developing. So write a div right here inside and give it a class name of fixed inset dash 0 bg dash gray dash 500 bg dash opacity dash 75 and transition dash opacity again. So just make sure you don't misspell this. So transition like this, and save your file. And you can see how I have this even more darkened screen. That's because in our profile drawer, we've set the model to be is open always, right? So it's not false by default. Great. So we can develop this even if our profile drawer is not open. All right, now inside of this div that we created right here, we're actually not gonna put anything, but I just wanna show you that you can turn that into a self-closing tag like this, because it's not gonna have any children. Great. And now just outside of this transition.child, I'm gonna create a div inside, and I'm gonna give it a class name of flex min dash h dash full items dash center justify dash center p dash 4 text dash center and smp dash 0, like that. And inside of there, I'm gonna open another transition.child. So this first transition was only for our background, and now we're gonna create the actual panel for our model. So transition.child, and the props it's going to have is as fragment. Enter is going to be is dash out duration dash 300. Enter from is going to be opacity dash 0 translate dash y dash 4 sm translate dash y dash 0 and sm scale dash 95, like that. And I'm just going to expand my code so you can see all of that in one line like this. Now we're going to write enter 2. It's going to be opacity dash 100 translate dash y dash 0 and sm scale dash 100, like that. Leave is going to be is dash in duration dash 200, and leave from is going to be opacity dash 100 translate dash y dash 0 and sm scale dash 100, and leave 2 is going to be opacity dash 0 translate dash y dash 4 sm translate dash y dash 0 and sm scale dash 95, like that. Great. Now inside of this transition, we're going to open a dialog.panel. You can save your file. I'm just going to collapse it a bit so we can see what we're working with. And in this dialog panel, I'm going to give a couple of class names here. So I'm going to write relative transform overflow dash hidden, like this, rounded dash lg bg dash white px dash 4 tb dash 4 text dash left shadow dash xl transition dash all w dash full smy dash 8 smw dash full sm max dash w dash lg and smp dash 6, like this. Great. Now inside of that, I'm going to write a div, and that div is going to have a class name here, in which we're going to put absolute right dash 0 top dash 0 hidden pr dash 4 pt dash 4 sm block z dash 10, like this. And inside of there, we're going to open, I just refreshed my page, don't worry about this, a button element like that, with the type of button, class name of the following. So it's going to be rounded dash MD BG dash white text dash gray dash 400 hover text dash gray dash 500 focus outline dash none focus outline ring dash 2 focus ring dash sky dash 500 and focus ring dash offset dash 2 like this. And on click to this button is going to be on close like that. Great. And the span which we are going to write inside of this button is going to be close, but we're also going to write class name sr dash only like this. All right. And below that, I'm going to add an icon io close, which you can import from react-icons/io5. Right. So I imported it right here. Great. And I'm going to give this a class name of h-6w-6 like this. Great. And now just outside of this div, but inside dialog panel, I'm just going to render children like this. Great. And that's how we finished our entire model. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go back into profile drawer right here. And at the top right here next to the user data, I'm going to add is open and set is open state like this, and use state is going to be false by default. And then we're going to use this is modal open and set is modal open like that, because we already have is open. So make sure you use this is modal open here, and instead of hard coding is open, we're going to make it dynamic like this. And instead of this arrow function here, we're going to write set is open to false like this. And now we can try and extend this model like that. I'm just going to create a small div with a class name of bg-white v-5 and a paragraph inside hello model like that. And not set is open, but set is modal open like that. So just make sure you use set is modal open here. And we're also going to use this set is modal open all the way down here. Find the trash icon. So not the close icon, but find the trash icon right here. So we have this IO trash. And of the div of this IO trash, you can give an on click like this. Set is modal open. Just make sure it's an arrow function like this to true like that. Great. But actually you didn't have to do it here. You can do it in this div where we gave it an arrow function. So find the IO trash, and not in this first div, but in this second div right here. So I'm going to remove this and I'm going to replace this empty function with set is modal open to true like this. Great. I'm going to refresh my messenger here. I'm going to open the drawer and I'm going to click delete, and you can see that I have my hello model right here. The only problem is I don't want it to be at the bottom. I want it to be in the center. So I'm just going to resolve that and show you how to fix it. So the fix is very simple. All you have to do is go back into modal.tsx right here. And inside of this transition.child element right here, what you have to do, not inside of this transition.child, right here. So where the transition.child ends, what you have to do is wrap this entire element. So all the way to here, you have to wrap that in another div. So just to make sure you found this correctly, we have the transition root, we have the dialog, we have the transition.child, and inside we have this div. And here we have the end of transition.child. So before we begin with this div, just go ahead and create another div here, and you're going to wrap the entire div inside of that. So just before the dialog ends like this, and then you can indent this div like that, and I'm just going to expand it. So now I have this new div which wraps my entire code inside of this div like that. Great. And what I'm going to do to this newly created div is give it a class name of fixed inset-0 z-10 and overflow-y-auto like this. And now my model is centered. Great job. So now let's convert this placeholder model with an actual confirmation on whether we want to delete this or not. So in order to do that, let's go back into profile drawer where we actually are, and you can close the model. We are done with that. And I just want to rename this states right here. So instead of isModel_open, I'm going to use another name for that. I'm going to use confirm open and set confirm open like that. So it indicates that we are opening a confirmation model. And all we have to do here is replace this isOpen with confirm open and this set confirm open instead of set isModel_open. And you can search through your code and find where else we use this. So we also use this inside of our trash button. So make sure you find the trash button right here. And instead of set isModel_open to true, use the set confirm open to true like that. And now we can save the file. And it should work exactly the same way, but it should just not throw any errors to you. Great. And now instead of using this model, we're actually going to use confirm model like this. And it's going to be a self-closing tag like this. And if you save, you're going to get an error because confirm model does not exist. So let's go into conversations ID, components, and create a new file, confirm model.tsx like that. Mark it as use client and just quickly fix the error. So I'm going to use a shorthand confirm model and with a div of confirm model like this. I'm going to go back into my profile drawer and I'm just going to import confirm model from /confirm model right here. And you can remove this import for the model because we're going to use it inside of that model instead. Great. And now if you save, the error should go away, but you should have these type errors because we did not define any types here yet. Great. And now you can see we are back to where we came from. Confirm model just says here at the header. So let's go inside the confirm model and let's write the interface first. So interface is going to be confirm model props is going to accept is open, which is an optional boolean, and is going to accept on close, which is an empty void like this. Now just assign this props right here. So confirm model props, and then you can extract is open and on close like that. Great. What I want to do now is I want to add some functions inside of this confirm model. So first let's add the router. So const router is going to be use router, which you can import from next/navigation like this. Make sure you don't accidentally do next/router because this is next/navigation. Next, we're going to get the conversation ID from use conversation. After that, we're going to create a loading state. So const is loading, set is loading, use state, which you can import from React and give it a default value of false. What we're going to do next is we are going to create our onDelete method. So const onDelete is going to be a use callback like this. Set is loading is going to be true. And then we're going to run Axios, which you can import from Axios like I did right here, .delete. And we're going to point to a route that we do not have yet, but we're going to create soon. So instead of normal strings, make sure you use backticks /API/conversations / open this special object and just write in conversation ID like that. And then we're going to use .then to close this model. And then router.push is going to redirect to /conversations because this conversation is going to be deleted. So we just go back to all conversations and router.refresh like this. We're going to catch this as well. And we're just going to write toast, which you can import from React hot toast like this. And we're going to write toast.error. Something went wrong like that. And finally, we're going to set is loading to false, like that. Make sure you put conversation ID and router inside the dependency array, and also make sure you put on close, like that. Great, so now we have the on delete here, and now we can actually turn this into a proper model. So instead of div, we're going to use our model, which we just created. So make sure you import model from add/app/components/model, like this. Great, so now let's just expand the model like this, and first let's give it the isOpen tag, and let's match it to our isOpen prop. Let's use onClose and match it to our onClose prop, like that. And now inside, create a div with a class name sm flex sm items dash start, like this. And before we go further, you can actually try and open this in your drawer. So open your drawer and press on the trash icon, and you should see our little model right here. It should only have a close button for now. Great, now let's start and develop this further. So I'm going to open another div right here, and I'm going to give it a class name of mx-auto flex h-12 w-12 flex-shrink-0 items-center rounded-full dg-red-100 sm-mx-0 smh-10 smw-10, like this. And inside we are going to use an icon, so fi alert triangle, like this. And you can import fi alert triangle like this from react-icon/fi, like that. Now go back to your triangle here, and I'm going to give it a class name of h-6w-6 and text-red-600, like that. And I'm going to save this, and now you can see that I have this little icon right here. Great. And just to center it, below this items-center, you can also add justify-center, so the icon will be right here in the middle where we want it. Great. And now outside of this div which wraps our triangle, open another div right here and give this a class name of empty-3 text-center smml-4 sm empty-0 sm text-left, like this. Great. And now inside of that, we're going to use dialog.title, and inside here we're gonna give it also make sure you import dialog from headless UI/react. My apologies. So import dialog from headless UI/react, like I did right here. Great. And now that you have this, give it a few attributes. So as is going to be h3, and class name is going to be text-base font-semi-bold leading-6 and text-gray-900, and the title is going to be delete conversation, like that. Great. And now just below this dialog title, you're going to open another div right here, and you're going to give it a class name of empty-2, and you're going to give this a paragraph inside with a question. Are you sure you want to delete this conversation? This action cannot be undone. Or you can write whatever you want inside. So you can see we have this long text here, and let's just style it a bit. So class name is going to be text-sm and text-gray-500, like this. Great. And now we have this smooth text right here. Great. And now outside of this div, and outside of this div right here, you're going to open another div like this, and you're going to give this a class name of empty-5 sm empty-4 sm flex sm flex dash row dash reverse, like that. And now we're going to use the buttons which we created in the first part of the tutorial when we were creating the authentication screen. So button, which you can import from add/app/components/button, like I did right here at the top. Great. And now this button is going to say delete, like this. And you can see that I have this delete button right here. And yeah, I just made a mistake here. Make sure you don't combine these two classes. So the parent should have smflex and smflex row reverse, like that. So your buttons should be in this right corner like this. Great. And now let's give this some attributes. So it's going to be disabled when our isLoading state is true. It's going to be of type danger. If you remember, we defined that as well. And now you can see it's red. And on click, it's going to be on delete, like that. Perfect. And just below this, you can copy and paste this button because we're going to have two of them. But this one is not going to be danger. It's going to be secondary, like that. And instead of on delete, it's going to say on close. And instead of delete, it's going to be cancel. Great. So now you have these two buttons right here. If I click cancel, nothing happens. But if I click delete, I should get an error that something went wrong because our delete API route does not exist yet. So let's go ahead and create that delete route. So I'm going to expand everything here. I'm going to collapse it. I'm going to go into my app folder, into API, into conversations, into conversation ID. And we already have the scene folder here, but I don't want to create anything in the scene folder. I want to create it in the conversation ID. So right click on your conversation ID folder, create a new file called route.ts. So now you should have a route.ts which is inside this conversation ID folder, and also a scene folder which has its own route. So make sure you don't accidentally create another one in the scene folder. We just want a route inside our conversation ID right here. Great. Now let's define an interface here. So interface iparams is going to accept conversation ID, which is a optional string, like that. And now let's just write export asynchronous function delete, like this. It accepts a request, which is a type of request. And the second argument, we're going to destructure it into params. And we're immediately going to return the type of params to iparams, like this. As I've mentioned before, make sure you don't accidentally do this, because that is not going to work, or this. So params are a second argument and they need to be second in this list. Great. Now you can go ahead and open a try and catch block. I'm going to catch the error, which is a type of any here, and I'm going to console log the error with the message error conversation delete. So when you're debugging your application, you know this is where the error came from. And I'm going to return new next response, which you can import from next/server, and I'm just going to say internal error with a status of 500, like this. Great. Now I'm going to go back into my try block right here. And first I'm going to extract the conversation ID from the parameters. So conversation ID from params, like that. Then I'm going to get my current user. So const current user is equal await get current user. You can import get current user from add/app/actions get current user, like this. First, let's check if we don't have a current user. So if there is no current user $ID, in that case, return next response, return new next response, unauthorized with a status of 401 to be more correct. Great. If that is okay, we're going to find the conversation. So const existing conversation is going to be await Prisma dot conversation dot find unique. Okay, so I made a mistake here. Before you write anything further, make sure you import Prisma. So go ahead and write import Prisma from add/app/libs/prisma db, like this. Great. And now we can go back here to await Prisma, and we can now write Prisma dot conversation dot find unique where ID is conversation ID, like that. We're gonna write include users true, like this. We're gonna check if there is no existing conversation. So if there is no existing conversation, return new next response invalid ID with a status of 400, like this. Great. Now, if there is, we're going to delete our conversation. So const deleted conversation is going to be await prisma.conversation.delete many where ID is conversation ID. And important, we're going to protect that not anyone can remove any conversation. So only users which are part of the group can remove the group. So we're going to write user IDs has some current user.id. Great. And we're going to return next response.json deleted conversation. So I know what you're thinking. Why did I not just call this? Why do we have to look for our existing conversation here? Well, again, I'm just preparing for when we add real-time pusher, because we need to find the users inside of that conversation and in real time remove the conversation from their sidebar. So that's why we are using this. But unfortunately, we can only use include users if we use find unique. We cannot add include users to a deleted conversation. So that will not work with delete many. So unfortunately, that's why we have to do it this way. It's going to make sense in the future when we map over these users and send each and any one of them the pusher update. Great. So I'm just going to refresh this now. I'm going to expand my browser here. I'm going to open a network tab as well. Just collapse it a little bit so that I am in the desktop view. All right, and I'm going to open my network like this. I'm going to open the drawer and I'm going to click delete and delete again. All right, we got an error here. Let's see what happened. So /API/conversations. All right, we got request method delete 405 method not allowed. So let's just check what we did wrong. So perhaps this worked for you. I did not save my file. So I'm just going to try again. And yeah, it works. I just didn't save my file. Apologies. So great. After that, what I'm going to do, after I've deleted this, I'm just going to go back to /conversations like this. And my conversation should not be here, and it's not. Great. I can click on Antonio, sorry, for new, for example, now, and I can try and remove that conversation as well. So nothing we did wrong. I just didn't save my file. Apologies. Great. After I remove this, you can see that I'm rerouted back, and we're going to update this, remove this with pusher in real time. So right now it's still here until we refresh. And just for you to have some conversations, you can go ahead and go into users, and just select one conversation, so you create another one to confirm that's working as well. So let's just wait a couple of seconds for this to compile and build. And there we go. Hello, new conversation. Like that. Great. Okay, so we still have to refresh because nothing is real time yet. Great. So we finished our delete model right here, and now we're gonna reuse that model to create our group chat model and our settings model. Great job. Great. So now we're going to create our settings model. So I'm going to expand my code right here. Make sure you are in desktop view so you can see the sidebar, and I'm going to go back into my app folder, into components, sidebar, desktop sider component right here. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap this entire div inside a fragment. So I'm going to write fragment like this and like this at the bottom, and then you can indent all of that here. Great. And what we're going to add here is the settings model like this, which does not exist yet, but let's go ahead and let's give it some attributes. So it's going to have the current user like this. It's going to have is open, and it's going to have on close, set is open, false, like that. Great, so we do not have the isOpen. We actually do, so we created this state, but we did not use it until now. Great, so just make sure you have this use state with isOpen and set isOpen. And if you save the file, you're going to get an error because settings model does not exist yet. So just make sure you go into Sidebar, into components, into Sidebar, and create a new file, settings model.tsx, like that. Make sure you mark this as use client and quickly fix this error using the shorthand. So settings model div settings model, like that. And now I'm gonna go back into desktop sidebar and just import this from /settings model, like this. And if you save, the error should go away now. All right, and I'm gonna go back into my settings model and I'm gonna start developing the interface for that. So interface settings model props is going to accept isOpen, which is an optional boolean, on close, which is a void, and current user, which is a type of user from @prisma/client, like this. And then you can assign this props. So react-fc is going to be settings model props, like this. You can extract here, so isOpen, on close, and current user, like that. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create some hooks here and functionalities. So I'm going to write const router is equal use router from next/navigation, like we did before in other models. I'm going to get the is loading state. So const is loading, set is loading, use state to false, and make sure you import use state from React, like this. Great. And now we're going to add our use form. So const empty object is equal use form from React hook form, like I did right here. Great. And just make sure you execute this like that. And we're going to give this pointy brackets to this use form, and type is going to be field values, which you can also import from React hook form, like I did right here at the top. Great. And inside of this object here, you're going to write default values, and you're going to give it a name of current user (name) and image of current user (image), like that. Great. And everything we're going to extract from this object is going to be register, handle, submit, set value, watch, form state, and errors, like this. Great. And now that we have that, we're going to define a custom variable which is going to watch our image. Great. So go ahead and write const image is equal to watch image, like this. So just make sure you don't misspell the image as you've written it here in the default values. Great. And now go ahead and write a function called const handle upload, which is going to accept result of type any. It's an arrow function which is going to call set value, which we have right here, destructured it from use form, and it's going to assign image. So just make sure that this image, this image, this image, and this image is not misspelled correctly. And it's going to assign result dot info dot secure _URL, like this. And make sure you open an object at the end as a third parameter and write should validate true, like this. Perfect. Now you have your handle upload. And now we're going to have a const on submit, which is a type of submit handler, which you can import from React hook form, as we did with use form and field values, like that. And it's going to accept field values in these pointy brackets. Just write field values, which we already have imported. So that means it's going to have a data, open an arrow function like this, set is loading to true, and we're going to make an Axios call. So make sure that you import Axios from Axios, like I did here, and just write Axios.post /API/settings, like that, and pass in the data. Then what we're going to do is we are going to call router.refresh, and we're going to trigger the manual on close. In .catch, we're just going to throw toast, which you can import from React hot toast, like I did right here. Great. And the toast is going to be .error, something went wrong like this, and dot finally is just going to be an arrow function which resets the set is loading to false again. Great. And now that we have that, we can start developing the UI for our settings model right here. So instead of this div, it's going to be a model component which you can import from /modal because we are already in the components folder. Great. So just make sure you import your model from /modal. Since we are already in the app components, what we do is we go outside the sidebar folder and target this model right here. Great. So now that you added this model, give it an isOpen to isOpen prop and onClose our onClose prop like that. Great. Now inside we're going to open a form. We're going to give this an onSubmit of handle submit on submit like that. So we use the handle submit from use form and we wrap that around we wrap our onSubmit around handle submit, so we have this data which is either going to be an image or the username. Great. And just to see what we are doing, what you can do is you can go back into desktop sidebar in the settings model, find this set is open, scroll all the way down and find your avatar, and we already set the set is open to true. So just make sure you have this around your avatar in the desktop sidebar around the div. Make sure you have an on click, and then when you click here, it should open a model that looks empty. Great. Now go back into settings model right here and let's continue developing this form. So open a div and give it a class name of space-y-12. Inside, create another div with a class name border-b border-gray 900/10. So /10 means opacity 10 and pb-12 like that. And inside an h2, which is going to say profile like this, and give it a class name of text-base font-semi-bold leading-7 and text-gray-900 like this. And just below this h2, create a paragraph which is going to say edit your public information like that, or whatever you want it to say, and give it a class name of empty-1 text-sm leading-6 and text-gray-600 like that. Great. So now that we have that, just below this paragraph, create another div like this, and you're going to give it a class name of empty-10 flex-col and gap-y-8 like that. And now we're going to reuse our inputs from the auth form that we created. So input, which you can import from /inputs/input. So like I did here. So like we did with the model, we go outside of our sidebar into the inputs and we target the input. So that's why we're doing that. Great. It's a self-closing tag. Now we're going to give this a disabled of is loading. We're going to give it a label of name. We're going to give it an ID of name. We're going to give it an errors of errors and required and register of register like this. Great. So now we have this name and it immediately filled our Antonio name here. Great. That's exactly what we wanted. And now inside of this div, which we are going to create below this input, you're going to create a label like this, which is going to say photo like that. And let's go ahead and give some class names to this label. So it's going to be a block text-sm font-medium leading-6 text-gray-900 like that. Great. And now our photo label is going to look like the label for our input. The reason we are not using the input here is because it's not going to be a normal input. It's going to be specially designed for image upload. So below this label, create a div like this and give it a class name of empty-2 flex items-center and gap-x-3 like that. Now inside we're going to use an image component from next/image. So just make sure you import that image from next/image. All right, go down to your image here and give it a width of 48, give it a height of 48, class name of rounded-full, and source is going to be either an image pipe current user ?image, or pipe is going to be our default /images/placeholder.jpg, like that. And of course give it an alt of avatar, like this. Great. So now you can see that it's using this default image right here, but if we upload an image, it's going to use that image, or if we already have an image in our current user, is going to use that image, which is exactly what we want. Great. Now just below this image, we're going to use a component from Next Cloudinary, CLD upload button. So just make sure you import this from Next-Cloudinary like that, like this. We're going to give it options of max files 1. On upload is going to target handle upload, which we defined above, and upload preset is going to be, you can either find it in your Cloudinary settings, or you can find it where we did it in the form where we upload our images. So we created this upload preset, and you can just copy it. So if you don't know where this is, in your conversations folder, in conversation ID, in components, form. So we already have image upload for our messages, and you can reuse that exact preset. So just go ahead, copy it, go back into your settings modal and paste that same preset to the upload button here. Great. And now we're going to add our button component. So make sure you import that from /button. So the same way we did for modal and input. So /button. And in here, you're going to write change like this. You're going to give it a disabled of is loading, and it's going to be secondary, and type is going to be button like this. Great. So now you have this button, which when clicked should trigger an upload of an image. And if you try and upload an image, if our form works correctly, if I select this, for example, and after I upload it, it should change your photo to this. Why? Well, because we target this image, which is in our watch right here where we defined it in the beginning. Great. So now that we have that, what we have to do is we have to create the submit button. So just go right here to the bottom where we have the last /div, the last /form and /modal. So right here where I left the space like that, and you can just create a new div right here. And I'm going to give this a class name of empty-6 flex items -center justify-end gap-x-6 like this. Great. And now inside of that div, create a button like this with a text of cancel. Give it an attribute of disabled is loading, secondary, and on click, on close like this. So now you will have your cancel button, and you can go ahead and copy this button since we're going to have two of them. The second one is not going to be secondary, so you can remove that. And the type is going to be submit, so it's not going to have any on click. It's going to call our form on submit right here. Great. So just make sure it's inside of the form. And instead of cancel, it's going to be save like this. Great. So now if you try and change your name, for example, I'm going to change it to Antonio2 and click save. Everything should be disabled for a second, and then we're going to get an error, of course, because the route which we defined right here in the handle submit does not exist. And that's what we're going to create now. So I'm going to open my sidebar. I'm going to collapse everything, and I'm going to go into app, into API, and I'm going to create a new folder called settings. And inside settings, I'm going to create a new file, route.ts, like this. I'm going to export asynchronous function post. It's going to accept request, which is a type of request. We're going to open a try and catch block. In our catch, we're going to catch an error, which is a type of any. We can console log the error with a error settings message, so we know where it's coming from, and just return new next response, which you can import from next/server with a message of internal error and a status of 500, like this. Great. Now inside of our try, first let's get the current user, so const current user is equal await get current user, which you can import from add/app actions get current user, like this. Body is await request.json, so we destructure the body like this, and inside the body we get the name and an image, like that. First let's check if our current user is here, so if there is no current user (.id), in that case return new next response unauthorized with a status of 401, like this. Otherwise, let's update our user, so const updated user is equal to await Prisma, and just make sure you also add Prisma, so import Prisma from add/app/libs/Prisma db, like this. Great, so now we have the Prisma, so await.prisma.user.update where id is equal to current user.id, like that. And the data which we are going to update is image, and name. If you want to, you can also use shorthands for this, but this works just fine. And then just return next response.json updated user, like that. Great. Make sure you save this, and now I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna open my network tab here, and I'm going to click, I'm going to change this to Antonio 3, and I'm going to click save, like this. We have our settings right here, and there we go. And now I'm going to refresh my page, and you can see that my name has changed. So right here I'm in a different conversation, but you can see that I sent this message and now it says Antonio 3. It has my new image, and I have my new image here at the bottom, and you can see how it's right here. And you can try, for example, Mark. This is my new name. I'm going to click save again, and if I refresh again, you can see now it says Mark right here, and if I open my settings folder, it says Mark. Great job. You finished the settings model. In the next part, we're going to create the group chat model. So let's continue with our development, and let's create a model to create a group chat. So first, I want you to open your sidebar right here. I'm going to collapse everything, and I'm going to go into the app folder, into my conversations, into components, and I'm going to select conversation list. So not conversation box, conversation list, like this. I'm going to try and expand this if it's possible. Great. So make sure you select conversation list like this. Great. And I'm just going to expand this. Make sure you are in desktop mode as well, so you can see this plus button here. Great. So now that you're in conversation list here, I want you to add another state just below this one. So go ahead and write const is model open, comma, set is model open, like this, is equal to use state, and default value is going to be false. And now we're going to use this set is model open when we click on this button right here next to the messages text. Great. So copy this set is model open right here, and go ahead and just find a div that wraps the MD outline group add. In my case, that is this div right here. It should be the same for you. And just add on click is equal to an arrow function, which sets the set is model open to true, like this. Great. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this entire aside thing into a fragment. So just go ahead and write a fragment like this, and go all the way to the bottom and end the fragment like that. And now you can go ahead and indent everything inside. So it should look something like this. So your fragments should wrap the entire aside element here. And inside of here, we're going to create a new element called group chat model, which does not exist yet. We're going to create it. And the props I want to pass here is open to be is modal open, and on close is going to be an arrow function. Set is modal open false, like this. If you save, you're going to get an error because group chat does not exist. So let's just fix that quickly. Right here in your components, you can go ahead and create a new file, group chat model.tsx, like this. So go ahead and mark this as use client, like this, and just do a shorthand to fix the error. So group chat model, for me, is just going to be a div group chat model, like this. And go back into your conversation list and just import that at the top. So the group chat model is not defined error goes away after you hot reload. And don't worry about this type error, we're gonna fix that soon. So now you should see the text group chat model above your messages, but we're gonna turn that into a proper model. So before we start doing that, what I want you to do is I want you to open your sidebar and go into conversations folder into layout right here. So the place where we call our conversations. And alongside conversations, we're also going to call our users, which is an action we already have because we have the users page. So go ahead and write const users is equal to await get users. And you can import that from /actions/get users, like this. So the same way you did with get conversations, just import get users. We already have that. And now just make sure that in conversation list, you pass in the users like this. Now we have this error, of course. So let's just go ahead back into our conversation list and let's add users, which is a type of user, which you can import from @prisma/client, and make sure you put an array at the end and save the file. And if you go back into your layout, there should be no error for you sending users here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's also pass users to this group chat model here. So I'm going to write users is equal to users, like this. So group chat model should have the users is open and on close. And of course, make sure you actually destructure the users from the props here in the conversation list after you've added it to the types. And then if you save, you should not get this error users is not defined. Great. And now we can go and focus on developing our group chat model here. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to write an interface for it. So interface group chat model props. It's going to accept is open, which is an optional boolean, on close, which is just an empty void, and users, which is a type of user, which you can import from @prisma/client, and make sure it's an array like this. Now use react-fc to just add these types right here, and feel free to extract all of those props. So is open, on close, and users like this. Perfect. So what we're going to do now is we are going to add some actions here. So I'm going to add const router is equal use router from next/navigation. Const is loading, set is loading is going to be use state, which you can import from React, and make sure the default value is false. So I imported use state from React and use router from next/navigation right here. Great. And now we're going to create our use form functions. So const open an empty array and just write use form, which you can import from React hook form. Go ahead and open the pointy brackets, and the type is going to accept is field values, which you can import from React hook form as well. Open parentheses and open an object inside, and we are just going to define the default values like this. It's going to have a name, which is by default an empty string, and members, which is an empty array by default. Great. And now we're going to extract something in this object right here. So go ahead and write register, handle submit, set value, watch, and form state, and destructure errors from it like this. Great. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and we can watch our members. So the same thing we had to do in our settings model with the image. So const members is equal watch members like this. Make sure you don't accidentally misspell members. So make sure that members is here, and members is here. Great. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to create our onSubmit function. So const on submit is a type of submit handler, which you can import from React hook form alongside field values and use form like that. Open the pointy brackets and just write field values inside. You should already have that. It's going to be an arrow function which accepts the data as the parameter. Open an object like this and just write set is loading to true. And then we're going to initiate an Axios call, which you can import. And you can import Axios from Axios like this. And just write axios.post/API/conversations. So it's the same route that we are calling when we create a single one-on-one conversation. But if you remember, in our conversations API route, we also created the functionality to create a group chat. So what we're going to do is we're going to spread this data and we're going to add an important value here is group to be true like this. Great. On .then, I'm going to create an arrow function and just write I'm going to open it like this. And first I'm going to do router.refresh. And then I'm going to do onClose like this. In the .catch, I'm going to do an arrow function which calls a toast, which you can import from React hot toast like this. And it's going to call an error. Something went wrong like that. Great. Okay, so I have an error here. Oops, my bad. So make sure you import toast like this, and I'm just going to retype this since I obviously made an error. So error, something went wrong like that. And finally, in which arrow function, we're just going to set is loading to false back again. Great. You completed the onSubmit function here, and now we can go ahead and start developing the model. So instead of the div, it's going to be a model, which you can import from add/app/components/model like this. So just make sure that you've imported it like I did right here. Great. I'm going to go here. I'm going to give it some props. So is open. We're going to give the prop is open like that. On close, it's going to be on close like that. Great. Now inside of this div, we're going to open a form element like this. And we're going to give it an onSubmit of handle submit and just wrap our custom on submit inside of it. So again, we do this so our onSubmit can have access to this data, which is a type of field values, and field values is defined here and they are controlled by the use form. Great. So now that we have the form, let's go ahead and create a div inside, and let's give this div a class name of space -y -12 like this. And before we move any further, I suggest that you click on your icon right here, and it should open an empty model so you can actually see what you are developing so you don't develop blindly. Great. Now inside of this div, let's go ahead and let's write another div, and let's give it a class name of border-b border-gray-900/10 pb-12 like this. Great. Inside of that, we're going to add an h2 element, and we're going to give it a class name of text-base font-semi-bold leading-7 and text-gray-900 like this. Great. And inside of the h2, we're going to write create a group chat like that. And just below this h2, we're going to create a paragraph, which is going to have a text of create a chat with more than 2 people like this. And let's give this a class name of empty-1 text-sm leading-6 text-gray-600 like that. Perfect. And now just below this paragraph right here, we're going to open another div. We're going to give this a class name of empty-10 flex-call and gap-y-8 like this. Inside of that div, go ahead and import the input, which we already used a couple of times in this project. So add/app/components/inputs folder and the input element. So just like this. Great. It's going to be a self-closing tag. And what we're going to give it is register. And we use register from use form destructuring like this. Great. Below that, we're going to give it a label of name, an ID of name, a disabled of is loading and required like this. And let's also give it the errors like that. And an input should be shown right here. Great. What we have to do next is we're going to have to create a select component. So I'm just going to prepare it here. So just write select. It does not exist yet. It's going to exist soon. Give it a disabled of is loading. Give it a label of members. Give it an options of users.map user. Go ahead and open an immediate object like this. Value user.id and label user.name like that. And for an onChange, you're going to write an arrow function which accepts the value in its parameter right here, and you're going to call setValue, which we have destructured from form state in use, from use form right here. Open parenthesis here, and first we define what value we want to update. Well, we want to update the members value. That's why we watch it separately, because it's not like our regular inputs. So just go ahead and write members here as well. Great. Go ahead and open the third parameter. The second parameter is going to be the actual value like this, and the third parameter is going to be an object. So go ahead and expand it and just write should validate true like this. Great. And also give it a value of members like that. Where do we get the members from? Well, from the const members watch members. So just make sure that you have members in the default value as an empty array. Make sure you have a variable called members with a watch function with the same string members. Make sure you set the value to those exact members, and make sure you have the value prop members. So the value prop is very important right here. And now what we're going to do is we're going to create this select button right here. So let's go ahead and let's open our navigation here. Let's go into components, into inputs folder, and create a new file, select.tsx like this. Mark it as use client like that. And let's just quickly fix the error. So select. I'm just going to write div select like this. I'm going to go back into my group chat model, and I'm just going to import this from add/app/components/input/select like this. You can go ahead and save the file. So this is how I imported the select, the same way we did with the input. Great. The select is not defined error should go away any second now. And now we're going to go ahead and actually fix these errors. So just make sure you have your model opened like this. Go back into select.tsx, and first let's write the interface for it. So interface select props is going to be a label, which is a type of string, a value, which is optional, and a type of record. Open pointy brackets, string any. OnChange is going to accept the value, which is a type of record, string any, and just an empty void like this. Options is going to be an array of record any. So go ahead and write it like this. So record, string, any, and just put an array at the end so the type is correct. And disabled is going to be an optional boolean like that. Great. And now just use react.fc to properly assign this select props here. And now we can go ahead and destructure all of them inside. So label, value, onChange, options, and disabled like that. Perfect. And now let's go and let's start creating our select. So first let's give this a class name of z dash open square brackets 100 like this. Great. Now inside I'm just going to remove this text. So I'm going to write a label like this. I'm going to give it a class name of blocks text-sm font-medium leading-6 and text-gray-900 like that. And inside the label we're going to use our label prop, which we destructured right here and which we set as required, and of course which we sent in the select in the group chat. Make sure you send all of this, otherwise you might be getting some errors while you're developing this. Great. So now that we have the label, let's go ahead and let's open a div, and let's give this a class name of empty -2. Great. So now we have to install a package called React Select to create our autocomplete. So let's go ahead and let's go into terminal. I'm going to close everything, and I'm just going to write npm install react-select like this. Wait a couple of seconds for this to install. Great. And now I'm going to go ahead and run npm run dev again. I'm going to close the terminal and I'm going to refresh my application just in case it has the hot reload is not working. Great. So now we can start developing the React Select right here. I'm just going to wait a couple of seconds for my page to load. Great. And now I'm going to add React Select, and we're going to import React Select from React Select. So just go ahead and write import React Select from React-Select like this. Usually you might see examples of select from React Select, but that is a problem because our component is named select. So just make sure you don't have the same name as our component. So I'm going to use React Select from React-Select like this, and then we can safely use it right here. Great. It's going to be a self-closing tag like this, and let's go ahead and give it some props. So is disabled is going to be our prop disabled like this. Value is going to be value like this. On change is going to be on change. Is multi is going to be to true, so you can either write it like this or you can use a shorthand like this. It's the same thing. Options is going to be options like that. Menu portal target is going to be document.body. So the reason we're using this menu portal target is because our auto select is inside a model. So that causes some problems with Z index and overflowing. So that's why I did this fix to target the document body. Great. And we just have to give it a style. So styles, go ahead and open an object like that. Menu portal base, and open an object like this, spread the base inside so these styles will stay intact, and we're just going to modify the Z index of it to 9999 like this. Great. And last thing we're going to add in the styles, sorry, not in the styles, my bad. So that's it for styles. Just go ahead and add class names. So not class name, class names, and open an object and write control and just open an arrow function, which is going to say tags-sm like this, and save your file. And in a couple of seconds, there we go. You can see my input and you can see my users. So I have new, I have Antonio Erdeles like this. Great. So just make sure when you're testing this that you have enough users. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a couple of users so you can get the best experience when creating this. So I'm just going to log out here and I'm going to create a couple of more users. So I'm going to click create an account. I'm going to add, I don't know, John. And I'm going to register. So I should have about 4 users now. I think that's enough to create a good group chat. So let's just wait a couple of seconds there. So we have new, Mark, Antonio, and myself, which is John. Great. And I'm going to go now in my conversations. I'm going to expand everything here. And I'm going to open my network tab. Okay, I have to expand this a little bit more because I'm just not seeing my, whoops, excuse me. Okay, I'm going to open my network tab to see if something accidentally goes wrong. I'm going to click here. I'm going to create this a group chat like that. Whoops. So group chat. And for the members, I'm going to select new, Mark, and Antonio. Great. And actually, we cannot test it because we have not completed the model. I'm sorry, I forgot to add the buttons. Okay, I'm just going to collapse everything here. And now let's go back into our group chat model. So we are done with the select. My apologies, I forgot that we are missing a couple of things we have to add here. So what you want to do is go just outside this last div, but still inside the form. Open your model and go ahead and write div like this. Give it a class name of empty-6 flex items-center justify-end and gap-x-6 like that. Great. And inside we're going to use our button. So just make sure you import that from add/app/components/button like this. And it's going to have a text of cancel. So that's going to be the first button. And let's go ahead and just give it a disabled of is loading, and on click to be on close, a type to be button, and secondary as a prop like this. Below that, we're going to have another button. And this one is going to have a text of create like this. And all it's going to have is disabled, which is loading. And the type is going to be submit. So this is going to be instead of on click. So when we submit the form, which is wrapping this entire thing, is going to be calling this on submit right here. So now you can expand this. I'm going to open this right here. I'm going to open my network tab to see if we're doing everything correctly. And you can try and click create right here. I'm going to open this to see what my payload is. Great. So what we sent is group true, and we sent an array of values which hold our IDs and the name of the users and the name of group chat. Great. And apparently it's been created successfully. So I'm just going to refresh this to confirm that. Great. And we have the group chat right here. One thing we have to modify now is we don't want to display a random person's from the group, a random person image from that group chat. You can see how we have the group chat here. We use 4 members here. Great. But you can see we have no information here because remember we did some conditionals that we only display if it's not a group chat. So what we have to do now is we have to create a component called avatar group, which is going to display 3 avatars from the group chat. And we have to modify this drawer a little bit so we can actually show some information about the group chat. Great. So let's go ahead and let's create that avatar group component. So I'm going to just expand this a little bit. Make sure you are in desktop view. Oh, great. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into my conversation box component like this, and we're going to find where we use our avatar component. So just go ahead and find where we use that. So there we go. It's line 86 in my case. So go ahead and find the avatar component. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a dynamic render of this. So we're going to add data.isGroup question mark, open parenthesis, and write avatar group like this. And otherwise, we're going to render the avatar, which we are used to seeing by now. Great. And what we're going to pass in this avatar group is not user, but users. And it's going to use data.users like this. And if you save the file, of course, you are going to get an error because avatar group does not exist. I mean, you're only going to get an error if you have a group chat available. Great. And now let's go into our app folder, into components where we have our avatar, and just create a new file called avatar group.tsx. So group.tsx like this. I'm going to mark this as use client like that. And I'm going to create a shorthand avatar group with a div avatar group like this, just to fix the error. So go back into conversation box and just import avatar group from @/app/components avatar group. So the same way you did with avatar. Great. And now the error should go away and you can go back into avatar group and start developing it. So you can see we have this weird text here right now for our group. So what we're going to do is write interface avatar group props users question mark user, which you can import from app prisma/client and just add an array like that. And then you're going to write react.fc, open the pointy brackets and write avatar group props like that. And you can expand them here, users like this. Great. So first, we're only going to use 3 users from our group chat. So we're not going to do more than that. We're going to write const sliced users to be equal to users.slice 0-3 like that. And what I recommend doing is giving this user prop a default value of an empty array, so you don't have to use this question mark like that. Great. So once you get that, this way we get the first 3 users, and now we're going to write a const position map, which is going to be an object which is going to hold values on how we want to position every of our elements. So the first avatar is going to have a class of top -0 left dash open square brackets 12 pixels. The second is going to have a bottom -0, and the third one is going to have bottom -0 and right -0 like that. Great. So the first one is going to be at the top and kind of centered. The second one is going to be in the bottom left corner, and the last one is going to be in the bottom right corner. Great. And now we can go ahead and remove this text inside like that. Let's give some class names to this div. So class name is going to be relative h-11, whoops, and w-11 like that. Now inside, we're gonna map over our sliced users. So sliced users.map user and index, open and immediately return a div like this. So go ahead and close the div like that. And what you're going to do is gonna give it a key of user.id, and class name is going to be, so make sure you use backticks like this. And just write absolute inline dash block rounded dash full overflow dash hidden h dash open square brackets 21 pixel w dash open square brackets 21 pixel like that. And then you're going to use this special object in which we're going to look through the position map, and depending on whether the user is first, second, or third, we're going to assign that class to it. So what we're going to do is we're going to write position map inside this special object, and we're going to add index, and now we just have to fix TypeScript. So as key of type of position map like this, and the error should go away. So basically what we're doing is we're using a number which is either 0, 1, or 2, because there are only 3 users which we pick, and then we map that index to the class name, so either 0, 1, or 2. Great. And now inside of this div, go ahead and import image from next/image like that. So just confirm that you imported it from next/image like that. Great, it's a self-closing tag. Give it an alt of avatar, give it a fill property, and source, which is either user !image pipe /images /placeholder.jpg like that. And go ahead and save your file. And now you should be able to see the 3 users. There we go. So I have the Antonio user, the Mark user, and a new one. Great job, amazing job. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna try and send multiple messages in this chat. So I'm gonna write what is my name here. So John, I'm gonna write test John message like this. We don't have real time yet, so I'm not sure when it's been sent. So you can go ahead and just refresh until it appears here. So there we go. So test John message. You can see that I've sent it. Now I'm gonna log out and go back into my other account. So Antonio, I'm gonna go back in now. Let's just wait a couple of seconds. I should also have the group chat here since I've been added to that group chat. There we go. And you can see that I get this test John message here, which I've not seen yet. Great. And I'm gonna write test Mark message since I renamed this account to Mark, if you remember. I'm gonna refresh here as well to ensure that I've gotten this message. So there we go, test Mark message. Great. And I'm also gonna log out and just confirm my last user, so new, like this. If I have that account, I do. Great. So I'm gonna go back into my conversations. You can see I have test Mark message here. Okay, so it's not, oh, it did update. Great. Okay, and here I'm gonna write test new message like that. So now you can see that our group chat is working. So these are assigned on the right side, and my message is going to be assigned to the right side. Great job. So now we have to add that avatar group back into our header as well. So what you're gonna do here is go and find your header component. So go into conversation ID, components, header, like this. Go ahead and find the avatar. So for me, it's line 69. And let's just create a conditional. So conversation dot is group question mark. And in the first one, what we're gonna write is going to be just avatar group, which you can import from @/app/components avatar group. So the same way you did with avatar, like that. And you're gonna pass in the users. You're gonna pass in conversation dot users like that. Great. And there we go. Now we have the group chat in the header as well. And now let's just go and fix the drawer. So we have to add the same thing here. So just go ahead and go into profile drawer component in the conversation ID folder right here. And what you're going to do is you're going to find the avatar. Let's see. Okay, so for me, it's line 163. And we're going to create our conditional. So data.isGroup. So the same way we did with our previous components, like this. And if it's group, it's going to be avatar group, which you can import from add/app/components avatar group, and just pass in the users data.users like this. Make sure you imported the avatar group from add/app components avatar group like this. And now if you try the drawer, you can see that we have the very same thing. Great. So one thing I want to do now, I'm just going to expand this. Make sure your profile drawer is open. So let's add some information to this drawer if we actually have a group chat. Great. So go all the way down and you're going to find where we have this value as data is group, but we put an exclamation point. So these are only the values which render if the conversation is not a group. So just before the first one right here, so inside this DL element, so for me it's line 230, for you it might be something else. So just find this first data isn't group like that, where we write the email. And what you're going to do here is open a conditional, write data.isGroup like this. So this time without the exclamation point at the beginning and end, open parentheses like that, and open a div inside. And just go ahead and write DT element like that. Give it a class name of text-sm, font-medium, text-gray-500, smw-40, sm flex-shrink-0 like that. And inside just write emails like this. Great, so now instead of email, we have emails like that. And outside of this DT element, create a DD element like that and give it a class name of empty-1 text-sm text-gray-900 sm call-span-2. And inside we're going to iterate over our data conversation users and display each user's email. So go ahead and write data.users.map, pick a user, open an arrow function like this, and just write user.email. Great, this is going to create an array of user emails, and at the end all we had to do is write .join, put a comma, and put a space inside the string so there is room between each email. And there we go, now we have all the emails of the users which are in this group chat. Great job, and delete will work as well. Great, so you have the group chat now. All that's left before we move on to creating real-time communication is to create this model for the image when we click on it, and also to create some loading states, because right now when you click in between stuff, when you change stuff, it just looks weird, it looks very slow, but we're gonna add some loading states so it looks much better. Great. And you can try and click create like this, it won't allow you. You can try and create a name and maybe just add one user and click create. And you should get an error back because in our API conversations for the group, we made sure that there are at least 2 members in that group. So let's see what happens. Perhaps we need to protect it to 3 users. Let's see what happens if we do that. Great. So I think this is actually a mistake because, oh no, it's not. It's completely correct. Yes. Sorry, my bad. It is completely correct. It's working as intended. How come there are 3 users if we just created them with 2 of them? Well, because we are the 3rd user. So this code is completely correct. Great job. So what I'm going to do now, make sure you have sent a message with an image somewhere, and we're going to create a model which will open on this image. So go ahead and open your sidebar, go into conversation ID, sorry, not in the API. So go into your conversation ID, into components, and select message box component right here where we have the seen by and basically our messages, and just go here to the top where we have the session, and just below that, go ahead and add a state. So const image model open, set image model open, like that. Use state, which you can import from React and give it a default value of false. Make sure you imported the use state like that. Great. So image model open and set image model open like this. So now what I want you to do is I want you to find where we have this image right here and add an onClick to this image and just write an arrow function, set image model to be true like this. Great. And inside of this div of this data image, we're also going to add our model. So go ahead and write image model like this, which of course does not exist now. Let's go ahead and just give it some props, which we are going to need. So source is going to be data.image is open, is going to be image model open. On close is going to be an arrow function, set image model open false like this. And of course, if you save the file, you're going to get an error because image model does not exist. So let's quickly go and in this same folder where we have the message box, create a new file called image model.tsx like that. Mark it as use client. And let's just quickly fix this error. So image model. I'm going to create a div, which is just going to say, as always, image model. Great. So now that we have that quick fix, let's go back into message box and let's just import the image model from /image model like this. Great. And you can save this file. The error should go away. And of course, you have the type errors, which we're going to fix now. So after your error goes away, go back into image model component right here. And let's start by defining the interface for it. So I'm going to go ahead and write interface image model props is open question mark boolean. On close is going to be an empty void. And source is going to be either a string or null like this. Go ahead and use react.fc to assign image model props like that. Just extract is open, on close, and source like this. Go ahead and write if there is no source. We're just going to return null. Otherwise, it's going to be a very simple model. So we're going to use the model component, which you can import from add/app/components model, like I did right here. And inside of the model, we're just going to assign is open to be is open, and on close like this. And we're going to create a small div inside with a class name of w-80 and h-80. And we're going to use an image component from next/image like this. Let's give it an alt of image. Let's give it a class name of object-cover. Let's give it a field property, and source is going to be source like that. Great. And after you've saved this file, you should not have any errors in the image model here. And you can go ahead and try click right here. I'm just going to refresh to make sure everything is reloaded. So let's just wait a couple of seconds. And there we go. You can see that I have my image in the model. So if you got an empty model, make sure you refresh. Great job. So all we have to do now is add the loading states, and then we are ready to wrap up this tutorial by adding real time with pusher, which is going to be very simple. And then we are going to deploy that to Vercel. Great. So now let's finish the last part before the real-time notifications, and that is the loading model and loading states. So I'm going to close everything here. I'm going to go into my app folder, into components, and I'm going to create a new file called loading model.tsx like this. I'm going to mark it as use client. I'm going to import React and fragment from React. I'm going to import dialog and transition from headless UI React, and I'm going to import clip loader from React-spinners, which is a package that we have to install. So go and head into your terminal right here and run npm install react-spinners like this. Wait a couple of seconds for this to install and do npm run dev again, and just refresh your local host so everything is up to date. Great. And now let's start with our component. So I'm going to write const loading model like this, and it's going to immediately return our, whoops, just make sure you don't use the invalid brackets. So return transition.root like this, show as fragment like that. So usually when we do the show, we do something like is open, but that's not how we're going to use our loading model. So our loading model is always going to be open because we're going to render it in a different way. And then we're going to use the dialog as div with a class name of relative z-50. And the dialog needs to accept an onClose. So for that, we're just going to give it an empty function like this and close the dialog. So I'm just going to collapse this attributes right here so you can clearly see what I've written. Great. Now inside of that dialog right here, add a transition.child like that. Give it an as fragment like that. Enter is-out duration-300. Enter from is going to be opacity-0. Enter to is going to be opacity-100. Leave is going to be is-in duration-200. Leave from is going to be opacity-100, and leave to is going to be opacity-0 like that. And now you can just go ahead and write a div inside. It's going to be a self-closing tag, so you can write it like that. And we're going to create our overlay now, so just give it the class name of fixed inset-0 bg-gray-50, sorry, -100 bg-opacity-50 and transition-opacity like this. Great. And now just to test this out, what you can actually do, make sure you export default loading model like this. Great. And now you can use this loading model. So where I'm going to go into the user box component. So just go and make sure you select the users in the sidebar right here. So you're not in messages, but you should be in users. So like this, you should see people here. Great. And now inside, go ahead inside your users, inside components, and select user box like this. And go ahead and wrap this entire div inside a fragment like that. And you can just indent it. And what you're going to write is the loading model like this. So just make sure you import it from add/app components loading model. And if you save this file, you should just see an active model with no way of closing, because that's what we want. We're going to close it dynamically by just not rendering it. And we are going to use it in Next.13's loading pages. So that's why we don't need to create special close actions for it, because we are going to close it ourselves. Great. So I recommend you do this so you can actually see what you're developing. So in the user box component, just wrap everything in a fragment and just add the loading model, which has no props. Great. So now let's continue with this development right here. And outside of your transition child, go ahead and create a div and give this a class name of fixed inset-0 z-10 and overflow-y-auto like that. Inside of that div, create another one with the class name of flex min-h-full like this, items-center, justify-center, p-4 and text-center like that. Great. And now what you can just write is dialog.panel like this. And inside, you're going to use the clip loader like that with a size of 40 and color of hashtag 0284C7, and make sure it's a self-closing tag like this. And there we go. You should see your little loader right here. And great, that's it for our loading model, because this is exactly what we want to see. So now you can go back into your user box right here. And remember how we have this is loading, but we don't use it anywhere. So that's what we're going to use it for. So now just go ahead and conditionally render this. So inside user box, right, is loading and end, and just render the model like this. And now if you save, it should go away. But when you try and click, for example, on John for a brief second, you should see the loading model like this. And it should go away when it's loaded and redirected right here. Great. And now let's pick some other places where we want this to show. So I'm going to close everything and I'm going to go into my app folder. I'm going to go into conversations, and besides layout and page, I'm also going to create a new component, new file called loading.tsx like this. And it's just going to be called loading like that. And it's going to return a loading model, which you can import from /components loading model like that, and just save the file. So we're not going to trigger this ourselves. This is only going to be triggered by Next.13. So you can see when I try and load the different messages, I can see the loading model for a brief second. Great. And I also want to add this exact thing to our users loading as well. So make sure you go here and add loading.tsx here as well. So just write a quick loading function here like that, and just return a loading model, which you can import from /components loading model. You could copy and paste, it's the exact same one. Great job. So now if you go into users, you can see for a brief second, we have this nice loading models. Now it's going to be even quicker in production. And you can see when I select on a user, it shows loading for a brief second. So there are no dull moments in our application. Great job. All that's left to do is to create real-time messages, which is going to be quite simple with Pusher. And we have to create an active status and also some real-time when it comes to adding new conversations or being added in a group chat. We want that to show here in real time without us refreshing, as well as deleting something. We also want that to be reflected here immediately. Great job. So let's continue with our tutorial and let's create a Pusher account, and then we're going to use those environment variables to add some Pusher libraries and connect everything and make it real time. So go into Google and write Pusher API or just Pusher, and make sure you go to pusher.com, leader in real-time technologies. And go ahead and create your account. If you haven't already, you can use GitHub, you can use Google. For my case, I'm going to use Google. And now you should be in this Pusher dashboard screen. So just select channels and click Get Started right here. So you can name your app whatever you want. For the cluster, I recommend leaving everything exactly as it is. And you can go ahead and choose your tech stack if you want. So our front end is going to be React and our back end is going to be Node.js. But this is just optional. I think it's going to help with some code snippets. And just click Create App like this. Great. And now you have this example code right here. But we don't have to use that. You can just go into Sidebar and press App Keys right here. And there you go. You should see all of your keys right here. So what I want you to do is I want you to go into your .environment file where you've written some code for Cloudinary, Google, and GitHub right here. And below all of that, I want you to create variables for Pusher. So first one is going to be next_public_pusher _app_key like this. Below that, we're going to use pusher_app_id like this. And below that, we're going to use pusher_secret like this. Great. So now you can go ahead and copy your secret and paste it here. You can go ahead and copy the app ID and paste it here. And you can use the app key from the key variable right here like that. Perfect. So now that we have that, you can go ahead and go into the app folder. So I'm going to close everything here. I'm going to go into the app folder here. I'm going to go into libs, and I'm going to create a new file called pusher.ts like this. Great. Now inside, first we're going to install a couple of packages. So go ahead and open your terminal here. And I'm just going to expand this so you can see what we are installing. So go ahead and write npm install pusher and pusher-js like this. So just wait a couple of seconds for this to install. Great. So now that it's back, I'm going to do import pusher server from pusher. So make sure you import pusher server from pusher, and below that you're going to import pusher client from pusher-js like this. Great. And you can go ahead and run npm run dev again in your project, and just make sure you refresh your local host if you haven't. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's create some utils here. So I'm going to go ahead and write export const pusher server is equal new pusher server like this, and go ahead and give it an app ID of process.environment.pusher_app_id like this. And for that, you can actually go and compare to your environment. So just make sure that you don't misspell it. If you want to, you can copy it from here. So pusher app ID and just paste it here so it's the correct thing. And you can put an exclamation point at the end just to protect it against invalid types. Great. And then use the key, which is a type of process.environment.next_public_pusher_key. Again, you can put this at the end right here, and just make sure that it's not misspelled so you can copy and paste. For example, yeah, I misspelled it, so you can just use it like this. Great. And then below that, for the secret, you're gonna copy the secret and write process.environment.pusher_secret like this. Put an exclamation point at the end. For the cluster, you're gonna use EU, and use TLS is going to be true like that. Perfect. And you're also gonna export const pusher client, which is a type of new pusher client like that. And in the first argument, you're gonna use process.environment, and you're gonna use this next public pusher app key again, and just put exclamation point at the end, and open an object for the second argument, cluster EU as well. Great. So now that you've done that, we actually gonna go ahead and use pusher libraries to create some real-time communication in our messages. So just prepare your conversation, any conversation you want right here, because that's what we're gonna solve first. I think that's the most important part we want to see. We want to see real-time messages. So let's go ahead and let's go into our API, and I want you to select messages route.ts right here. And I'm just gonna expand this a little bit so we have more space here. And in here, I want you to import pusher server from @/app/libs pusher like this. Great. And now that you have the pusher server, you're gonna go ahead all the way to the bottom here after we define this updated conversation and before we do this next JSON response. And what you're going to do is await pusher server.trigger conversation ID. For the second argument, you're gonna pass in the handler, which like the key, which is going to trigger the update, and that key in our case is going to be messages new like that, and the message you're going to pass is new message like this. So we have the conversation ID and we have the new message defined right here. Great. So this is going to add the new message in real time, and after that I want you to extract the last message from this conversation. So const last message is going to be updated conversation.messages, updated conversation.messages.length -1. So this is how we get the last message. Great. And now that we have this last message, you're gonna go in your updated conversation, remember we have not used it until now, so that's why I did it here. And we're going to use .users.map user, open a function like this, and you're going to write pusher server.trigger user.email and put a question mark, an exclamation point at the end. And for the second argument, you're going to use the key of conversation update like that, and then open an object and just write ID, conversation ID, and messages is going to be last message like that. Great. Excellent job. And now we have to assign, so this is the pusher on the server. After this, we have to do the same thing on the client, which is going to respond to these messages. So our client is going to expect this message.new, and it's going to get this new message object, and it's going to assign it to this body element right here in real time. And what this is going to serve for, well, what this is going to serve, we will see a bit later. So this conversation update is going to serve for this sidebar. So we are also going to create a pusher client bind event to this conversation update in this sidebar right here, and that's how we're going to append a new last message in real time without the need for the user to refresh. Because if I send a new message here, sure, we will update it in real time here, but we also want to update it here where it says John started the conversation. So we want to get the newest message here, and not only for John, but also if we have a group chat, we want to iterate over all of the users in the group chat and send and update the conversation for each and every one of them. Great, so let's go ahead and do that now. So let's go in our body component. So I'm just going to expand this a little bit right here, and I'm going to go into my conversation ID components into body.tsx right here. Great. And beside this use effect that we already have, I'm going to add another use effect. So use effect like this. And this is the place where we're going to subscribe to our pusher and expect all kinds of events. So I suggest that you also keep the messages route open right now so you can understand this better. So first thing we have to do is we have to realize that the channel which we are sending this message a new key is called conversation ID. So every user which is listening to this channel, which in our case is the ID, so the conversation ID, is going to get that update. So that's the first thing we have to do. We have to use pusher client, which you can import from /apps_libs pusher. And we have to write .subscribe to conversation ID like that. So let's immediately also put the conversation ID in the dependency array like this. Great. So now the two will be connected. Great. The next thing we're going to do, every time we join a conversation, what we have to do is we have to scroll all the way down to the latest message. So that's what we're going to use this bottom ref for. So go ahead and do bottom ref $.current $.scroll into view like this. Great. And now what we have to do is we have to bind our pusher client to expect this key messages new. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So I'm gonna go and write pusher client.bind messages new like this. And what I have to pass in as the second argument is a function which is going to respond to what happened. So for now, you can just write an empty function like this, but we're going to create this handler very soon. Great. And important thing, what you have to do is you have to unbind and unsubscribe every time you unmount. Otherwise, that might cause an overflow. So go ahead and write return. So this is an unmount method with the use effect. Great. And inside, I want you to use pusher client.unsubscribe conversation ID and pusher client.unbind messages new like this. Perfect. Great, great job. And now we can create this handler right here. So let's go ahead and let's replace this with a constant message handler like this. And also make sure in your unbind message new, you also pass that message handler here as well. And now right here, still inside this use effect, I'm going to go ahead and write const message handler is an arrow function like this. And the parameter it's going to accept is message. And the type of message is going to be full message type. We already have that imported because we use it in the initial messages here. Great. And now what I'm going to do inside is first I'm going to install a package called Lodash. So go into your terminal. We're going to use Lodash to simplify some comparisons here. So go ahead and run npm install Lodash like this. Wait a couple of seconds for this to install, and then go ahead and run npm install D at types /Lodash like this. Great. So I'm just going to expand so you can see. So npm install -d types Lodash like that. And after that's been done, you can go ahead and run npm run dev. Great. And when you've run that, just as always, make sure you refresh your local host so you're seeing things up to date. Great. And now we go back inside this message handler where we are developing right here. And what you're going to do is you're going to use if find and go ahead and import find from Lodash. So just make sure you import find from Lodash like that. So if find open parentheses right here, my apologies, so not like this. So first thing we have to do is write set messages like this. So we are finally going to use this set messages. Usually we just use the messages right here. So set messages, go ahead and use the current, open an arrow function, and now write an if find current, open an object in the second argument, id is equal to message.id. In that case, return current like that. Otherwise, return spread the current and add the new message. So what exactly did we do here? So this is a message handler which is going to receive the new message from the pusher. First thing we're going to do, we're going to enter our set messages right here, and we are going to get access to the current list of messages here. And then we're going to compare the current list of messages to this special query, which is going to search if there is any message in our current array which already has an ID of this new message that is coming in. So we just want to ensure that we don't accidentally make duplicate messages when doing this function. Great. So now you can go ahead and save this like that. And also inside this message handler right here, I want you to do two more things. So I want you to repeat this bottom ref.current.scroll into view like this. And I also want you to repeat this Axios post conversations scene. So go ahead and copy that, and we're going to do that immediately once we receive a new message. So when we receive a new message, we're going to alert everyone that we have seen that message. Great. So you can go ahead and save this now. I'm going to expand this view. I'm going to refresh right here. Great. I'm also going to have my terminal opened just in case we catch any errors. And I'm going to write a test message right here. And if we did this correctly in a couple of seconds, we should see the message right here. And there we go. You can see that my message has appeared without me refreshing. Amazing, amazing job. We can go ahead and try another message. So a couple of seconds is going to pass because we need to create a message, but then it happens immediately without us refreshing. Great. And you can see that right here, we are still using the old started the conversation. So we're going to have to fix that as well. But great. This was the hard part about the body element. Great, great job. You can go ahead and try and open two chat applications and try and communicate between one another, and you will see that you receive messages instantly. So before we do the conversation thing, one thing I want to enable is I want to enable real-time updating of the scene status of our message. So in order to do that, I want you to go inside scene route. So your scene route should be located inside app API, conversations, conversation ID, scene folder route.ps right here. And I want you to go right here where you have your updated message here. And I want you to write await pusher server, which you can import from /libs pusher. So just make sure you imported that like here at the top, and then just write .trigger current user .email, and the key you're going to use is conversation update like this, and the object which you're going to pass to there is ID conversation ID and messages updated message like this. Great. So we still don't have this conversation update, but we are just preparing it for the future. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if we already seen this message or not. So perhaps we might be the sender of this message, but we still triggered this seen route. So let's go ahead and write if last message dot seen IDs dot index of current user dot ID is not equal to 1, return next response dot JSON conversation like that. Great. Sorry, not equal to 1, but equal to -1. So make sure you don't accidentally put 1 like I did. It's equal to -1 like this. Great. And if this isn't the case, so if we did not see the last message, that means that we are not in the array seen, if you remember that each message has. That means that we can go ahead and alert every new user that we have seen that message. So go ahead and write await pusher server dot trigger conversation ID like this, and you can put an exclamation point here so the types are okay. The key is going to be message update like that, and the third argument is going to be updated message like that. Great. And you can just go ahead and save this as well. Perfect. And now that you have that, I'm going to go back into my body element right here, and we're going to subscribe to another bind right here. So go ahead and write pusher client that bind message update like that, and the handler is going to be update message handler like this. And for now, all you can do, just const update message handler, just write an empty function like this, and then make sure you also write the unbind for that. So go ahead and write pusher client that unbind message update message handler like this. Perfect. So in order to update the message in real time, and what exactly do we update real time in a message? Well, we update its seen array. So when I'm in a group chat, I want to see real time updates if someone logged in has seen my message. So I want that to appear below this message right here. So all we have to do is we have to get the new message, which is a type of full message type. Go inside. I'm just going to expand this so you can see everything I'm writing. Go inside of here and write set messages current.map current message like this, and open an object, sorry, a function. And now you're going to check if current message.id is equal to new message.id. In that case, return new message like this. So if we find the exact message we are looking at, go ahead and update it or replace it with the new message. Otherwise, you can just return whatever is in the for loop which we are using, which is exactly the same as map. Great. Sorry, it's not exactly the same as map, but in our case, we're using map as a for iteration here. Great, great job. And now if you actually try, well, you're not going to see much right now because I did not open a second window here. So I'm just going to prepare that. I'm going to open 2 windows and we're going to try and communicate with each other. Great, so I've prepared it right here. So here I'm logged in as new, and here I'm logged in as Mark, and we're going to try and communicate with each other. So I'm going to say, hello, Mark, like this. We're going to wait a couple of seconds. And the messages should appear as long as they're created. So there we go. I got this hello Mark, and you can see how in real time I got this update seen by Mark. So I will just zoom this in so it's more visible for you. And now here I'm gonna say hello new like that. Let's just wait a second for this to be sent. And there we go. We get hello new. In a couple of seconds here, I can see that it's been seen by new. Amazing. So that's what our 2 functions did. The update message, sorry, the message update and message new did. So now we have to do the same thing, but for the conversation sidebar. Great. So let's do the conversation thing now. So where I want you to go is I want you to go into your API folder. So I'm just going to expand everything just a little bit so we can see better. All right, go into your API folder. go into conversations route.ts. So it's going to be this file where we create our group chats and our individual conversations here. Great. So first I want you to solve the group thing. So go into the if is group clause right here. And just before we send the new conversation, I want you to write new conversation dot users dot for each user. We're going to check if there is a user email. So if user.email like this, go ahead and write pusher server.trigger and make sure you import pusher server from add/libs pusher like this. So just make sure you have this imported right here. Great. Pusher server.trigger user.email conversation new, and go ahead and send new conversation like this. So again, the channel which we are subscribing to is the user's individual email because it's unique and because we have it in the session which we're going to use in the client. The key we are sending is conversation new, and the client is going to be listening to this key on this channel and is going to update our sidebar of conversations right here with that new conversation that's just been created. Great. Before we test this, we have to do the same thing for individual one-on-one conversation. So just go ahead all the way down, and here before we send the new conversation, do the same thing. So new conversation dot users dot map user. Go ahead and write if user.email like this, pusher server.trigger user.email conversation new, and new conversation as a third argument. Great job. And now we have to go ahead and subscribe to our email on the front end and listen or bind to this key on the front end as well, and create a handler which is going to append this new conversation inside of our list. So let's go in our conversation list component. So it's going to be located in conversations and in components, conversation list right here. Great. And now that we have that, first let's create the pusher key. So go ahead and create a constant called pusher key, which is a use memo. Add the dependency array and just write return session, and make sure you add the session. So const session is equal use session. You can import the session from next-auth/react. So make sure you import that, and then when you have the session, you can return session.data .user and .email like this, and go ahead and put that in the dependency array as well. Great. So we have this pusher key, so we don't have to repeat this long line every single time. Great. Now let's create a use effect, which you can import from React as well. So just, of course, make sure that this use effect has been imported here. Great. First, let's check if we have the pusher key. So if there is no pusher key, meaning that the session has not loaded yet, you can just return and break this use effect. We don't need it. Otherwise, we can use pusher client, which you can import from add/applibs pusher. So just make sure you do that here. Great. And write .subscribe to pusher key. And our pusher key is going to be our email. Why our email? Well, because in our conversations, that's where we are going to trigger an update for each user's conversation list. So go back into conversation list, or if you've stayed here, great. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to bind. So pusher client dot bind conversation new like this. And it's going to use a new handler like that. So just here, create a const new handler, which is just going to be an arrow function for now like this. Great. And make sure you use the pusher key inside of this dependency array. And of course, in return function or the unmount function, you have to unsubscribe and unmount. So go ahead and just run pusher client dot unsubscribe pusher key like that, and pusher client that unbind conversation new handler like this. Perfect. And now we have to actually append our new conversation to the list of items that we have right here. Great. So let's go ahead and write that. So conversation is going to be a type of full conversation type. We already have this imported right here. Great. And what we're going to do is we're going to call set items, which we have from this state right here. We're going to go through the current, and first we're going to compare if there is an existing conversation that we are trying to add, just to ensure that there are no duplicates. So if find, which you can import from Lodash right here, open parenthesis, make sure you don't accidentally close the if clause. So if there is, we're going to search for the current array, and we're going to find an item with an ID of conversation.id, like that. Great. So if that exists, go ahead and return current like this. And I'm just gonna see what is the error here. I think I removed my import, so just make sure you imported find. Yeah, so there is something wrong here. Just make sure you imported find from Lodash like this, and there should be no error for you. Great. So if there is a current conversation, then do nothing with the array. Otherwise, we're gonna modify the array by putting the conversation first and then spreading the current like this. Great job. So now that we have that, we can actually go ahead and try. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to remove this conversation with Mark, for example, so I don't have one. Make sure you do that. Great. And what I suggest you do is just wait a couple of seconds, or you can just manually refresh conversations like this. So make sure that Mark is removed like this. And now I'm going to go ahead and try in this other browser that I have where I'm logged in as Mark. I'm going to go ahead and try and create a new conversation right here. So just wait a couple of seconds. I clicked new here. And in a couple of seconds, there you go. You can see in real time it added a new conversation that we have without refreshing this page, which is exactly what we wanted. Great job. Great, and now let's create a handler which is going to update our conversation sidebar, but not by adding a new conversation, but by editing the last sent message. Because now, for example, if I say, hey, this is the last sent message, for example, sure, our pusher does work here in the body, and in a couple of seconds it's gonna appear here, but you can see that our message here is still an old one, same as here. So let's go ahead and fix that. So we already have everything ready on the server, and you can search that by conversation update and where we've written it. So we've written to update the conversation every time we seen a message, so it's no longer it won't be bold, and every time we create a new message, we also send an update to every single user in that conversation. We send an update to their channel email with a conversation update. So just make sure you don't actually accidentally misspell this conversation update or conversation new or message update like that. Great, so we actually have everything ready on the server, and we can go back into our conversation list right here, and alongside the new handler, we're also gonna bind another key here. So pusher client.bind conversation update like that, and it's gonna be called update handler like this. Great. So just go ahead and write const update handler is going to be accept a conversation, which is a type of full conversation type like that. It is an arrow function, so just open it like this, and all you want to do is write set items. My apologies. So just write set items, yeah. Get the current, immediately return current.map, get the current conversation, and open a function like this. So I'm just gonna expand so you can see, whoops, like this, and inside let's do a comparison to find the one we want to update. So if current conversation.id is equal to conversation.id, so this is the new conversation that came from the pusher, and this is the one from the current list, from our current array. Go ahead and write return, spread the current conversation, and just write messages, conversation.messages like that, because that's what we actually want to update. And outside of this if clause, just return current conversation like that. Great. And make sure you also unbind this in the unsubscribe. So pusher client.unbind conversation update handler like this. And while you're developing this, always just double check that you didn't actually misspell any of these keys, both on the server and on the client. Otherwise, you might not be getting the results that you want. Great. Now that we have this, I'm going to refresh both of my pages here, and we're going to try and we're going to send a new message to see if we can actually update our sidebar in real time now. Great, so we have this message right here, but we are the ones who sent this, if I'm correct, and it's going to update in a second when the session loads. Great, and we have it here. Now let's go ahead and let's try, and I'm just going to try and open this now. And in a couple of seconds, there you go. You see how it went from bold to clear? That's because we triggered the scene route, and our scene route triggers the conversation update and gave us a new conversation with a list of new people who have seen this message. Great. So let's go ahead and let's try and send, hey, let's start with something else. Update, for example. I'm going to go back here. Let's see if I'm going to receive it in real time without refreshing. So in a couple of seconds, I got update, and there we go. I got update right here as well. And in a couple of seconds, it also went from unread to read, because every time we receive a new message, we called the Axios scene post. Great, great job. So one more thing we want to do with these conversations is we want to remove them from our list in case it's been deleted, because right now that does not happen until we refresh. So that's the last thing we have to do with the conversations real time. So let's go, and I'm just going to close everything, go into app, API, conversations, conversation ID, not inside scene folder, but right here. Great. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to find this deleted conversation right here, and I'm going to use the existing conversation. So remember, we have this existing conversation here. I briefly explained why I did this. Why did I just not call the deleted conversation? Well, this is why, because we need a list of users before we deleted the conversation. So I'm going to use this existing conversation inside, and I'm going to run .users.forEach user right here. If user.email, I'm going to call pusher server, which you can import from @libs pusher like this. So just make sure you've imported it. Great. Pusher server dot trigger user dot email. The second argument is going to be the key conversation remove. So we had conversation new, conversation update, and now we have conversation remove. Just make sure you don't misspell anything. And the last argument is going to be existing conversation like this. Perfect. And now that you have that, you can go ahead and go back into your conversation list component where you added the new and update. And you can already guess the drill. So pusher client.bind conversation remove handler like this. Let's just write this handler. So remove handler is going to be a simple arrow function like this. And make sure you do the same thing in the unmount. So pusher client.unbind conversation remove handler like this. And inside, in the parameter, you're going to get the conversation, which came from the pusher, which is going to be a type of full conversation type like this. And all you're going to do is write set items, get the current, open the function, and return current. But you're going to filter a single conversation and compare if conversation.id is not equal to conversation.id, which we have from pusher right here. So basically, we're going to go over our current list of conversations, and we're going to filter out, we're only going to leave those in which are not equal in the of the ID which we received from pusher. Great. So now that we have this, I'm just going to expand it here. And make sure you refresh before you try this. Great, so I have these two examples right here. I can zoom in a bit here as well. Great. So let's just wait a second till my loading finishes. There we go, it's finished here. It's finished here, and I'm gonna go and delete this. So I'm gonna open my drawer. I'm gonna click delete, and I'm gonna wait here and see if it's gonna be removed in real time. Let's just give it a couple of seconds, and there we go. It has been removed. Great job. So obviously, what we also want to do is we want to redirect the user if the user has the conversation open here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and add that functionality as well in the remove handler. So to do that, all you have to do is go back into your remove handler right here, and what you want to do is just write if conversation ID is equal to conversation.id router.push / conversations, like this. Great. And make sure you also add the conversation ID to the list of arrays, and also router as well. Great. So now if we get our conversation removed while it's open for us, it's gonna redirect us back to conversations like this. Great. So I'm just gonna go ahead and prepare this to see if this didn't create any additional bugs and if it works as intended. All right, so I have it prepared right here. I sent a couple of messages. I didn't change any code. And now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delete this conversation, and I'm going to wait here to see if our code works as expected, and it does. So we noticed that the conversation was correct, and it redirected us back to /conversations here. And we can go ahead and immediately try and create a conversation back with that user to see if it's going to create it again. So I clicked on new here, and let's just wait a couple of seconds, and there we go. It's back here in real time. And you can even test and send a message. So hello, real time. In a couple of seconds, it's going to appear right here. It's going to update here, and it's here in real time. I'm going to answer right here. And in a couple of seconds, I'm going to get an answer right here. And this is going to change to seen. Great, amazing job. All that's left to do here is to add functionality to this active status right here. So first thing that we have to do here is we have to create a presence channel where we are going to search for active users in order to know whether we assigned an active status or an offline status. So I'm going to expand my code a little bit, and for this we're going to have to use our pages folder, because the pusher does not support the new Next 13 yet, but don't worry, pages folder is going to be supported for a long time. It's completely normal, and it's actually encouraged to mix and match the two while we are in this migration process. So go ahead and create a new folder called pages, and we're just going to use it for our API folder, and we're going to create a single route called auth.ts inside like this. Sorry, not like this, so please remove this file. Inside the API folder, create a new folder called pusher, so it's a bit more correct. And inside pusher, create a new file, auth.ts. My apologies. So just like this, great. And what you want to do is import next API request, next API response from next like this. Then you're going to import get server session from NextAuth. Then you're going to import pusher server from @applibs pusher, and you're going to import auth options from @app API auth. Find your NextAuth route. So we already did this in get session, if you remember, and you can just copy it from there, at least this part, if you are getting confused by it. So this is targeting our special folder of NextAuth. Basically, you just need the auth options. Great. And now just write export default async function handler. First argument is going to be request of next API request. Second one is going to be response of next API response, like this. Now we're going to write our session. So const session is equal await get server session. First argument is a request, second is response, and last one is auth options, like this. Great. Now let's check if we are authorized or not. So if there is no session user email, in that case, return response.status 401, like this. Now I'm going to define my sockets, which I will explain later how we are going to get. So const socket ID is going to be request.body.socket_ID. Const channel is going to be request body.channel name like this, and const data, which we are going to send, is going to be user_id session.user.email like this. Great. And in the end, just write const out response is equal to pusher server.authorize channel socket ID as the first argument, channel as the second, and data as the third argument. And in the end, just run return response.send out response like this. Great. So now we have this handler function right here, which is basically our /API/pusher/auth route. So where are we going to put that, and how do I know about these fields right here? So it's very simple. We're going to go back into our app folder, into our libs, into pusher.ts right here, and we are going to expand our pusher client a bit. So besides this cluster right here, we're also going to add something else in this object, and that's going to be called channel authorization. And in here, we're going to add an endpoint to /API/pusher/auth like this, and transport is going to be a type of AJAX like this. Great. So just to confirm that you did this correctly, you can open your console, and if you're getting any errors for that route, you should get an error. Right, so if you're not getting any errors, everything should be fine. If you're getting an error for this API pusher out, you will see it right here in the console. Great. So what I'm going to create now, I'm going to create a global store for our active users in the presence channel. Great, so I'm going to expand this again, and I'm going to go back into my app folder. I'm going to go into hooks, and I'm going to create a new file called let me just focus. So use active list.ts like this. And we're going to use a package called sustand. So just make sure we import that as well. So npm install sustand like this. And after it's been installed, you can npm run dev again, but just refresh your page. Great. So I'm going to go and write this store. So import create from sustand like this. We're going to write an interface. So interface active list store is going to be members, which is an array of a string. Add is going to be a function which accepts an ID, which is a string, and it's an empty void. And I'm just going to copy this a couple of times. We're also going to have a remove, and we're also going to have set. Except the last one is not going to be just single ID, it's going to be multiple IDs, and it's going to be an array of strings like the initial members. Great. And now I'm going to write const use active list is equal to create from toStand, which we already imported, open pointy brackets, and give it a type of active list store like that. And now I'm going to open brackets here, and I'm going to open a function like this. The argument inside here is going to be set. And instead of just an empty, a plain old function like this, I'm going to open parentheses and then write an object inside, so it returns an immediate object. The first argument is going to be members, and it's going to be an empty array. Add function is going to function in a way that I give an ID, and then I call the set function. I'm going to use the current state. I'm going to open an object again, and I'm going to write members. And I'm going to spread the current state.members, and I'm going to give it the ID like this. Great. Now for the remove function, I'm going to get an ID. I'm going to call the set again. I'm going to get the current state, and again, open an object immediately, and we assign the members. And in here, I'm going to write state.members.filter member ID. Go ahead and immediately just compare the member ID is not equal to ID like this. Great. So remove calls the set, and it opens an immediate object where we modify the members. It calls state.members.filter. It gets the member ID, and it just compares the member ID from that array to make sure it's filtered out depending on what the user sent and wants to filter out. Great. And the last one we need is set, and that's a simple one. So IDs. Set members IDs like this. Great. And make sure you write export default use active list like this. Perfect. What we have to do now is we have to create a component called active status. So let's go into our components and create a new file called active status.tsx like this. Make sure you mark it as use client like this, and just write const active status is equal to an arrow function like this, return null, and export default active status like this. And we're gonna add a hook here just as soon as we create it. Great. So now what I want you to do is go into your main layout file right here where we add the auth context and toaster context. And I just want you to use that component here. So active status like this, and make sure you import active status from /components active status like this. Great. And now you can go back into this active status here, and we're actually gonna go ahead and we're gonna quickly create another hook called use active channel. So go back into hooks before you do that and create a hook called use active channel.ts like this. Great. And I'm just gonna make it a very simple one. So const use active channel just like this, and export default use active channel like this. Great. And now we can go back into active status and you can just import it and execute it. So use active channel like this. Great. Make sure you import it from .hooks use active channel. Great. And now we can actually write some stuff inside here. So first things first, what I want to do inside is I want to destruct the set, add, and remove actions from our toStand store. So const use active list, and what we can destructure inside is set, add, and remove like this. Great. Then I'm gonna write a state here, active channel, set active channel like this, and we're gonna use state and give it a value of either a channel, which you can import from pusher-js like this, or null like this. And make sure you also import useState. Great. And just make sure it's null by default like that. Great. And now we're going to create a useEffect function, which is going to listen to all the people joining this present channel or leaving the presence channel. And we're going to move them to the global active list. Great. So useEffect from React like this. And let's first get the active channel. So let channel is equal active channel like this. Now we're going to check if the channel does not exist. So if there is no channel, channel is going to be equal to pusher client, which you can import from ./libs pusher. So pusher client dot subscribe, and our presence channel has to be named presence and then something. So make sure you name this presence, otherwise it's not going to be recognized as a presence channel. So presence-messenger in my case, I recommend you do the same thing. And then set active channel is going to be the channel like this. Great. And now that we have that, I want to go ahead and write a couple of bind functions to this channel. So channel.bind pusher subscription succeeded like this. And for that we get members, which you can get the type members from pusher.js like this. Great. And what happens with those members? Well, first let's define the initial members. So const initial members, it's a type of array of strings and it's an empty array. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna iterate over these members and just push their emails. Great. So members.each. Now you might be wondering, what is each? Why not for each? Why not map? Because members is a special type it's a special class from pusher. So don't treat it like a normal array. You have to use .each. Get the member, which is a type of record string any. And what you want to do is just write initial members.push member.id. Great. And then you want to call the set function and just write initial members. Great. So what is member.id? How do we get that? What is that? What exactly do we save the member as? Well, if you go back into the page folder which you just created, you can see that we map the user ID as the current user email. So practically we are working with user emails, and we have this presence messenger channel, which only works when we create this authentication. So that's why we had to create that authentication here, otherwise it won't work. And basically on a special event that Pusher describes in their documentation called subscription succeeded, we're gonna define our initial members. So when we ourselves subscribe to this presence channel, we're gonna list of all active members, and we're gonna set them in our global store. So then we're gonna use that global store later on to compare who's active and who is not. And this is just the initial bind event where we load all the active users, which might have been even logged in before us. Great. And now we're gonna create a couple of binds for when users get removed or when users get added. So channel.bind pusher member_added. It's gonna get a member, which is a type of record, string any, like this, open an arrow function like this, and all you wanna write is add member.id like this. And you have the add from the use active list. Great. And what you also wanna write is remove. So channel.bind pusher member removed, get the member, which is a type of record, string any, and what you want to write is remove member.id like this. Great. And in our return function, we have to unsubscribe. So if there is an active channel, pusher client.unsubscribe presence messenger like this, and set active channel to null like that. And in our dependency array, we're going to use active channel, set, add, and remove like this. Great. So we have this very useful hook, which we use in the active status component, and we use the active status component in our, in our global layout. So make sure you've put it in the most root layout of the app folder right here. Great. And now what we have to do is we have to actually use that global list to change this active status and this little message right here, as well as in this drawer right here, and we are officially done with the development. So first, let's use it in our avatar component where we have this green dot. So I'm gonna go and find my avatar component, and I'm gonna get the members from the use active list to stand hook. So I'm gonna write const use active, not channel, but use active list like this, which you can import from /hooks use active list, and just export members from it like this. Great. And now I'm gonna write const is active is gonna be members.index of user email is not equal to -1 like this. So basically we are confirming that this user email is in the list of members, and just put an exclamation point at the end for the TypeScript error to go away. And now that we have this is active right here, remember this span that we wrote, where now we're gonna make it dynamic. So you can just go ahead and write is active and end, and just wrap this entire span here. So now it's only gonna show if the user is in the list of active users. Great. So I'm going to expand this, and now all of my users have gone away, but I recommend you refresh this just to confirm if this is either an error or if something else is at play here. So just make sure you refresh and then wait a couple of seconds, maybe even refresh a few times before you confirm. So you can see, there we go, it works as intended. So you can see that I am active. So my bottom corner is active here, and Mark is also active. So let's go ahead and let's try and close this. And there we go, Mark is no longer active in the avatar. Great, that is exactly what we wanted. So our pusher subscription works, our pusher presence channel works exactly as we expected. And now we have to do the same thing, but in the header. So we don't want to display active if they are not active. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go into my header component. I'm just going to expand everything here. And I'm going to zoom in a bit for you. Okay. So we're going to do the exact same thing here. So I'm going to use the active list right here. So const use active list like this. And I'm going to extract members from it like this. Make sure you execute the hook and make sure you've imported it from app hooks use active list. But basically the same thing you did in the avatar. And now here I'm going to write const is active and the same thing members.indexOf other user. So make sure you use other user.email and put an exclamation point at the end just to fix the type. Is not equal to -1 like this. And now you can use this is active to dynamically change either active or offline. So is active, active, otherwise offline like this. And make sure you put is active into the list of dependency arrays as well. Great. And now you can see how it displays offline. Great. And one more place where we have to fix this, whoops, is the profile drawer right here. So let's go there as well. I'm going to go into my profile drawer. All right. I'm going to go all the way to the top and I'm going to do the same thing. So const use active list from, you can import that. Well, the same thing at app hooks use active list right here. Great. Make sure you export members like this. So get the members. And the same thing in the status text. Sorry, before, yeah, you have to define the const is active. So members.indexOf other user !email and just put, or you don't have to put, but you can put this exclamation point if you're getting TypeScript errors. Is not equal to -1 like this. And then you can use that is active to display active. Otherwise, display offline like this. And don't forget to put the is active into the dependency array of our status text right here. And there we go. It's offline here as well. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to play around with some online and offline users to see how this is working. All right, so there we go. You can see that I have two accounts here. You can see that Mark is active, but John is offline. Same for me here. I can click on new here, for example, and it's going to bring me to the conversation that I'm looking here as well. You can see that it says active here, drawer, the same thing. And for example, I'm going to log out from here. And there we go. You can see that Mark just turned offline and I'm offline right here. But if I go back, so yes, the name is Mark, but my email is Antonio. And if I go back inside, you can see that I will be added back to the online list. Perhaps it won't work immediately. Sometimes it does take a refresh, but most of the time the pusher works great in production. So if it gets out of sync, you can just try refreshing one of the browsers. And there we go. You can see I didn't have to refresh this one, but sometimes when logging in, logging out, pusher gets out of sync. But overall, the active status works very well, especially in production that I've tested. And this is the proper way to do active statuses. Nevertheless, that's it. You created an amazing chat application. You have active statuses, you have group chats, you have images, you have settings, you have drawers. There's a bunch of stuff that you made here. Excellent job. I'm now going to show you how you can deploy this on Vercel, and that's going to be it for this video. So now what we have to do is we have to deploy this to Vercel. So go ahead and open your terminal right here. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to shut down the application and I'm going to add everything that I've changed. I'm going to commit this like this. Great. And now I'm going to go into GitHub. If you have not created, maybe you already have the repository, but I'm going to show you. So I'm going to create my Messenger video like this. I'm going to set it to public for now, and I'm going to create the repository like this. And I'm going to choose this option because it's an existing repository. So you can just copy this entire thing, paste it here, and just press enter like that. And when you refresh here, there you go, you have the repository. And then I want you to go into vercel.com and click add new project right here. And you should have your new repository. So I have my messenger video right here. I'm going to click import. And then in your project, go into your environment right here. Go ahead and you can just copy everything inside. And you can click on the environment variables here. You can select the first input and just press paste. And everything will be transferred here. And just click deploy. And now I'm going to wait a couple of seconds, well, maybe minutes. And I'm just going to skip to when this is done. Alright, so I got an error during my deployment, and perhaps you've gotten it as well. It's a Prisma client initialization error. Prisma has detected the project has been on Vercel, blah, blah, blah. This happens in the new versions of Prisma, and it's an easy fix to do. All you have to do is go into your project, go into package.json right here, and in your scripts object, go ahead and add another script called post install. And what you want to run here is Prisma generate like this. And then go into your project, right again in terminal, and just write git add, git commit, fix, and git push again. Great. And now that you've pushed, and since you already have this, the deployment is going to automatically start. So there we go. I have my messenger video here, and you can see that I have this deployment building by itself. So great. I'm just going to wait a couple of seconds and see if this one is going to succeed. If you want to watch the progress of this, you can go into deployments right here, and you will see this one was the first that got the Prisma error, and this is the one that's building right now. So let's see if maybe we will have another error or if the build will be successful. So you can watch that here. And there we go. After I added the post install script, the website successfully was assigned and it's successfully deployed. I'm going to visit it right here. And there we go. But one thing that's not going to work is our Google and GitHub login. You see, we have an error here. So what we have to do is you have to copy your URL that was just created. And first, let's fix GitHub. So go back into your settings right here. Go to developer settings. Go into OAuth apps and find your messenger video, whatever you used for your project right here. And just change your homepage URL to the new URL and authorization to the very same URL, and just update your application. Great. And for Google, go back into your project, go into API and services right here. And then you want to go here into credentials and select your web client 1, or if you named it something else, I left it as default. And what you have to do here is change this localhost with that. Just make sure you don't accidentally put / here. So I'm going to zoom in so you can see. So don't accidentally put this / here. Make sure you remove one. So it's just your URL /API auth callback Google. And you can also add the authorized JavaScript origins like that, but remove the last / like that and press save like this. And now that that is updated, you can go back to your messenger clone, you can refresh and try Google again, for example, and there we go. It works as expected. Great job. So I'm gonna log in here. It uses the same database as my local project right here. You can see I'm logged in, and there we go. You can see how app is much faster in production. I'm gonna try and send a new message here. And there we go. You can see the app is blazing fast in production. And I'm just going to refresh so pusher active status gets here. And there we go. Now it's fixed. Sometimes pusher gets a bit unsynchronized. And you can see that even delete functionality is much faster. Perfect. Amazing job. Thank you so much for watching this video. Remember to leave a like, share, and subscribe if you liked it. And see you in the next one.